more you could attack for this. Just the pass. Penny's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GM
Close
power.
combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? She did! Chopper Cross gets the knockout. Defeats Palkia.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the Wish Dash when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know it's over.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome to the beautiful city of San Antonio, Texas, home to the scenic Riverwalk, the Alamo. But right now, home to over 2,400 players for the San Antonio Regional Championship. We're now into day 2, and the competition is getting fierce. My name is Wancho Saldana. I'm joined with Emily Foreman. How are we feeling today?
Honestly, Wancho, I was here kind of early, a little earlier before my call time, because I just can't keep myself away from the day 2 matchups, the activities. There's so many players still left in the competition, so many players still ready to go, and honestly, I couldn't be more excited to be here.
No, that's for sure. I feel it's so amazing to talk to a lot of the players that have made it into day 2 because dreams are so still alive, right? One player here is going to become the Pokemon Regional Championship, a champion. He's going to earn an invite to the World Championship, $10,000, and honestly, just cement himself as one of the best players out there. But real quick, I just want to talk about the fact that there's 2,400 registered players anyway. That's how many deck lists we've been able to see. And I double-checked my math before we went on this time. I consulted the ever-knowledgeable Chip Ritchie. And yes, this is indeed the biggest regional to date. Everything in Texas is just, a little bit bigger.
I feel like we're always saying that line, though, after every kind of regional. It's like, all right, well, that was the biggest regional. I think San Antonio last year was actually the biggest regional ever, and now we've been through a ton of regionals, and now here we are in San Antonio again, breaking records. I am super excited to be here. Like we were talking about, there's so many decks out there, still so many players with dreams alive, and I just cannot wait to see what the action holds.
That's for sure. But you know what? Even if this is a very special regional championship, but it's not the only regional in our, in our schedule. There's still a lot of Pokemon to be played. We have a couple grayed out already, not even half just yet. We have right now we're in the San Antonio Regional. Next up, we have EUIC in London, followed by Vancouver, Atlanta, Milwaukee Regional Championship, and we still have that mystery one. I'm curious to see what that one is. And of course, followed by NAIC in New Orleans, and what everyone is fighting for, the World Championships in Anaheim. What are you excited for here, Emily?
So I will say I actually am attending EUIC in London. It's my first time actually going over to Europe as a whole. I couldn't be more excited to not only go to a new place, but go not only with my friends, but to go play some Pokemon. Like these international tournaments really do just feel like a celebration of everything Pokemon, whether it's the trading card game, the video game, but we got to talk about how we are going to get to that World Championship, and it is going to be through these points.
Of course. Again, winning our regional here nets you 350 points. No, it doesn't quite matter because you also get the World Championship invite there, but it's for that stipend, for all that jazz. Very, very important things. And again, but luckily you do get points up to a certain placement. I think it was like top 30. Oh, very, very big placements, I think. But yeah, I'm very, very excited for this regional championship. You got to walk the line a little bit. Did you see anyone interesting?
There's an Entei. There's 3 NTVs. There's, I hate to kind of like throw the sauce out there, but there's Entei's. There's still Raging Bolt in the competition too. Nathan Stratford still very high up. I know Snorlax actually just won its last round. I think cementing right now as one of the only players maybe undefeated still. So the field is wide, as we've been saying now, honestly, for the past, day and a half at this point. I can't wait to see what goes on next.
Very cool, very cool. But you know what? Those are the possible possible games we can't see today. But I want to see some cool games we saw yesterday. Let's go ahead and take a look at a couple of recaps here. And of course, I remember this one. Yeah. Joshua Frink playing that Palkia Terrapagos against Cody McDaniel on that Conkeldurr. Almost forgot the name of that Pokemon there. Again, Pokemon we don't see every day. And this is the big play here. Attacking with that Noctowl with the Devo. And of course, followed by this is a play everyone knows, everyone's afraid of. Yeah, put the X's there on that Manaphy. Put the X's there on those little baby Pokemon, because we're about to do some Moonlight Shurikens. And with the canceling Cologne means Manaphy doesn't quite have his ability. And that's just such a devastating play, no matter the deck you're playing. If you're playing Charizard, bye-bye Charmanders. If you're playing absolutely anything that needs to evolve, Greninja is such a terrifying Pokemon.
Yeah, it's Greninja, especially with that Moonlight Shuriken. I mean, it's been around in multiple decks. I'm really glad that it's kind of found its way to come into just another way of being able to find those water energies through its buddy Palkia. I know for a while when I was playing Gold Dango, you can also kind of find your way through Water Shuriken, but still, it is super exciting to kind of see the culmination of Radiant Greninja. I think is, if not the best Radiant, aside from Radiant Charizard, of course, but that draw power and the attack, you just can't fight it. It's just one of the best cards in Standard.
That's for sure. I mean, that's a very scary card, but now I want to check out our current Swiss standings. Who are the players that are in contention that can possibly make it the top 8? Again, the top 16 people right here. Who does it feel good to be Summit right now? 11-0, undefeated, no ties, just taking names. I'm sure he's absolutely ecstatic. We also have Joshua Wallace here, Nathan Stratford, Ian Robb, Alex Szymanski, just back-to-back there, 2 big names. James Kowalski, who we got to see yesterday. We got to talk to you yesterday, but again, on that control. Nicholas Moffat, another great name. Just a lot of big players here.
It's a lot of big players, yes, Juancho, but it's just a lot of different decks. We see Control, I see Thorns there as well. Raging Bolt, played by Nathan Stratford, is still very much in contention to make top 8. And I know we really haven't touched on Raging Bolt at all pretty much in day 1, but I still know Charizard is there too, with, of course, Drago waiting in the wings.
No, that's for sure, that's for sure. Again, make sure you keep track of anyone on this list. You know what? I'm sure we're going to be here to remind you. We're going to see them, especially Summit. Again, I can't imagine just how it feels to just be winning. You're literally on fire here in Texas. But yeah, again, I just want to remind everyone at home where you can watch the Pokemon region. I mean, you're watching us right now. Again, don't forget to check out the broadcast channels, our YouTube, Pokemon.com, and all that jazz. Yeah, again, visit Pokemon.com/broadcast to see where you can watch these regional championships. I like watching it on Twitch to get that interaction, maybe have my voice heard as well in the community choice.
It's very true. I love being in the Twitch chat with everybody too. It's really fun because they always just want to see Gold Tango, but it's really fun talking about the lines as well. A lot of new players also, type in chat, like where can I find like X deck, or like where can I find my locals, and the Twitch chat is usually very helpful. So honestly, I love watching on Twitch, but also on YouTube as well. I know for me, at least during the week, sometimes the Twitch channel will also show, some of the old Pokemon episodes. So that's usually what I'm doing on weeknights.
Definitely. So again, don't forget to follow those specific channels, /Pokemon for YouTube, /Pokemon TCG on Twitch. Again, I feel like I learned so much definitely on Twitch. I feel like they see so many things. Again, that's a pool of hundreds, if not thousands, of players watching these games, and they definitely can pinpoint, key plays.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, our audience is absolutely amazing. But I believe, I think we have our next round, our first stream round, almost up and ready. So we're gonna throw it to the casters on the desk.
Thanks a bunch, Juancho and Emily. Chip Ritchie here with Pablo Tablemon Meza. Very excited to get into our Swiss rounds action. We've got 2 more Swiss rounds today, and then we're going to be cutting into top cut, down to top 8, down to top 4, and eventually get that final match. It's a beautiful day here in San Antonio. So many amazing competitors out there, and I cannot wait to see who will be the one left standing atop the rest at the end of this event.
Oh, I'm excited. We have a lot of variety at the top tables as well. A lot of Drago, but haven't seen those Drago mirrors that I warned about yesterday, which I'm glad, right? We're getting a lot more variety, so I'm very excited. Let's take a look at the tournament format and see how these players are getting all the way to the top.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On day 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokémon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
And that's what these players are playing for here, and 2 of them up on the stage, ready to get into this match. Alex Szymanski on the left, up against Michael Bio on the right.
We have Palkia against Charizard, a showcase of the final, right, from last weekend's regional over at Birmingham, where we saw Charizard topple down Palkia in that match. However, fun fact, Michael has beaten 2 Palkia decks so far. However, Alex has beaten 2 Charizard decks so far. So unless this ends in a tie, this will break someone's perfect record against the other deck. And both players are very close to making it to top 8. So I'm sure we're in for a very good match here, Chip.
Yeah, very excited to see how this one plays out. Both of these players maybe coming into this match with a little bit of confidence, like you said, having beaten their opponent's deck multiple times thus far in the tournament. We'll see exactly how it plays out. There are some key list inclusions or exclusions that we'll talk about as we get into this game. Of course, Alex Szymanski playing the same 60 of his friend Joshua Frank, who we saw on the stream yesterday. What were your big takeaways from that game yesterday, and how could we see that translate now to today for Alex?
I think the key card here, and it's probably an adaptation to what happened last weekend, is that technical machine devolution. It's not something we have seen for a long time, since Charizard stopped being like the #1 big threat of the metagame. But it seems like Palkia is confident against most things, and if it's struggling against Charizard, chucking in that technical machine devolution, combining that with an Iono, and you can search very easily for both pieces with that Jewel Seeker ability from Noctowl. That can be very devastating for the Charizard decks, especially with the thinner Charizard lines, with a single Charmeleon. So we'll have to see how that plays out. And speaking of Charmeleon, Chip.
Hiding out in the prizes for Michael. Some interesting prizes for both of these players. The 1/1 line of the Origin Form Palkia V-Star, the namesake of the deck for Alex Szymanski, the Fan Rotom, that Glass Trumpet is a very important card. And then that Defiance Band for Michael in the prizes as well. Another important piece alongside 2 Arven.
2 Arven, very key, especially because Michael is choosing to play that Precious Trolley as their A-spec of choice. That helps them set up in a much stronger fashion for sure, but you need to find that Precious Trolley, which you want to do through Arven. But with 2 of those prized, it could lead to having to bench Luminion V to search for that Arven, and then that can be a liability later down the line.
These early game turns are going to be very important. How well are these players able to get set up? Let's get down to the table and get into this match. It is Michael Bio going first, kicks things off with an Ultra Ball. An unfortunate starter there in that Luminion V. Such a strong support option, but unfortunately you're not able to use that Luminous Sign ability unless it is played from your hand onto the bench.
Very unfortunate indeed. 2 energies getting discarded right away as well. And these Charizard decks, Chip, are cutting it very close with their energies. They're down to 5 usually. That has become the new standard. That means Michael now has 3 energies to work with, and one of them is prized.
So only 2 energies to work with. So that means that if he needs to use Infernal Rain to put up to 3 energies in play, he can put 1 on the active, 1 on a benched Pokemon, because he has to retreat. He may have a hard time pulling off an attack. Though I will say, usually an early Ultra Ball away 2 energy does signify a Super Rod being in the hand. We'll see exactly what Michael has to continue through this turn. He has taken a moment now to check the prize cards off of this Ultra Ball. Of course, he will be able to grab any Pokemon and add it directly to the hand. And the name of the game is definitely going to be establishing Charmanders as quickly as possible.
If you noted, Michael did put up a card slightly higher above the rest. He was checking for those energies during the prize check, and he's now realized what he's up against with those prize cards, with the discards. Single Charmander, single minion board on your first turn, not the strongest start. Now, over on Alex, doesn't seem to have the strongest hand either. Will have to lead with an Ultra Ball, but those discards can be very harsh.
He is losing a Boss's Orders and a Pheasantipity EX. Now searching the deck for any Pokemon, adding it to the hand. More than likely, we will see that Fan Rotom. Its Fan Call ability, the go-to move for any Terrapagos Noctowl Engine deck early on. And sure enough, Fan Call fetching out a pair of Hoot Hoot as well as a Bidoof. But I don't think Alex has too much else in his hand. What supporter options did you see?
I honestly could not tell exactly what he had. All these fancy art sometimes makes it a little difficult to determine exactly what cards are in there. I do see Silene once again.
Is it going to be Silene trying to put
Ultra
Ball for Bibarel next turn? I think that's what Alex is hoping for. Flipping 2 coins.
Double heads.
Getting to put a card on top of his deck for each of those heads flipped. So he will put back the Ultra Ball and that Boss's Orders. Boss's Orders is going to be a nice resource for later in the game, but Ultra Ball an excellent top deck next turn, so he'll be able to use Bibarel's Industrious Incisors. Let's see what Michael has on his side of the field now, able to play supporter card. He's got a rare candy, but he does not have a way to get a Charizard. It looks like Iono will be his only option.
That feels rough when when you know your opponent's hand is bad, right? You're giving them a fresh new hand. You're giving them that Ultra Ball and that Boss's Orders that they just put at the very top of their deck. But it's what you have to do. Sometimes, even though it helps your opponent, you have no other choice.
Michael is able to grab a pair of Charmander and a Rotom, a pretty solid Iono. There is no Pidgey being put into play just yet, but with a bunch of Charmander, he does not have to worry too much in the next few turns about a Moonlight Shuriken totally destroying his board. And we will see an attachment to this Lumineon V and a retreat. Collapse Stadium gets rid of that Lumineon and will also limit Alex's bench, and the use of that instant charge fills the hand back up.
I love the speed at which Michael is playing. Very straightforward, just going for it. He knows he wants to finish this game. He wants to have a winner from this match and not tie.
And this would be a decent spot for Alex Szymanski if he could go get a Terrapagos. He's got Noctowl, he's got Ultra Ball, he has a Nest Ball to find the Terrapagos, but he can't play it because of the Collapse Stadium Michael put in play.
Such a clutch card to find. Only 1 copy in the deck, just chancing on it at just the right time always feels very, very good. And we see another Iono back and forth for both players. But yeah, Alex's board is looking quite nice if you had a Terrapagos in play. So looking for that Area Zero off of this. Can't search. Oh, the last card, but no Terrapagos though.
Does have the Area Zero, but no Terrapagos, no Noctowl even, and really not too much else to do this turn. We'll see an attachment to the Fan Rotom and an Industrious Incisors. 1 card looking for maybe a switch. Does not find it. A switch would have allowed Alex to move into that Fan Rotom and go for the Assault Landing on this Charmander.
No, that Bieber not coming in clutch enough. So we're seeing a slow start by both players. Michael had Rare Candy Ultra Ball off of the previous hand, but I think he's now missing that piece. So we might not see another Charizard. We're not seeing Palkia. We're not seeing Terrapagos. Just the battle of the basic Pokemon here.
I think he has Rare Candy in the hand and an Arven, so
okay.
he can find Ultra Ball plus a Forest Seal Stone, and then he would need to use the Forest Seal Stone to put back energy cards through a Super Rod.
Yep, there's only one energy card left in the deck right now. 3 of them are here. 1 is hiding up there in the prize cards. And I think that's exactly what we're going to see, Chip.
Sure enough, looks like the play. Michael is lining up. Ultra Ball will discard a couple of these cards in hand that he does not think he needs anymore. But, oh, does he maybe... He's put that Ultra Ball on the table. Maybe he was thinking he didn't want to play that just yet. We'll go for it. I don't think the sequence matters too much here. He should still be able to achieve everything. He just has to make sure he uses the Super Rod before he evolves his Charizard. Oh, he doesn't have to. He does have Night Stretcher in hand, so he can still pull this off. Okay.
Single energy hitting the board. That way you save your Force Seal Stone. Not too bad of a choice now. Michael playing at a very good pace, but you do need to make sure that you're doing the right things, right? Sometimes playing a little too rushed can cause a few silly mistakes here and there, but looks like Michael's gonna be the one to start this aggression. And with no Palkia, no Terrapagos in play, Michael's looking pretty good here.
Yeah, and I think that this is smart as well, because by not using the Super Rod, using Force Seal Stone to go find it, like you mentioned, you get to save that card. It's a resource for later, and it can help Michael perhaps establish Pidgeot in play in a future turn. Now back to Alex Szymanski. What is the move going to be here? Starts off with Night Stretcher, able to grab back a energy card, basic energy card, or a Pokemon and put it back into the hand. He will grab out that Fezandipity EX, use the Flip the Script, an ability you can only use when your opponent knocked one of your Pokemon out during their last turn. So now Alex able to draw 3 more cards, adding to his hand. He's got quite a few cards to work with. Research, Irida. What plays are available, though?
I'm surprised he's not going for the Irida. Just grab a Palkia, grab an Espol, establish Terrapagos, and go from there. This Ultra Ball discard seems very harsh, unless he's trying to piece out a Thornton sort of play, but he's about to discard that. So, I mean, you definitely want to establish those 2 Pokemon. First, the Terrapagos, of course, so that you get the expanded bench with the Area 0. Seems like we're going to do it the more traditional way with that Ultra Ball, looking to just research into a fresh hand, perhaps.
One of the nice things here for Michael as well is he dealt with the Radiant Greninja, and it does a few things, right? Though there was not a realistic threat of a Moonlight Shuriken on that previous turn, it does take away some of the draw power from Alex's deck. He's extremely reliant on Noctowl normally, but the only other way he can really draw through cards of his deck whenever he has a large hand size where Bibarel is not useful is that Radiant Greninja with concealed cards, now no longer an option. Earthen Vessel finding a pair of basic energy from the deck. I do have to give a little shout out to the energies that Alex Szymanski uses, those Professor Program stamped energies, I think from 2005 or something like that. Very, very cool to see some old school energy.
It's their 20-year anniversary this season.
Yes.
All right, so straight up research, just wants more resources. A lot of key techie cards, like the Kirin, like the Thornton, they're no longer here. And if a Palkia doesn't get benched this turn, that could be a little problem. I guess the Irida play, no, the Irida play still worked. All right, so we're going to see that Noctowl. I guess he's trying to just get double Palkia into play and make sure if one gets taken. But there's no way to knock it out. There's only 180 damage maximum.
Yeah, not going to be able to reach for the knockout here, but could go after a 2-prize KO still with the Prime Catcher bringing up the Rotom V, and that could be what Alex is doing. And this is one of the downsides of putting your Forest Seal Stone in play without using it. It gives your opponent an opportunity to take away your V-Star power.
Yeah, so Alex focusing more on the aggression rather than stable board. Did get that he's doing Heavy Ball, so we'll be able to unlock the Palkia that's hiding there. So yeah, I guess if you're going for a more traditional 2-2-2, you have 2 prizes here, you have 2 prizes here. However, knocking out that Charizard is impossible for this deck in one hit, and that's a big difference, right? With the Dusknoir variants of Terrapagos versus this Palkia version, unless your opponent overdoes their bench.
So that's going to be a question here for Alex Szymanski. Which Pokemon does he go after? The Rotom, take away the Forest Sealstone, or Fezandipity, which is more useful for the entirety of the game? What do you think?
I kind of like the Fezandipity a little more. The Night Stretcher just got used, so if at any point that needs to be recovered, it has to be through Super Rod. However, the Forest Sealstone could lead directly into Pidgeot, so I mean,
it's a tough call.
It's a very tough call for sure. I'm definitely glad I'm not the one making it.
And I think Alex is still deciding which one he wants to bring up. There's merits to both. Take away the likelihood of your opponent getting a Pidgeot in play. If you leave Forest Sealstone, they'll almost certainly get Pidgeot. But the Fezandipity gets more powerful the longer the game goes on, the more uses out of Flip the Script Michael is able to get. So would it be better for Alex to get rid of that now? That is the question he's asking himself.
I would say the deciding factor is the size of the hand. It's only 2 cards, so unless either of those is exactly Rare Candy or Pidgeot, I think you go after the Fezandipity this turn. That would be how I make my choice in this spot.
Let's see which one Alex decides to go with. Prime Catcher being played, and he will choose to chase down the Rotom V. Take that Forest Sealstone out of play. Guarantee Michael will not get that free search from that Star Alchemy V-Star power. That V-Star marker will not be flipped this game for Michael.
It will not be. Now, this in turn, right, powers up Charizard EX's Burning Darkness attack now that 2 prizes have been taken, and then Terrapagos will be immediately KO'd in return. Now, Michael's hand is a little underwhelming, but that Charmeleon, whether he has the knowledge of or not that there's a technical machine devolution in there, it's going to be super, super helpful for Michael here.
Michael starts with the Buddy Buddy Poffin. He would be able to put 2 Pokemon onto his bench here if he would like to with that Area 0 Underdepths in play. Of course, Charizard is a Terra Pokemon, so it will be a pair of Duskull coming down, choosing to thin those Pokemon out of the deck before we see the Flip the Script. And a nice thing as well for Michael is last turn, off of his prize cards, he took the Charmeleon, so that'll be a nice piece to get into play here.
Now, these 6 Pokemon, though, makes the math work out perfectly for Palkia V-Star to one-hit KO this Charizard EX chip. If there's 5 Pokemon on Michael's bench and 8 on Alex's, the damage is 320. But now that there's 6, it's actually 340, which is perfect. So is that second Duskull a mistake here?
I think the other card in Michael's hand besides the Charmeleon is Counter Catcher. So with the filling of the bench, he can actually go with Counter Catcher to KO the Palkia. You don't care about the Terrapagos too much because it's not going to ever be able to reach for a one-hit KO on Charizard EX.
All right, and that's why the importance of trying to bench double Palkia last turn. But yeah, that Counter Catcher will be very, very key here, especially with the Thornton already being in the discard pile since last turn.
So the prize map is going to get a little awkward here. I do think it was probably important for Michael to go for the Dusknoir setup for the next turn. He'll be able to take 2 prizes here, go down to 3, and then he'll try to close out the game on the next turn with a combination of Burning Darkness plus Dusknoir. And speaking of the Burning Darkness, that is enough to one-hit KO Origin Form Palkia V. 2 more prizes to Michael. Alex Szymanski at the prize deficit. No Palkia to set up this turn. His Thornton is already gone. He has a couple Noctowl available in his hand, so whatever plays are in his deck with the use of 2 Jewel Seeker abilities, Alex certainly will be able to pull them off. The question is there a game-winning line at this point?
I mean, you can potentially go after the Fezandipity, get another 2 prizes that way, and take away Michael's only source of draw. If you could do that with an Iono, that would be probably even better. There is no copy of Counter Catcher, and the Prime Catcher has been exhausted, so we cannot play Boss and Iono in the same turn.
Well, we know that Michael didn't do too much last turn, right? Did play the Boss's orders, actually, not the Counter Catcher. Had no other supporter to play, so Michael might not have the strongest of hands. Alex could read into that, go after Fezandipity, target that down. Do see Technical Machine Devolution being added to the hand.
Yep, that Charmeleon protecting, but what do we know, Chip? There are 0 energies in the deck right now, so if this Charizard were to get KO'd and a Super Art is not played in time, even if you get the Charizard back, it doesn't work, or it doesn't matter because you can't power it up again.
So things are going to get a little interesting here. Yeah, the Technical Machine Devolution could be a good play here for Alex and just force Michael to have a rare candy in hand, which he may not have at this point. We're actually going to see, oh, this is kind of cool. Canceling Cologne turning off the Flare Veil, so now Technical Machine Devolution can devolve both of those Pokemon.
That's actually pretty cute, and this will most certainly delay Michael's evolution and will allow Alex to establish that Palkia, and now that there's 6 bench Pokemon, could allow him to take that knockout on any Charizard he establishes. And by not taking a knockout here,
all right,
Serendipity is not going to work.
This is going to be interesting. All Michael needs to pull off an attack this turn is like Super Odd plus Rare Candy. If he has those 2 pieces, I think he's just fine. But if he doesn't have those pieces, things could get awkward. He did draw an Arven for the turn. Does he have one of those other item cards in hand?
I don't think he does.
So now the question for Michael, you could Arven for Rare Candy, get your Charizard back in play, try to protect it, but Alex is now threatening a Palkia.
Yep, because of that full bench could be a problem.
Oh,
really back and forth.
Oh, there's no Terra Pokemon in play anymore.
Oh, true.
Area 0 Underdepths. Michael has to discard Pokemon, and he did not discard anything before he drew his card for turn.
That is true. I mean, in general terms, it doesn't change anything, though, right? I mean, strictly speaking, on the sequencing and the correct series of actions, sure. I guess, yeah. Now
so in theory, so here's what the issue is going to be here. Michael drew his card for turn. He had not discarded all of his Pokemon. In theory, the card he draws for turn could change and affect the Pokemon he would want to discard from his bench. So there is definitely a chance here that we could see this leading to a penalty. And you hate to see games go like this. And I think it's a very obvious mistake here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, a pretty rare interaction, devolution, discarding your Pokemon with the Area 0 Underdepths, but...
Area 0, yeah. I mean, it seems like that Vulpix is so devastated at what just happened, Chip.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I think it is probably going to be a double prize card penalty. And we're going to continue on here. We'll get official word, but that is the assumption I'm going to work with at this point. Double prize penalty, and it looks like play has resumed. Michael uses that Arven, does find the rare candy, and does have an energy in hand, so he can still pull off an attack this turn.
Yeah.
Does he have a way to gust? I don't think so. Counter Catcher's not active. He's already used a supporter. So he cannot deal with the Palkia. And yes, sure enough, by being signified there on the top of the screen, Alex Szymanski needs to take 2 less prize cards to win this game. So he could win the game this coming turn, and he doesn't need too much to do it.
Yeah, he just needs boss, KO on Serendipity. However, but Michael just played the Arven. If in a different situation, if he had the rare hand, he also has Professor Turo in his hand, and he could have maybe picked up that Serendipity. Now the Charizard is out of range, but now all Alex needs to do is find his boss's orders, which there's no Noctowl available quite yet.
Does not have it just yet. Can Palkia also reach for a one-hit knockout? That's another question here.
Stretcher for Greninja also works. You just get that going, and then you power it up with Star Portal and knock out any of the targets on the bench. So plenty of ways for Alex to win here. He's going to unlock his bench.
Yeah, I think he played the Nest Ball and put that Ditto into play before fully thinking through his options. He's going to thin his hand down as much as possible to try to draw through the deck with this Bibarel, and he'll be able to thin it down almost all the way. I think he would have liked to have grabbed Ditto off this Ultra Ball, then he could have maybe lost Vacuumed. I guess he doesn't want to get rid of Area 0 Underdepth, so wouldn't have happened regardless. 4 cards from the Industrious Incisors, pretty low odds to miss here, and he does have boss's orders.
All right, so fortunate ending to this first game. Could have really been anyone's game. I think because of the 6-benched Pokemon, had we not had that weird interaction with the Area 0, it would have favored Alex a little bit. if he was able to knock out the Charizard and combine that with an Iono, and there were no energy left in Michael's deck. But unfortunately, we had that miss sequence, right? And so let's take a look at the replay of this first game, which started off pretty awkwardly for both players.
Yeah, this was a key turn here. Michael put that Force Seal Stone in play, but chose not to use his V-Star power. Alex was able to take advantage of that, KO this Rotom V, get rid of the Force Seal Stone, which ends up being the right play. Sure, Michael had Pheasantipity for a couple of turns there, but it didn't matter because he was never able to establish a Pidgeot EX.
Yep, and the deck without Pidgeot is definitely much weaker. He also never got to get any use out of his precious trolley, and so Alex was able to just finish out the game with a boss's orders off of that Bibarel, Industrious, and Incisors.
Yeah, and I think it would have ended up being a really close game at the end there without that prize penalty. Could have definitely gone Michael's way still, so you really do hate to see games end like that, but that's the reality of tournament play. We're not playing a video game. We're not playing with digital cards. That's the joy of trading card games, right? Getting to actually use physical cards. And just the nature of that is mistakes are made, and we are going to go to game 2. Michael is going to go first, and once again, we're seeing a mirror of game number 1, Luminion V as the starter.
That feels really bad. The odds of having Luminion, exactly Luminion as your starter in back-to-back games is very, very low. At least we started with a Body Puffin. We do play 3 copies of that along with the British Trolley, and wow, double rare candy in the prize cards for Michael Chip. Things are just not going his way.
Also an Arven, also a Dusclops, also Rotom V, and a Fire Energy. None of these prizes are amazing. Michael does play 2 copies of Rotom, so he will at least have that option. So that's, I think he'll be thankful here at this point that he's chosen to play 2 copies. And that's one of the reasons why players are playing 2 copies of Rotom V in their decks.
Yep, increases the chance of starting it naturally, makes sure that it's not priced at a crucial time. Now, nothing else done by Michael, and now over on Alex's side, does have a couple awkward prizes as well. A Palkia V-Star, and there is 0, a Terrapagos, and that Prime Catcher is priced for Alex. He's about to find out that the pink card is not available to him this game, so with only boss's orders as a way to ghost during this game, could get a little tricky because the Prime Catcher is at the very top next to the Heavy Ball, so there's not going to be any shuffling of the prizes this game.
Nestball does find Fan Rotom. Have to imagine that means that we will have a fan call incoming, setting up the board with a few Hoot Hoots, maybe getting a Noctowl in the hand. There is no Terrapagos just yet, though.
That Ultra Ball could lead to the Terrapagos, determining whether you want to discard the Glass Trumpet or the 2 Waters. Alex choosing to get rid of the Glass Trumpet, which is one of the main ways this deck accelerates energy after the Star Portal has been used. But we finally see the Terrapagos. I think we have an Iono as well in hand, and that's why we're saving the Fan Rotom for after the Iono.
Yeah, it does have the Iono available, so heads up play there from Alex. Wait to see if you draw into some Hoot Hoots, because then if he draws into Hoot Hoots, he'll be able to use the Iono to go grab Noctowls, and has no cards in hand, the clean Iono for 6.
Now, Michael, I'm not sure what he was holding in his hand, so I don't know if this is beneficial or not. We know there was definitely no Nest Balls or anything else along those lines. Now it's on Alex. Let's use the Fan Rotom. Let's establish our board. And looking to be a lot more aggressive and earlier on than the previous game, where it was just a bunch of Hoot Hoots staring down Luminion.
Yeah, had a much slower starting game number 1, Alex Szymanski did. So now, with a pair of Hoot Hoots, he's going to be threatening all sorts of different powerful plays on the next turn. And we'll have to see what the Iono from Alex yielded Michael here. Let's see what kind of hand he's working with. There's an Iono, there's a Charmeleon, there's a Charizard, there's a Pidgeot, but there's no rare candies. 2 in the prizes.
Yeah, no Arven either, so might just be a Touch Iono for him. Yep.
If Michael had just had an Arven in his hand, or just a rare candy, his hand was incredible. Rare candy, Pidgeot, quick search, find the other rare candy, boom, Charizard established into play. But instead, Michael has to go for the Iono and cross his fingers to find something here, and does not have much. I think it's going to be a Precious Trolley, grab out Rotom, and we're going to see instant charge. And this is where things get very scary as a Charizard player, because Michael is not playing Manaphy in his deck.
So Radiant Greninja will be a major threat with that Star Portal. Another thing Michael didn't do is evolve into his Charmeleon. He was very hopeful he'd get Rare Candy Charizard to start taking prizes, but now he's gonna be quite vulnerable to a Technical Machine evolution later down the line. So that's something that he knows that Alex is playing now. He has confirmation on that, and it's definitely something you need to be very, very aware of. And with 2 Rare Candies prized, that Charmeleon was super essential.
Yeah, and those 2 rare candies being at the top of the prize cards as well means it's pretty unlikely, to be honest, we'll see more than 1 Charizard EXP rare candied into play, especially if a Pidgeot comes out. Instant charge used by Michael, drawing 3 cards, ending the turn. There's rare candy. Cannot use it any longer. His turn has ended. Now on to Alex Szymanski. What does he have available? Looks like the start with the Jewel Seeker from the Noctowl.
I think we just want to go aggressive with that Radiant Greninja here. Let's see what we end up doing. All right.
Looking through the deck, we'll be able to grab 2 trainer cards out. We did see Radiant Greninja make its way to the front of the deck immediately alongside a Nest Ball, so that is certainly a play right at the forefront of Alex's mind. Now, the question here I would have, Pablo, is if you're going for the Moonlight Shuriken, what do you target down? Do you get rid of a pair of Charmander, or is it really important to get Pidgey out of there as quickly as possible?
I think looking long-term, right, looking at further turns, no matter how, like, if you knock out 2 Charmanders, there's still 1 left. There's still the possibility of Rare Candy Charizard, Rare Candy Pidgeot. But if you take down that lone Pidgey, there's still the threat of Charizard, but you're denying Pidgeot from your opponent. So I would definitely say, if there were only 2 Charmanders in play, absolutely go for the Charmanders. But since there's only 1 Pidgey, that's usually like a sort of rule you want to follow. Just try to make sure you go after the Pokemon that has a one-of, and that way you deny that option from your opponent, at least for the foreseeable future.
Ultra Ball being played from Alex can find any Pokemon. Bibarel is an option. We do also have the Origin Form Palkia V-Star as an option, something he needs to get into play this turn for sure. The Switch being brought to the front of the deck, eyed up. Looks like he also has a Noctowl. Could use the Jewel Seeker to get the switch to move his Bidoof from the active spot onto the bench. Debating what the move is going to be here. He also has a Professor's Research in the hand, so after this full sequence plays out, he will be able to discard his hand, draw 7 fresh new cards. And looks like Irida could be a choice off of this Jewel Seeker.
Yep. We're going to see that. We're going to see maybe an Earthen Vessel, because there's, right now, I don't think there might be just 1 energy here, and of course you need multiple in order to actually attack with Radiant Greninja and power it up. Now, not an easy decision, it seems, for Alex here. I think it comes down to he would love to have Bibarel to replenish his hand, but discarding 2 cards for Ultra Ball is quite a hefty requirement. So.
Also, Bibarel has to retreat. You can retreat the Bidoof into the Greninja. He will go for the switch, and Irida is going to line up whatever next piece of this puzzle is. It will be that Origin Form Palkia V-Star. That's a piece that he needed. The item card he can grab off this Irida. It looks like Earthen Vessel is going to be the choice. Looks like there are 3. No, I think it was 3.
Ah, okay.
3 water energy already in the discard pile. So this should line up nicely for a Moonlight Shuriken for 2 prize cards. And this is really nice for Alex's prize trade. He's taking 2 prizes, and his active Pokemon will be a single prize Pokemon.
Not a bad start for Alex. Michael start very, very underwhelming, but not out of it yet, right? Did have Serendipity off of the instant charge from last turn, so we'll be able to see more cards, hopefully finally establish a Charizard, but you're only taking 1 prize card in return. That's the issue. Trading 2 for 1, very good for Alex here.
Michael is certainly going to need some help, and sure enough, Alex Szymanski deals with that Pidgey before Pidgeot EX can come into play. Draw for turn on Michael's side. He actually has quite a decent amount of cards to work with, but with 2 rare candies prized, it's less likely he'll have them in his hand currently. There is that Serendipity coming down. There is a rare candy in the hand, but he does not have a stage 2 just yet. No Charizard to put into play.
Probably trying to establish that Pidgey once again for the future. Although Duskulls and Dusk Noirs are very important as well. Keeping your bench low is important, but as long as you keep it at 5, right? You just don't want to get that 6 Pokemon to not put your Charizard in range of Palkia. But all of these Pokemon are big liabilities right now, and that could be a problem if, I mean, Michael has
Collapse Stadium.
Collapse Stadium, right, to take out away one, has Professor Turu to potentially take out another one, but he cannot remove all 3 liabilities from the board.
And there's a chance that Collapsed plus Turo would be enough for him here, as we do see that flip the script drawing into an Arven. So
Yep.
Michael will be able to pull off an attack here. The only other thing I feel like he would love to have would be a counter catcher. Then he could take 2 prize cards this turn by targeting down the Terapagos EX.
Yeah. Also shutting down the Area 0, which means you force Alex to discard other resources as well. If we want to pull that off, though, we do need to utilize our Forest Seal Stone, which is not necessarily a bad idea. It just means establishing Pidgeot afterwards will be a little more complicated.
Arven will find Ultra Ball and the Forest Seal Stone. Ultra Ball can find Charizard EX. Doesn't seem like Michael has many energy in the deck, though. I think it is just 1 energy in that deck. Does he have a couple in the hand? No, there are 2.
There
okay.
are 2. Just enough. These Charizard players are so greedy with their energy chip.
It's just optimized. Let's call it optimized, right?
Sure.
It's all you need, but you kind of do need all of them at some point along the way. It is funny how a lot of times when decks get more optimized, they tend to care a little bit less about the prize card mechanic of the game, right?
Yeah.
It's just kind of a funny evolution of a different format. Ultra Ball will be played, getting rid of Arven and a basic Fire Energy. Almost certainly will find a Charizard EX, which almost certainly will be evolved right now with a Rare Candy in order to use its Infernal Rain ability, pulling up to 3 Fire Energy cards out of the deck and putting them onto Michael's Pokemon however he would like. Of course, attaching them to the active Charizard EX, so now Burning Darkness ready to go, dealing 240 damage, 180 base, and then 30 damage for each prize card Alex has taken at this point.
Currently sitting at 240 total, which is perfect to take down Terapagos. Not quite enough to take down that Palkia just yet. Now, Michael doesn't know that the Prime Catcher is not available for Alex, just like Alex doesn't know that there's 2 Rare Candies priced for Michael. So these are the sort of decisions that it's not something you can afford to do unless you're desperate, right? It's like, okay, I have to hope that my opponent's Prime Catcher is priced. So Michael definitely knows that a boss plus a Prime Catcher wins the game for Alex right here.
Debating that 6th Pokemon, and it will be the Duskull being put into play. Forest Sealstone flipping that V-Star marker, finding any card out. Was it the Counter Catcher found?
It was a Counter Catcher, but that 6th Pokemon now opens up the 1-hit KO onto the Charizard by the Palkia. Sure, if you take down the Terapagos, you force your opponent, and you lost Vacuum the Area 0, you force your opponent to discard resources, but they get a full bench and an energy, which is what the deck is designed to do. You just gave your opponent the knockout.
Lost Vacuum will get rid of Area 0 under depths. Alex very quick to throw away those Noctowl, and Counter Catcher will bring up Terapagos EX. We will see Burning Darkness. And now Michael down to just 5 Pokemon on the bench. So he knows that he will be safe from a 1-hit KO on his Charizard EX.
I missed the little detail of the Lost Vacuum. That's how you make sure your Charizard is out of range. So
very calculated here from Michael.
Very calculated, very meticulous. No wonder why he's all the way up here, battling it out to try for a spot in top 8.
Alex Szymanski promotes that Radiant Greninja, working now as a pivot since that water energy on it is not incredibly useful at this point. He will use Earthen Vessel to discard a Palkia V-Star, finding 2 basic water energies from the deck. And I suppose we shouldn't sell the water energy on the Radiant Greninja as being completely useless. Alex does play Energy Switch in this deck, so there is a world where we could see yet another Moonlight Shuriken.
Is that available just yet? There's no Terapagos, so Noctowl's Jewel Seeker is not able to be utilized quite yet. We do have the Glass Trumpet for Alex, so yeah, can establish enough energies on the board to where that is definitely a possibility.
Just has to determine what the best line is. With 4 prize cards remaining, with Alex's opponent having so many liabilities there on the bench with that Fezandipity and Rotom, what do you think his best course of action will be?
Just got this Eileen. I mean, with no direct search for boss,
His hand is kind of weak here.
Yeah, it's kind of weak, and if he researches all of these resources away, he's pretty much out of energy in the deck. And with no way to search for boss, I think his best hope is to just attack with Palkia into his Charizard. But if Michael can respond with a Dusclops, which we know is prized, so maybe Rare Candy Dusknoir, that would allow Michael to push ahead in this game, which wasn't very likely before this turn.
And that's why putting that Duskull in play, it was pretty important for Michael, because now he will have the ability to go for a one-hit KO. Oh, Glass Trumpet tried to be played there from Alex, but he's unable to play it because there is no Terra Pokemon in play for him to utilize that powerful item card.
Yeah, it's not just attached to energies to your colorless Pokemon. There has to be a Terra Pokemon. Yeah, things are not going well for Alex here.
Does have Ultra Ball, which can find a Terrapagos. He has one prized still, though, right? And
yeah,
there are just 2 in the deck, so one is gone. He actually cannot get a Terrapagos this turn unless he uses a Night Stretcher, which he does not have in hand.
Things completely falling apart here for Alex because of the prize cards, because of the previous turn. Michael's decision to take down the Terrapagos, get rid of the Air Zero, definitely proving to be worthwhile.
I mean, what a 180 here in this game. What a turnaround. Michael now being in the lead, it feels like. Alex, it felt like, was in just such a strong spot, but is now unable to reach for a one-hit knockout. Michael Bio in the driver's seat. What does he go for this turn?
260 damage. Not even in range of a follow-up knockout by that Fan Rotom, right? So very awkward situation, but Michael's prize is really getting in the way. The Dusclops and the 2 Rare Candies makes it impossible to Dusclops for that little bit of extra damage to get the KO, and makes it really, really difficult to Rare Candy into Dusknoir. And if you Rare Candy into Dusknoir, you are definitely not using Rare Candy into Pidgeot.
Michael's hand is almost completely dead. He doesn't really have anything he can do. It looks like it's just going to be attack into the active.
Oh my gosh.
Has no way to get a Pidgeot in play. He had a Fire Energy he could have attached, decided to hold off. He has Roxanne in his hand, a very strong supporter, but he can't use it until Alex takes one more prize card.
And with one Rare Candy left in Michael's deck, getting a follow-up attack after his Charizard goes down is going to be very difficult. So we're flipping the script back and forth here, Chip, for both players.
And Alex, by board locking himself last turn, even with a Night Stretcher, will not be able to get a Terrapagos in play, so won't be able to use those powerful cards, but does have Boss's orders to bring up Fezandipity EX.
I don't like that at all, Chip. You know your opponent's just struggling to establish anything. Taking down the attacker here, it would have been a much more significant play. I mean, now you're... How much damage is on that Charizard? 260? Oh, I guess so. A Rotom does finish off the Charizard, actually.
Yeah,
so,
that is actually some good math there for Alex. Rotom's Assault Landing would be able to pick up that last KO. Michael will promote the Charizard EX with his Fezandipity having gone down. He doesn't have access to flip the script, but now that Roxanne that was useless in his hand previously is available as a play. It would limit Alex to only 2 cards in hand, but Alex has the perfect response on the bench with Bibarel.
This could come down to finding a Night Stretcher. I don't think there are any energies left in Alex's deck. Finding Night Stretcher to attack with Fan Rotom, or, I mean, going Roxanne into Rare Candy Charizard, or even, well, but there's no energies.
What about this? What if Michael Roxanne's and draws the combination of Rare Candy Dusknoir? He could KO the active and also KO the Bibarel from Alex, leaving Alex with just 2 cards, no draw power, no Terrapagos, only a Greninja, a Hoot Hoot, a Ditto, and a Fan Rotom.
I mean, that would be pretty good for sure. And the game would still come down to that Night Stretcher for the Fankel, but way less options to find it.
I think this Roxanne, one thing is for sure here, this Roxanne is going to be very, very important.
Yep.
Night Stretcher is used by Michael, able to grab out the Pheasantipede EX, and actually will go for the Flip the Script first. I think because he has the Pidgeot in hand, was hoping for Rare Candy or an Arven maybe to get Pidgeot established, but he does not have it.
Can't also get rid of a lot of these cards. Like Puffin is unplayable. Counter Catcher, you definitely don't want to do that.
He could play the Puffin, right?
Oh,
Area
yeah, there's
Zero
Area
under
Zero,
depths
Area
in
Zero,
play.
Area
Yep.
Zero, yep.
So can play that.
I guess now you don't mind benching more stuff.
Right, your Charizard's going down regardless, basically, regardless of what your opponent does next turn. And also, Michael is KOing that Palkia. Has to KO the Palkia for sure.
Yeah. Then we Defiance Band.
There is also the potential for Radiant Charizard to get into the mix here.
Yeah.
That's not something we've seen yet or talked much about.
That is very true. Going after the Bibarel, however.
I think this is Michael trying to either find the pieces to knock out the benched Palkia with a Dusknoir off this Roxanne, or he'll be content to just pass and force Alex to get out of the active spot. And I think Alex is down a lot of resources here. Does he have his Switch still available? We have not seen Prime Catcher, but it is in the last two prize cards. So this could be Michael just kind of hedging here, hoping that Alex is going to be stuck for a turn.
I think we saw the switch in the very beginning, switching out that Bidoof into the Greninja. And, I mean, if you count Alex's energy, he's probably down quite a few, so it might, even if he wanted to retreat the B-Roll, might take him 2 turns total.
Michael did draw into his collapsed stadium, so depending on how many Area Zero underdepths Alex is down, that could be a pretty nice card to play as well. We see one in the Lost Zone, one in play right now. If one has been discarded, Alex does only have 3 in his list. That might be what Michael is checking here. Is there an Area Zero underdepths in the discard pile already?
I don't think there is. There's the one that, the first one got lost vacuumed, second one is in play. Deck does play 3 copies. This is impossible to determine, Chip. Things are changing at every card played, it seems.
Nestball does find that Radiant Charizard, but does Michael have an energy card in the hand?
I think he did find one off of that Roxanne.
That would be a good attacker here. It's a single prize Pokemon. Put that in the active spot, take the knockout. He does not have the fire energy, though.
No fire.
He has Ultra Ball in hand. Is there the Charmeleon? Is the Charmeleon in the deck still? That could be
It
something
is.
nice to get into play now.
It was never played in the beginning, so it is available still.
I think going down this line, there's no way Michael is going to KO this Bibarel, right? He
No,
can't.
if you do it, you immediately lose.
Right. So it's
So-
just coming down to hoping that Alex Szymanski does not have a switch. I think that switch was used early in the game. And also with Collapsed Stadium here, Michael could take away both the Rotom and the Pheasantipede. He could be thinking about the Prime Catcher, right? We know it's prized, but Michael doesn't. So he's thinking around the fact that Alex has Prime Catcher still available. So he may feel pressured to play this Collapsed Stadium and get rid of those 2 prize liabilities on his bench. The problem is what else would he discard? I guess another Duskull going down wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, not the worst with the Dust Clubs and the Tour Candies. You're definitely not going to be able to use both of them. And yeah, Michael's win condition might now be strand that Bibarel in the active, perhaps twice. And we mentioned in the beginnings, many times you can't just be like, okay, I hope your Prime Catcher is prized. But in this case, that might be Michael's hope.
We do see retreat into the Duskull. Michael can go for the instant charge to fill the hand back up.
He's going to discard all 3 2-prize Pokemon chip off of that Collapsed
That
Stadium.
is an option. That is an option. He would not be able to instant charge then. He's going to get rid of the Radiant Charizard and also does get rid of Pheasantipede. I think that signifies that we will more than likely be seeing instant charge to close out this turn. You can tell Michael is really having a hard time with what the correct move is here.
Yeah, which, I mean, we are having a hard time for sure as well. Can't imagine being on the table right now with the pressure mounting, being down 1 game, trying to get that point. Like, Michael's most certainly not going to win this round at this point, but he can definitely walk away with a tie if he manages to win this game.
Oh, what a hand off of the Roxanne for Alex Szymanski. Area 0 underdepths, the Terapagos he took off the prize cards, and also a Knock Towel to Jewel Seeker for whatever 2 trainer cards he wants. What a draw!
That is absolutely insane. But with no boss, I mean, with no switch and no prime catcher, why do you even get double?
Does he have energy switch
Nice
still?
stretcher?
He does have energy
He
switch.
does energy switch. So you can transfer one. Well, but if you retreat the B-Barrel and you energy switch, then how do you attack? You're losing that energy.
Oh, wow. I mean, yeah, Glass Trumpet plus energy switch. That's true. Yeah, this is... Alex is really running low on resources here. This game is going to be really close down to the wire. Both of these players just running on absolute fumes now at this point.
The Glass Trumpets are also down, Chip. Remember that turn where he tried to play it, but there was no Terra Pokemon, so it wasn't played. So, I mean...
That Prime Catcher being prized is costing Alex here. If Prime Catcher was not prized, he would have won the game on the spot. Prime Catcher, KO Rotom V, go with the 2-0, put yourself in a great position to make top 8. But he doesn't have it, that prize card.
Canceling Cologne, gonna draw a few extra cards here.
Does still have a Night Stretcher in hand, so he could set up for the 2-turn play of retreating, right? Yep. Has the energy switch available, like we said, but if he retreats, he won't be able to attack. Wow, what a position we find ourselves in. Alex, not sure what to do, sort of a shrug, just has to pass. Now, back over to Michael, has Rare Candy, has Pidgeot, but the problem with this is he has 2 Rare Candies prized. He can't get a Charizard in play this turn.
Both players drawing amazing from their opponent's hand disruption. Almost like they're helping each other rather than disrupting each other. But
so Michael here could quick search for Turo. Turo pick up Duskull, attach a Fire Energy to the Radiant Charizard, attack, take a knockout, go down to 3 prize cards, hope to maybe find a Rare Candy off of his next prize card he takes. This situation is just so ridiculous. There's no energy cards left in the deck. A Super Rod that got put back into the deck earlier on last turn. He's got 1 Fire Energy in hand. Oh my goodness, what a war of attrition here. What a battle of resources.
I think Michael's best course of action is to not attack. Let Alex be the aggressor. Like, if you're Michael now, you know the Prime Catcher is prized. So as soon as Alex attacks with the Palkia, that is his last Pokemon. There is no other way for Alex to attack. The Glass Trumpets are down. There's no energies left. He's about to use his last couple of stretchers to retreat this B-Barrel. So then after you knock out that Palkia, Alex is done. He has no more attacks left. Maybe with the Fan Rotom, if he has 3 Night Stretchers or 2 Night Stretchers left, but that would be it. And I think that would allow Michael to just make sure he responds to that Palkia and call it a day. Though we do see the boss on the Terapagos. That's another way.
This is Michael just playing the deck out battle. We saw this yesterday in our last round. I think this is Alex trying to just stall, buy more time. Maybe not going for necessarily the deck out. He does have the instant charge, drawing a few more cards. Alex can pull off the attack here with the energy switch, with the attachment of the Night Stretcher. Does he have a Gust card? Does he have Boss's orders?
Boss, top deck boss, Chip.
Draw for turn was the boss. KOs the Rotom V, and Alex Szymanski with a 2-0 victory, propelling himself forward in this event.
That wasn't enough damage to knock out the Rotom, though. There's 6 Pokemon on the bench. That's 180 damage. So still needed
he had
one
6,
more.
And then there was 5 on Michael's side, right? So
no, but it's Terapagos. Oh yeah, sorry, my bad. He can retreat the Terapagos. My bad.
Yeah,
he can retreat the Terapagos.
He has to retreat the Terapagos.
They're saving time.
Attack with the Palkia. Yes. Head game on board.
But Palkia did. Yeah. So well played by Alex. That was intense, Chip. That was really back and forth, impossible to predict. And the prize cards for both players definitely determined the winner here, and they were much harsher for Michael than Alex, for sure.
Never being able to find Rare Candy, never really being able to get established. That game 1 as well, though, we have to point back to that, right? The fact that Michael did not discard down his bench Pokemon after the Technical Machine Devolution, it cost him a 2 prize penalty, and it could have cost him a win. in game number 1. Let's get to the replay. Let's recap what happened in this crazy set.
We started off with Luminion. Unfortunate starts for Michael in both games. But start off strong, got that first KO with the Charizard after a few awkward turns. Alex's board wasn't looking great, but then he responded with a fully powered up Terrapagos, full bench going and taking a commanding lead.
Trading the prize card blows back and forth, setting up with a couple of Duskulls potentially in the future, but unfortunately the Pokemon were not discarded properly. Michael is given that 2 prize card penalty. Alex had to take 2 less prize cards to win the game, and that really made things interesting in game 1. Alex gets the win, and then game number 2, oh, it was just so rough. No real great setup for Michael.
Both players were struggling to do anything relevant towards the end. Palkia somehow was able to survive for enough time to finish off the match with that retreat of the Terrapagos after the clutch energy switch from the energy of the Bibarel, and that Boss's Orders top deck sealed Alex's fate. And he moves on to 10-1-1?
10-1-1, meaning that an intentional draw in the next round would lock up an asymmetrical cut spot. So this might be one of those situations where Alex has to do a little calculation, figure out what his resistance is. If he IDs, will he be out of asym or would he be into asymmetrical cut? Because if he would be an asymmetrical cut, he definitely should play this last round.
Oh, certainly, because I mean, if you lose, you're probably still making top 16. Maybe you're in anywhere between top 16 and top 32. But if you win, you skip the asym cut and you're fully locked into top 8 looking for that championship.
Yeah, and that's what Alex is playing for here. He's a international champion. He's had so many top cuts at regionals, but this is a title that has eluded him through his very long Pokemon career. It's his birthday weekend as well, so that could be a pretty excellent birthday present, getting a regional win on that special day.
Yeah, I mean, it would certainly make his weekend even more special if he managed to make it all the way through. He's already been up here quite a few times, being in a position where you can ID yourself into top cut, nothing unfamiliar to Alex. But even though you would think that winning an international championship is a little harder than winning a regional, I know it would mean a lot to him to get a win under his belt for regionals as well.
Well, while we're waiting to hear from Alex, we can just give a couple updates from the floor because we've got a player who is 12-0.
Oh my gosh.
At the San Antonio Regional Championships. It is Salmit Kukapau, who is 12-0, playing Snorlax.
Making friends along the way, I'm sure. That Snorlax deck is so powerful, and I gotta wonder, like, how many Regidragos have they gone up against? Because Regidrago feels like they have Prime Catcher, they have Switch, they have Canceling Cologne, they have non-ability Pokemon that can pressure, such as Regidrago, and they can reutilize all those cards with the V-Stars, so it's always felt like an uphill battle against Regidrago with Snorlax. So what's the secret?
We'll have to see, potentially in Top Cut. Maybe we'll get to see a Snorlax in Top Cut. But let's head down to our interview. We are standing by with Alex Szymanski. Let's hear how he's feeling after that win.
Thank you so much, Chip. Wanchel Sedana here, and I'm joined by Alex Szymanski. Alex, before anything, happy birthday!
Thank you.
Collectively, if you see Alex out there on the field, greet him happy birthday. It's his birthday weekend. I heard you love that, so.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, so that last match, how are you feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling good about winning. The match itself was sloppy, but it's what happens when you don't test your deck. Whoops.
You didn't test your deck, so I noticed you had the same 6C as Josh and everything. Yeah. You didn't play each other?
We played 3 games of Palkia into Charizard, where Josh stacked me so hard with Charizard, and I just stopped caring.
Okay, so you didn't test too much with the deck. Tell us why we decided to go with this deck in the first place.
I was actually going to play Palkia last weekend if I'd attended a regional. So it was kind of just like, oh, this deck is clearly really good. Like, it dominated the weekend. So just decided to send it here, even if it was like harder countered.
Yeah. I mean, Charizard just won the last tournament, right? And I've heard anyway that this is a tough matchup.
Yeah.
And tell us about walk us through the games you've had. Let's talk about actually specifically I want to talk about that Devo into you did Noctowl to get Devo and the Kansen Cologne.
Yeah.
Plus boss's order on Charmeleon. You might be the first person ever to do that, I think. At least on stream.
Probably. I know Josh has done it in Swiss. But that play itself was actually really sloppy. I completely forgot I had Fez in play, so I probably only needed one Noctowl. But here we are, wasting Noctowls, as per usual. Yeah, but like the play itself, that's what the clone, not the clone, the Devo is really for, is for the Charizard matchup. And the clone obviously lets me do the Charmeleon Devo. It's a lot better when you can Iono, but when you don't have Prime Catcher, or did I don't know, did I have Prime Catcher that game? I don't remember.
It was prized the second game.
Okay, yeah.
I think you already used it by that time.
I probably already used it, but when you have the boss, like, it's a lot worse.
Oh, 100%, 100%. And then, you know, let's talk about the second game now. That Bibarel getting stuck in the active is, again, that Bibarel slot, that's interesting in the list, in my opinion, just because typically all we see are a bunch of owls, but you have the Beaver. Tell us about the deck choice there. I mean, the deck building choice.
Yeah, I mean, I really wanted to play Bibarel. The Iono proofing is really good. Obviously, the 2-retreat punished me there, but that's because I forgot to play around the boss stall, and I should have kept the Cure in at some point. But it's, I mean, obviously it worked out because he had to waste his counter catcher, so he couldn't do the fun plays later. So yeah.
That's for sure. That's for sure. With that, amazing plays still, and still best of luck on the last round. Before I let you go, anyone you want to shout out?
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Josh for playing the 60 with me. Shout out to my mother for being the best Shemansky. And shout out to the rest of my friend group for existing and supporting me all the time.
For sure, for sure. Again, Dan, best Shemansky, that's for sure. Again, happy birthday. With that, I'll let you get some rest before the next round. We're going to throw it back to the desk for more Pokemon action.
Thanks, Juancho. Great to hear from Alex, our winner from the last round. Feeling confident, feeling good heading into this next one. Definitely, it seems like he recognizes some of the places that he could have made some better decisions in that game, but that's what separates good players from great ones, recognizing mistakes and not letting them affect you moving forward in the game.
Yeah, knowing that you're never play perfectly, right? Like, it's very hard to play a perfect game throughout 13 rounds, best of 3. There's many things that's happening, and I think this game was a perfect example of improvisation, right? Everything that happened within these two games, neither player planned for. Therefore, how they adapt, the decisions they make in the moment, that's usually what makes or breaks a championship run.
Well, while we're waiting to get our final Swiss round up and running, while we're waiting to get the players to the stage, let's take a look at our meta for the second day of the tournament. It's one of my favorite things to look at every event, is seeing what decks translated well from day 1 into day number 2. And Regidrago V-Star, to no one's surprise, remains leading the pack, 21% of our day 2 field.
Over double the next deck. Like, that's such a big jump, Chip. And I think that shows a lot about how in day 1, the difference was not that high, but the best players in this game are continually choosing to play Regidrago, and that leads to a much higher conversion rate than every other deck. And now Palkia makes it to the forefront here, and we just saw how powerful it can be. So I'm not surprised to see Palkia with such a good conversion, as well as Lugia. Lugia flying up here, replacing Raging Bolt. What do you think about that?
Yeah, Raging Bolt's kind of fallen off of this list, unfortunately, but Lugia taking its place. I mean, Lugia being a very strong play. And Origin Form Palkia, you know, we talked about it a little bit, not a super high meta share deck previous to last weekend. Jumps up quite a bit this weekend in day 1. It was around 4% yesterday, and converts pretty well up to 6.5% almost in day 2.
And Gardevoir staying very consistent, right, in that 4th position. Very powerful deck, very adaptable, has incredible comeback potential, and can deal with any of the decks in the current graphic, but it doesn't dominate any of them. It just kind of gets an edge as the game goes on, as they Iono continually, and gets a miss somewhere down the line from any of them. So still a pretty powerful deck. I could see any of these decks going all the way, Chip.
Without a doubt, yeah. Our Chaladon kind of hanging on as well. One of the big surprises, I think, from Birmingham just last weekend was the fact that our Chaladon, while it was popular day 1, it converted really well into day 2, being the second most popular deck in the second day of that competition. Not quite the same story here, but still holding really strong, that 5th place spot, right under 7%.
We could take a look at that Birmingham deck right now, Chip. Let's see how it breaks down. The regional winner with that very clutch Pokestop. Did you see what happened in that final match with the key Pokestop? That was crazy to see.
Yeah, it was definitely wild. Pokestop into a pair of rare candy for Oyvind, and it ends up propelling him to his first regional title after just a few weeks being removed from a second place finish where he lost a Charizard mirror match, and the Pokestops in that final match could not have been worse for Oyvind. So it's funny to see how the script flips tournament to tournament, and those razor-thin margins can be the difference between a tournament title and a second place finish.
Feels like that Pokestop had like new resolutions for 2025, right? It was determined to be a different kind of Pokestop for its players, and then decided to help instead of hurt this time around.
But this is pretty standard outside of the Pokestop, I would say, from what we've expected to see from Charizard. But that Pokestop was really kind of the big new innovation. That's kind of Oyvind's signature card here in this list. He also did play the Briar, which is not something you always see in Charizard decks.
3 Arven, though, does feel a little greedy, in my opinion.
You're making up for it with Pokestop.
Yeah, are you? I mean, you have the Palpat, right? You have the Palpat to recover some of those resources. I mean, if you chance Pokestop into double Rare Candy or double Puffin on turn 1, then sure. But that 3 Arven is definitely not very standard. Of course, it worked out. And this is the perfect example of how we talk about cutting corners, right? And optimizing the list. 5 energies, like the lowest amount we've seen so far. I don't think we'll ever see 4 be successful. We might see 4 somewhere, right? Someone's going to be extra greedy, going to play 4 energies in their Charizard
optimized.
deck. Extra optimized. They're going to play 4 energy and 2 Arven, but they're not going to make a deep run in that tournament, I think.
Yeah. Definitely interesting to see how Charizard has evolved and changed so much. I mean, some of those first Charizard lists, we were playing 8 Fire Energies in decks. Cutting down to 7 seemed so crazy at that time, and how much things have changed. And yeah, the point we have found ourselves in. While our players are getting set up, we're going to get ready for our next Swiss round, the final Swiss round, before we determine who's going to be making it into Top Cut, who will be that last handful of players that still has a shot at winning this event. We'll take a quick break in the meantime. Don't go anywhere. You certainly will not want to miss it.
Record my gameplay and watch it afterwards to see what I'm doing in the game and become more aware. I don't really think about it in the moment, I just perform. So I record it and then watch it afterwards to actually, you know, have the practice mindset, see where I can improve.
Bom, eu amo muito Pokémon e uma das coisas que eu mais gosto de fazer é dar bastante carinho pra eles. Por incrível que pareça, dar carinho pra eles faz com que, às vezes, ele consiga dar uma evasiva. Apesar de não funcionar isso tanto no campeonato oficial do VGC, é muito legal ver ele saindo da Pokébola com aqueles coraçõezinhos, porque ele ama muita gente.
Para melhorar, eu sempre tento observar o estado do jogo, do oponente, sempre tento pensar à frente o que ele vai fazer. Eu acho que um treinador, para melhorar, ele pode ver os resultados de outros campeonatos, né, e sempre tentar progredir.
Eu gosto de rever os meus erros, ver onde eu poderia ter melhorado durante a partida e a partir disso ver o que eu poderia ter feito melhor naquele momento.
Bueno, para poder jugar mejor Pokémon GO es importante salir siempre a capturar muchos Pokémon, aprovechar los eventos al máximo para sacar los Pokés con mejores IVs y siempre estar entrenando constantemente en las batallas del juego para poder seguir mejorando.
And let's welcome up our champion here in Indianapolis, Andrew Hedrick.
I think I started playing in 2011 because I know my first deck was like a theme deck that was the superior theme deck from Black and White base. When I was younger, I would collect the cards, but then my dad encouraged me, if you're going to collect the cards, you might as well play the game. So I kind of learned how to play the game against my parents, and then eventually I started attending local league, and you know, I kept getting better from there. I still wasn't very good for a while, but the first deck that I think I played that was really a competitive deck that I brought to events was Night March in the, I think 2015 or 2016 season. It was the best deck in format, but it was like the first time I really invested in having a competitive deck, so. I would have to say that my favorite memory is when I won my first regional, because at that point, I hadn't really put up very many results yet. I wasn't really expecting that out of myself. I knew I was going to come in and play the best that I could every set, but I was pretty surprised to win my first regional, and it gave me a lot of confidence moving forward.
No, he's got the Evital in the hand.
Evital, Primal Turbo, he's scrambling, he sees the play chip, his hands are shaking, he's salivating, he sees the win, so does Isaiah Bradner, and that's gonna be Andrew Hedrick, the back-to-back champion. Luminion V into boss's orders.
In just a matter of 2 weeks, can anyone stop him?
The last couple times I was in finals, I was playing like the undisputed best deck in format, Lugia. It was just completely insane. But this time I was playing a little bit different of a deck. I was playing a more unique deck that I've been working on for a while, Dialga V-Star, paired with Matang. I really wanted to prove that my deck was just as good as all the other meta decks. And it's been a little bit since my wins last year, so definitely feeling pretty excited to win this regional.
Dialga V-Star and Andrew Hedrick are making their way to a third regional championship here in Indianapolis.
Absolutely phenomenal to bring a breakout deck like this to Indianapolis.
So actually this season, recently, I wasn't feeling too good. Some of my events recently hadn't been too great. I had a few where I'd missed day 2 in a row. So at that point, I kind of thought, okay, I need to start practicing more, putting in more time again. It kind of brought me back to having fun in the game, to play a little bit different, more of a unique deck that I wanted to prove. So put in a lot of time with it and it worked out. I think the player who has helped me get better a lot is Caleb Rogerson. Over the online era during COVID, him and I would a lot of times play in events together. We'd talk about stuff, we'd work on decks, and I definitely feel like I got a lot better talking to him throughout that time. And he's doing pretty well too, so.
Congratulations. I mean, what a tournament run. 9-0 day 1 for the 3rd time.
I love coming to tournaments because it's fun to have a chance to get to be the best at something. Obviously not every time you're gonna win, but even when you don't, you still get to have a fun time hanging out with your friends, going to dinners. Then also sometimes you'll get the opportunity to go up there and do something really special.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome back once again to the San Antonio Regional Championship, the currently biggest regional to date. I'm sure that record's gonna be broken sometime soon, but right now, let's enjoy it. Look at the field. It's absolutely electric. We're going into our last Swiss round in a bit, and we have quite a treat.
I am super excited for this one, Wancho, as we are going to see two friends battle it out at the end of the day. Honestly, I want to talk about the deck on the left first, piloted by Nathan Stratford here, who's having a great run, and the only Raging Bolt, I believe, to be this high up in the bracket. I mean, with Reggie Drago meta being as strong as it is, and especially on Makani's side here, we were kind of expecting to see a little bit more Raging Bolt here, as sometimes it feels like one of the more obvious counters to that deck.
No, definitely. I feel like Raging Bolt is the deck that almost a lot of people go into, especially if they're up against some sort of V-Star, just like the Reggie Drago. It's just this fast, turbo, basic Pokemon that just has infinite damage. It was very popular in the past, but I feel like it's really starting to dip in player usage after having, you know, this is the deck that has the highest play rate, one of the higher play rates day 1, but one of the worst conversion rates into day 2. But here we have Nathan, though, able to bring it to possibly a top 8. A lot on the line here for both these players. Who do you favor?
Well, I think if we're going to look at the matchup, right, it's going to be just honestly the fact that Raging Bolt is able to output a insane amount of damage within the first couple seconds. Just within that one turn, you're able to take those 2 prizes. But the thing is, and honestly, I just love Makani's energy on the stage right now celebrating. Most of the time, I mean, Reggie Drago wants to go first, but if you know that you're going up against a Raging Bolt, maybe you want to go second. But let's see what the prizes give to us right now. The Briar being in the prizes is definitely something, but 2 Professor Sada's Vitalities. Thankfully, they are at the bottom, Wancho, but that one's gotta hurt.
All we have to do is find the first couple, and then eventually we will draw into these. But again, it was looking good. It was looking fine. Just 1 Teal Mask Briar probably might not be too important in this matchup, but then it just had to be those last 2 Professor Sada's Vitality. While on Makani's side, didn't look too bad. Again, a couple of Nest Ball might struggle to set up there, and 1 Teal Mask Overpawn. Both these decks, just a Dragon Pokemon powered up by the Teal Mask, basically, right?
See how this one is going to go, as we are going to get the fist bump and going on in. Makani, I believe, winning the coin flip is going to force Nathan to go first here, but not too much in the hand right now. It is going to be that concealed cards here. We do see a Pokestop, but we'll see if Nathan wants to dig a little bit deeper. Now, granted, this Pokestop could be a little bit risky, knowing that there's 2 SADA in the prize. It's 3 items, though?
Ooh,
yes,
3
we're go
good
already
items,
good.
especially that pink card with the Prime Catcher. But right now, are those the items you do want to see? I don't think there's any way to really extend this board. I don't see a Nest Ball to possibly go into Pheasantipity. Right now, this isn't that explosive. So Makani might be in a good position. Luckily, again, Nathan was able to go first. He has time here. He isn't forced, essentially, to just try and attack this turn. So there is time to breathe. Maybe one more spin of the Pokestop. Maybe that Pokegear in hand can fix some things. But we're going to need to see some Pokemon. Again, you can't really play the Pokemon trading card game if you don't find those, very key Pokemon. But yeah.
See how this one's going to go. I've been looking at Nathan's list. I think for a lot of Raging Bolt EX players, right now they're prioritizing digging through the deck as quickly as possible like you do. I'm seeing 3 trekking shoes in this list and only 2 Pokegears, but going first for Raging Bolt isn't necessarily kind of the worst thing in the world here. We are able to see the attach for turn here, but like you said, Wanja, we don't really have much else to go off of. Now, granted, if Makani has the best turn, we could potentially see a Dragon Laser for knockout.
I'm not sure you'd want to put your Drago in harm's way that way. But let's see. Look at Makani's hand. We do see at least 1 Ultra Ball. We have the, was it discarded? The Radiant Charizard discarded there. What happened there? Was that? Oh, that was a Pokestop.
Yep.
Gotcha. Pokestop discarding the Radiant Charizard. Got two items. I believe that was an Ultra Ball plus the Earthen Vessel. Again, Radiant Charizard, that's something I'd like to have on the bench. Again, I feel like the key in a lot of when you're up against these really scary turbo decks is single prizers, right? Yeah. As we are going to see the Earthen Vessel there. Discard the Drago V-Star. Okay, Makani just going through his deck first. Let's make sure we have the right resources, some key cards we want to work with. Yeah, Earthen Vessel able to find 2 energies. Let's see what else Makani has in store.
I think it's really important to talk about why Makani is counting specifically the grass energy right now going through the hand. Once again, these 2 players know each other. They probably have shared each other's list. So it's really important to note out here that we have no Alolan Executor in the Regidrago list. I think you and I, Wancho, yesterday were actually talking about how a lot of Regidrago players were actually cutting it. So in order to really get these knockouts on Raging Bolt and kind of go for the 2-2-2 prize race, you need first the Jamming Tower in the list to turn off the Bravery Charms, but you also need to go for the Lost Impact. So Makani actually counting out those grass energies, probably writing it down as well. But we got to figure out what resources we kind of have access to. And like we said, the prizes aren't kind of too crazy here, but we got to start going through the hand.
The cute thing is I like the Howlucha in Makani's list just because that 10 extra damage, it's small damage, but it turns the Ogre Pawns into 200. That means it's 1-hit KOable by the Dragapult attack or even the Rolling Iron. But it also helps out against a Bravery Charmed Raging Bolt. I believe that does bring it down to 280.
Right.
And then just like that, it's just another Lost Impact. Maybe it's a lot easier to find a Pokemon over a stadium. But right now, we did find the Ultra Ball, discarding 2 energies, grabbing that Squawkabilly. I know Nathan is looking at that parrot thinking, I wish I got that too. As we are going to drop the Regidrago V as well. So there's 1. We want to at least get 2 to try and be safe, especially since we do know Nathan has the Prime Catcher in hand, even has the Pokemon Catcher too. As Earthen Vessel once again, so Makani just drowning in energy here.
Yeah, it's a very interesting kind of draw that we're going for because we're sending a lot of this energy to the discard with this Squawkabilly pretty early, right? We're obviously trying to thin here as much as possible. We do, of course, have an attach for turn, but we do see we have the Ultra Balls there. Maybe we could try and go, oh, okay, you know what? Wancho, I actually really like this play here. Knowing that we're actually going to be discarding a lot of this energy, we can actually throw Squawkabilly into the active and motivate and be able to move those energies out of the discard and onto the bench Regidrago there.
Definitely, I like this play. If you're possibly going to lose 2 prizes anyway, might as well get 2 energy for your trouble. And I like the benching there of the Radiant Charizard, again, with the Excited Heart ability. There's a possibility here. I think the key to Makani's win is this card specifically, just being able to attack with it back to back. So when we're down to 4 prizes, you can attack with the Radiant Charizard with the simple fire energy plus 2 extra like grass energy with a couple of energy switches. And then you bring it back again when you're down to 2, and then really force Nathan's hand to try and gust around it. So I do like seeing it. Again, single prizes are the key. Mew EX now, I believe with the restart ability, able to draw a couple of cards maybe before we squawk ability. But nope, there it is. Quack in C's, discarding even more energy, plus that energy switch. A lot of resources down. Luckily with the Drago, we can always get that back.
Yeah, I was about to say, Wancho, that I kind of winced in a little bit of pain as I saw more resources being drawn here. I was kind of hoping for maybe a nest ball so we can go thin out another Drago if we needed to, but we are going to be able to see a teal dance here. I see a nest ball, I see a Cleffa as well, but it is going to be the motivate play here. I like what we're going for. We can at least get some of these resources back without using another resource like Super Rod, for example. So let's see how it's going to go. Honestly, I don't blame Makani here for probably grabbing another Drago. You know the Prime Catcher is in the hand. It just seems like the best route to go.
Just like that, the field is looking pretty nice. Again, you said it right, the 2 Drago V ensures that you have access to that V-Star at some point. We have at least one of those Teal Dance Ogrepon to accelerate energy, and there's already an energy on it. Mew just helps you draw, and of course, again, that Radiant Charizard. Plus, again, attacking with the Squawk ability. I really, really like this play. Makes things a lot easier for Makani. Doesn't force a lot of draw. Definitely won't force out the V-Star power to overextend. So sometimes it's okay to discard those energies, as we are going to see the Motivate. Just cheering up that Radiant Charizard, getting 2 energies in play. As we're going to pass it back down now to Nathan. Nathan already drew for turn. Was it the Palpad drawn for turn? Again, these are not the turbo cards you want to see, but the Palpad does help out in this Pokestop, just in case we discard those key supporters, especially the Sadas we haven't seen yet. Pokestop draws 2 with that Trekking Shoes and Earthen Vessel, 2 cards that can definitely thin out the deck. Let's get some energies, and then let's start running.
So we can actually start to see 3 cards here if we want to, but Nathan is correct by just taking all of the energy out of the deck, so we have a better chance of seeing, maybe, honestly, I would love to see another Raging Bolt hit the field. I would love to see another Teal Mask. I would love to see a Teal Mask Ogrepon hit the field here, but Nathan expertly thinning here, going to be able to concealed cards, and also has a Trekking Shoes in the hand as well. But here we go, that Lightning to the discard finds the Iron Bundle, but we don't exactly need that just yet. It feels like we gotta at least find shoes for something, but we were talking about it. I mean, no other Raging Bolt, so here comes that Poke Gear, what we're talking about, top 7.
All right, top 7 cards. Can we find that Sada? Can we find a supporter? And with 2 prized. No, we cannot. This is looking tough here for Nathan. Again, no Pokemon, no supporter. Right now, we can attach for turn to Bellowing Thunder. 140 damage. That's not even enough to knock out Radiant Charizard of all things. Was this just a pass? Are we going to Burst Roar? Oh, we have one more Trekking Shoes. Can our feet find us that supporter? Another Pokemon. Not too bad.
Okay with that, but going to flip Tails here.
Tails, unfortunately, can't quite gust anything up. Maybe Nathan looking to strand one of those heavy Drago V, especially with so many energy already in the field and in the discard pile. Just a pass there for Nathan. Again, this is their turbo deck. You're supposed to be attacking turn 1. You've passed twice. Well, granted, the first one was your first turn. You'd definitely like to see a knockout by now, especially when there's this juicy Squawkabilly EX in the active. Such an easy possible knockout, but really showing the downside of those 2 Sada prized. As we move it back now to Makani. It's just going to be another Pokestop. And hey, we're going to discard 2, but we're grabbing the very ever important pink card, the A-Spec, Canson Cologne. Oh no, nothing really to shut down. I don't think we can conceal card on your opponent turn. Energy switch there. What are we attacking with here, though?
Yeah, I think, honestly, Makani has now had a wrench kind of thrown in the plan here, because Nathan didn't take a knockout here, right? So Makani preemptively powering up the Radiant Charizard here, saying, you know what, I know you're gonna, take 2 prizes, but honestly, playing a little bit slower of a game right now. So it is going to be the research where we are going to be able to find some key dragon Pokemon, Wancho. There's the Drago V-Star, and also found the Giratina as well.
All right, as well as that A-Spec play before the research, the Prime Catcher, bringing up the Raging Bolt, and nicely, Mew EX, free retreat, nice pivot there. So we have our options. Are we gonna use the Legacy Star here? Just possibly try and get maybe a couple of energy switches to be able to attack. We do have the Earthen Vessel. Was that Grass Energy attached for turn? I can't quite remember. I believe that was attached for turn, so I don't think we can attach any of these. It's gonna have to be double energy switch, I believe, if we want to attack this turn.
Honestly, Makani's deck is also starting to dwindle too, and this is without the use of the Legacy Star. Usually we kind of dig through the deck, especially faster after the Legacy Star, but we haven't actually seen it just yet. Here's the first teal dance that we're going to see, hoping for an energy switch. We're not going to be able to find it, but no, that was the attack return.
Oh, okay.
And we do have the Ultra Ball, discarding the rest of the dragons here to find the second Drago V-Star, because we know Raging Bolt has an amazing comeback factor here, but Makani is doing an amazing job of securing this board right now.
No, definitely. Look at all these energies in play. That Drago ready to go. The Giratina in the discard pile. Things are just lining up here for Makani. And if I was Nathan, maybe might be time to start thinking about that game too. Just because, again, you have one trick. You can do infinite damage very easily. But we didn't quite get to do that. And it's very hard for these decks to really have that comeback potential. Typically, you're the one pulling ahead, and you're trying to maintain that lead. But how would you come back here for Nathan if this Raging Bolt is knocked out?
This is such an interesting kind of position that we're in if we're Makani here too, because I think it is where my brain would go first, is going with Lost Impact to just take the first 2 prizes. But we know that we have a jamming tower, at least in the deck, and we could get something kind of started with a Dragapult. But of course, just the most obvious option is going to be that Lost Impact, sending those 2 grass energies into the discard here. It's going to go back on over to Nathan Stratford, who has only had 1 Raging Bolt to work with, but we do have an Ogerpon finally hitting the bench at this turn.
Top deck of the Teal Mask Ogerpon. A little late, but maybe better late than never. Able to accelerate energy, get 1 extra draw. But we're going to spin that Pokestop first. Ooh,
no.
Bye-bye, Sada. Luckily, there is the Palpad in hand, so we can always put that back. But technically, now there is only 1 Sada in the deck. That's extra sad just because we haven't used any yet. But there it is, that Palpad shuffling in the boss's orders and the Professor's Sada. We did get the Nest Ball as well, so we can reestablish some Pokemon here. Maybe the Pheasantipity, just to flip the script, draw 3 extra cards. Crucial resources here for Nathan. Can we draw the ever-elusive Sada, though? That is the question.
We have a ton of draws too, Wancho. I mean, we have the 3 off of the flip the script, hoping to draw into something. The Bravery Charm looks good. Finds another Nest Ball as well, so we could Teal Dance. This is where Raging Bolt starts to pick up its speed here. Finds the Night Stretcher as well, that we can find more grass energy. We can definitely get to 280 this turn. That's not the question. It's a fact of, can we set up another Raging Bolt? Can we find that Sada's Vitality here so that if things start to kind of go awry, we can get it going? But I mean, Nathan doesn't know this. We all do at home. The first 2 prizes that he's going to pick up are both of those Sada's Vitalities.
Yeah, I'm honestly not too confident we can make it to the 280. We're really struggling to find the Sada. Yes, we still have Trekking Shoes and 1 more Teal Dance. That's 3 extra cards we can possibly see now. And it has to show up at that point. Oh, wait, do we have the Sada?
Yeah, he has the Energy Retrieval in hand, actually. So he has the Energy Retrieval to go on ahead and grab the fighting and the grass as well, so we can Teal Dance and then attach for turn. Still, though, finds the Sada, so we are able to get it going especially more, but here comes that Bravery Charm here. Makani has to find that Jamming Tower and maybe even the Hawlucha too.
Crucial top there. The Sada, you heard me just wince there. A sigh of relief here for Nathan, because now we get to do what we want, which is just knock something out, do a lot of damage. And again, that Bravery Charm, that's what I was wanting to see, because we need to take the hit. If for Nathan to come back into this game, he has to prevent Makani from taking a prize card. And with 290 HP, and if we can eat a hit, things could be possible. Another thing of note as well is maybe we just start taking out like crucial resources with the 2 energy now in the lost zone, a couple energies in the discard pile. That could be something we need to start counting. That's still trying to see what else we can play, and we are just going to go ahead and Bellowing Thunder. 4 energy, 280 damage. That's a knockout on the Drago V-Star. Back now to Makani. Promotes the Mew EX, pivoting Pokemon. Pretty good. Can we find a way to weave a knockout here? Maybe the Jamming Tower. We'll have to see it. One more energy attachment on that Radiant Charizard makes things a lot easier as well. So that's essentially our best attacker here. But we need to find the Jamming Tower. I'm not sure if it's not prize. I don't think I've seen it hit the discard pile just yet. Let's see here. Yeah, Makani, let's check.
Honestly, I'm looking at the size of the deck right now, and honestly, without that Super Rod, I'm not quite sure if we're going to be able to make it past a Legacy Star without Super Rodding here, but it is going to be the Iono, so I hope Nathan enjoyed looking at his 2 Professor Sada's Vitality in the hand and that Prime Catcher, and also the bundle as well that I was going to talk about for the pathing around Radiant Zard, because it's all going to be sent to the bottom of the deck, but Nathan is going to be able to draw a Professor Sada's Vitality, but more importantly here, Makani's going to be able to draw Pheasantipity here. 3 extra cards, but there's just 3 supporters. That doesn't feel too good.
3 supporters. I don't think I saw the Jamming Tower just yet. Yeah, again, didn't quite see it. Again, it has to be the Jamming Tower. Attack with the Radiant Charizard. Everything else seems a little bit too tough. We could always attack here and Jamming Tower later, as long as we eventually get that knockout. However, if we do that play, that opens up Nathan to maybe promote the Radiant Greninja, forcing Makani to have another Boss Sword. But this is it. But that was the Legacy Star. Finds the Super Rod and the Jamming Tower he needed. Super Rod again, just because we're getting so low. I think there's like 1 card left in the deck. Bumps the Pokestop as well. That's good to see after he disrupted the hand. And there it is, just the Combustion Blast. 250 damage onto the Raging Bolt. Bravery Charms currently not working out as we move it back to Nathan.
This is a very interesting spot to be in here if you're Nathan, because you do have the Sada's Vitality in hand, but you also have the Iono in hand. I believe it was the Super Rod take, obviously, for Makani here. So it will be the Earthen Vessel now coming down. There is no doubt that we have enough to be able to hit this Radiant Charizard, but also go around for another couple of cards here. But it feels like hitting the Radiant Zard is the only option here, because I'm not quite sure. I didn't really catch it how many energy switches Makani's used yet here, but we'll find the Prime Catcher and a couple more trekking shoes as well. So Nathan's still going through this deck as quickly as possible.
I would love to see maybe a counter stadium here, just so that we have the Bravery Charm, just because we did see Makani grab the Super Rod with the Legacy Star, right? And with 1 card left in the deck, even if you knock out the Radiant Charizard, it could always just be shuffled back in and very easily drawn thanks to the Pheasantipity. But here it is. Just going to be 1 more draw, 2 more draws here with Teal Dance. Couple of cards to work with. Didn't quite find another Raging Bolt to possibly get the full effect of Sada, but we have 1 more shoes to try and find the Raging Bolt Pokemon Catcher. We're playing it. It is heads.
But what do you go for?
Do we just start to stall potentially? Oh, we're grabbing the Pheasantipity. Track and choose once again. In that case, we need the Pokestop, because again, that Radiant Charizard has free reign to knock out the Raging Bolt right now, thanks to the Jamming Tower.
Attach for turn onto the Raging Bolt EX here, but we still have access to concealed cards, but it is just going to be the Iono. So going to save Makani from the deck out here, but still at this point, I mean, I'm kind of concerned that if we're unable to find that stadium bump, it's kind of curtains for this game one.
I like Nathan definitely has to shuffle the hand now, because that is the deck. As we are we're drawing a couple of cards. I see a Nest Ball. No stadium just yet. Is there any way for Nathan to draw a little bit more? We can't take this knockout.
Well, we do have concealed cards, I believe, still available to us as well. We've used both teal dances, but the thing is, we have to be very careful of some of the resources that we have left, and then it's just Radiant Charizard with Jamming Tower still there. That's going to be a game one going on over to Makani Tran, winning it there. Honestly, really interesting showing from Makani on just going through the entire deck as quickly as possible, but you can't help but to think as Nathan, like, man, I missed a knockout on turn 1. That hurts.
No, definitely. And again, we got to see Makani get really utilize the Radiant Charizard. This is a Regidrago deck, but I really feel like that card is the MVP with the Jamming Tower. Makes things a lot easier. But again, right now, I like the Iono as well, the disruption on Nathan's side near the end, but the fact that Makani basically had no cards left in the deck, is that really disruption? As we are going to see the replay here, and the first big attack coming from Makani with the Apex Dragon copying Lost Impact, and followed by Nathan here, just finally able to set up, has a lot of Dragon Pokemon, has a lot of energy, 280 damage for himself. And just back and forth, knockout. But the big one here is a knockout with that Radiant Charizard, that single prize Pokemon with the Jamming Tower. As, again, Nathan going for the Pheasantipity, that's typically the correct play after an Iono, but the fact that the Radiant Stars are just ready to attack with the Stadium, definitely tough, as we are now going into our game 2.
Well, Wancho, I, for one, just looked at the prizes, and I got a little bit nervous for Makani on this one, but Makani is going to go first, as Raging Bolt does love to go second. And starting with Kyurem here, now a lot of the times Regidrago V-Star players would kind of reel back in their chairs, say, I don't never want to start Kyurem, but maybe versus a deck like Raging Bolt, it is kind of an okay place to be. You'd rather lose 1 prize than 2, but here comes our first deck search here. We're going to count out all these Pokemon. Of course, Giratina V-Star is going to come in to play at some point with that Lost Impact. That really did help Makani last game, but Wancho, look what's in the top right of the prizes.
The ever crucial Jamming Tower, and unfortunately being in the top right means it's a little bit tough to get. Oh, that means those Bravery Charms are gonna just have free reign on this game. But right now, Makani just has to play it out. Try and really set up the board. We need a second Regidrago V potentially. We have an energy on board, and I like what you said. We have the Kyurem in the active. It's gonna be single prize Pokemon are the key. And hey, technically, Kyurem is a single prize. We'll take that.
The problem is, Wancho, if you also saw in the prizes, Squawkabilly is also in there too. So we kind of have to deal with whatever our hand has for right now. We can't go on ahead and reset. I do see an Ultra Ball in there, so we could start to get another Regidrago V down on the bench if we wanted to here. But it is all about how we are going to try and work around having no Squawk. I see an Iono, I see an Earthen Vessel, I see a Goodra as well, but I don't see another direct way to kind of keep pushing through the deck other than that Iono for next turn.
Next turn, but will next turn be too late? Can Nathan show us why Raging Bolt is this explosive deck? As Makani here, again, this is a tough choice. Thinking about grabbing the Cleffa, just establishing 2 single prize Pokemon and playing around the Iron Bundle, but no, it just has to be the second Regidrago V, just playing around possibly a Prime Catcher. We are going to see the Earthen Vessel there, getting the discard on the Goodra V-Star. And that's a pretty good Pokemon to have as well. Maybe turn your Pokemon into 360 HP behemoths, but I'm not sure how useful that would be if Nathan has a capability to has infinite damage, essentially, as we are going to see the Nest Ball now on Nathan's side. Luckily, Nathan should have access to their Squawkabilly.
They do, but you know what? We prized 2 Sadas last game, and now we're going to prize 2 Ogrepons this game. And that's actually a really important card in this deck because we're freely able to attach with Teal Dance, one of the best abilities that we have in Standard right now. So Nathan is playing in 2s here, but granted, yes, we do have access to the Squawkabilly. We do not have Sada in hand right now. But the question is, are we going to use these Earthen Vessels to throw away all that energy inside of the discard right away here? I think that is the proper play because we definitely need at least 1 lightning or fighting energy on this Raging Bolt EX, but there's the only Ogerpon we're going to see so far until it is taken from the prizes here, but there it is. There's that earthen vessel, and vesseling away in a vessel is always an A-OK plan, but this Ogerpon is going to have to do a lot of work this game.
Well, luckily, maybe one is all we really need as long as we find those Sadas. Sadly, Sada isn't prized. Attachment for turn, Sada gets you 2 plus the plus the Teal Dance. That is 280, so that technically works out. It just really expends everything to do that play now. But first things first, we need to get there. Nathan has another Earthen Vessel, gets 2 more Grass Energy. We can draw more with the Teal Dance. We can draw more with the Squawkabilly. What can Nathan put together?
As of right now, I'm just scanning down Nathan's list really quickly. I think if we squawk away this Pheasantipity, I do not believe it has a chance to come back into play. We don't play a Super Rod, so once it's going in the discard, it's going away. So I like how Nathan just preemptively going to bench it because that is such an important card in Raging Bolt here. But still, here's our Squawk and Seize for 6 cards, finds the Prime Catcher, finds another Raging Bolt, and finds the Greninja as well. But Wancho, we don't have Sada, and we don't have a way to conceal cards.
Yeah, there's 4 Sadas in the deck, and we have yet to find it. I don't think there's any way to draw any more Radiant Greninja. Technically, you could draw, but then there's no way to get energy. Nathan here, just really struggling. As going for the switch card, hiding behind the Radiant Greninja, not the play you want to do, but the play you have to do. Present a single prize Pokemon, and Makani can breathe a sigh of relief. He has one more turn to put things together, essentially try and take the lead once again. Attachment for turn. Can we put on the aggression with the Prime Catcher as well here? Things are getting close. This could be Makani's key to getting into the top 8.
This is very interesting because if we're able to Prime Catcher that Raging Bolt on the bench here, which it is going to be the Pheasantipity, interesting, and then we hit the Iono, that could have been the other Raging Bolts in the hand actually go down as well, but Pheasantipity is going to be brought up into the active, and Iono is going to draw each player a fresh 6 cards here. What will Makani find?
We do see the Ultra Ball on Makani's side, so that means we at least have the Regidrago V-Star. I don't think I saw the energy or the energy switch just yet, but we do have the Legacy Star to try and work with. Definitely, as we are going to use that Ultra Ball. Definitely going to look for the Regidrago V-Star. Can you imagine a world where Makani just knows Nathan's prizes and just goes for the lone Teal Mask Ogerpon?
Listen, that would be crazy, but we do have Regidrago V-Star hitting the field. The hand isn't really giving us much of an option to do anything other than Legacy Star here. We really got to get some resources, at least an energy switch here too, unless you want to just kind of trap the Pheasantipity, but obviously you have to take the first 2 prizes in this matchup if you're either deck here. So we'll see what Makani decides to do here. I do believe I did see another Teal Mask Ogerpon, but I didn't see another attachment.
Yeah, nothing just yet. Again, we still have... what else can we do? Again, we just need to find that energy, but... Do we have the Giratina as well in the discard pile just yet?
No, we only have the Hisuian Gudra V-Star here. So this won't even take the most amount of knockouts here, or won't even take a knockout here, but it will be the Legacy Star. Makani is going to, of course, grab the Energy Switch and the Super Rod here. Another Energy Switch did go down, though, in the Legacy Star. Something important to kind of note out here, but Makani thinking on that second option. Honestly, the Super Rod is a good idea. I'm looking at Makani's list right now.
He does play 2 Super Rod, and just seeing both to get discarded off the Legacy Star, I definitely understand debating about taking that, but just taking your other A-Spec seems really good. Maybe we can close this out before we even need the to Super Rod, right? The deck is still pretty thick. Let's just try not to deck out, as right now Energy Switch is played, and it might just be Rolling Iron here for 210 HP remaining on that Pheasantipity. Pretty good. That means this Regidrago has effectively 360 HP. Is there any world at all that we can get this we can knock out the Regidrago?
There is a world, but I actually really like the Hisui. I know Hisui and Gudra was basically our only play here, but it's also really important to note out, and Wancho, the reason why you picked Dragapult in your caster picks is because of how strong it can be. We could easily find a Prime Catcher play where we're able to maybe Hawlucha, one of the Ogre Pawns, bring it into the active, and then see a 4-prize turn on the Phantom Dive using a little bit of some damage counter math here. But it's back on over to Nathan Stratford here right now. Honestly, he does play a couple copies of that switch card here too, which would be super needed, but drawing the Briar and not the Professor Sada's Vitality. We've only maybe seen one in the entire set so far.
Just the Sada's just hiding from Nathan. I don't quite see any other way we can draw. We've already used Radiant Greninja. I don't see any shoes. Is that a Pokegear at least in hand?
That is the Pokegear in hand, but a matter of what can I do here? I mean, I think there's a way to recover energy within the hand, whether it be a energy retrieval. There's also just a fighting energy in hand, but how do we get Fezandipity out of the active is the big question. So it is going to be the Pokegear here. Hopefully we'll hit Sada. We hit Boss and Sada and Professor Sada's Vitality, where you were able to attach basic energy from your discard to 2 of your ancient Pokemon. Finally, we get to see this key card in this deck get something.
Is it going to be enough, though? Do we have enough energy to do 360 damage? Again, Raging Bolt 70 times the amount of energy discarded, but right now, because the Rolling Iron was used on the Regidrago, it has an effective HP of 360. There's also not the most effective Sada, just because it is to only 1 Raging Bolt. So right now, one's a little bit late. There is only 5 energy in play. I believe that's 350. Does have the switch card.
Does fix a little bit of the math, at least for the Hawlucha waiting in the wings here. But I mean, with Briar in play in the hand as well, we could see potentially a Myriad Leaf Shower down the line if we're not knocking out this Regidrago V-Star all the way through here too. But I like the Bravery Charm play onto the Fezandipity as well. Very aware of the damage spread that Regidrago V-Star can do with Dragapult's Phantom Dive, but it is going to be just 1 energy short for Nathan with 350 damage.
Can you imagine a world where 350 isn't enough to knock out your opponent's Pokemon? That's the Pokemon Trading Card game right now, but I have to give it give props to Nathan for attaching the Bravery Charm onto that Fezandipity. Definitely puts it out of range of something like the Hawlucha. Yes, it still could get knocked out from something like the Dragapult attack potentially, but again, at least we're playing around the Hawlucha as Pokestop is used there, grabbing the Earthen Vessel. Discards a couple, an energy plus the Ogre Pawn. Could be important. Again, we're out of rods here. Makani discarded them using the Legacy Star and opted not to take them back, as we are discarding another Pokemon as well. How much energy do we have left to work with? Can it still get still get 2 energies there, at the very least? And the nice thing is, we still have the energies on the active Regidrago, which survive the turn. Again, the downside of the Ogre Pawns being prized, only having access to 1, we were 1 energy short, and even the suboptimal Sada as well. Just these things coming together, just putting Nathan at the back foot.
This is going to be very interesting because we know that because both Super Rods are down, we know that Makani has both Radiant Charizard and Fezandipity EX in hand. We could see a Teal Dance. What I kind of want to see from Makani is the use of the Prime Catcher here, but there's that Giratina. Very important here. Could we see Prime Catcher onto the Fezandipity, another Rolling Iron? And then, honestly, Nathan might be down a heavy amount of resources there.
Yes, but again, Radiant Charizard does hit the board. Again, MVP of the last game. And a great Pokemon that plays around resources, sometimes only requires 1 energy attack. And quite easy to power up, that's for sure, as we do see the energy attachment at the very least onto that Regidrago V. Right now, without Alolan Executor, without the Jamming Tower, there's no way to actually no way to knock out the Raging Bolt at the moment. But maybe we go for something else here, as Prime Catcher is going to be used.
Makani just eyeing up a target at this point. It is going to be another Ogre Pawn here, so I think Makani is just trying to line up the potential Hawlucha play at some point here. I mean, we could also go for the Giratina, but Makani definitely very smart as well, just knowing that if we're only seeing one Ogre Pawn on the bench, it's definitely two of them in the prizes, worst case scenario, but where do you go from here?
Makani potentially trying to set up a 6-prize turn would be very, very cool. Do 200 damage onto this Ogre Pawn, and then make it, again, you mentioned earlier, the Hawlucha could take a knockout, and then potentially it's just going to be a boss, Pheasantipede, Dragapult knock out the Pheasantipede as well. Sorry, the Squawkabilly, and then knock out the Pheasantipede as well. That could be a very, very cool turn. Again, just really setting things up as we are going to Rolling Iron once again, 200 damage. I'm sure Makani would have loved to use the Dragapult instead, because this Regidrago has an effective HP of 90 right now, thanks to the extra 80 buffer that Rolling Iron provides. That's not too much, but hey, that's 200 damage.
Well, we do have a couple of ways to draw some cards here if we're Nathan. We have a Teal Dance available. We do also have a Concealed Cards. I'm very nervous for the Pokestop going first, especially because there is a chance we mill this Sada right now. Prime Catcher, Energy Retrieval, and Ultra Ball here.
I was never worried. You just got to believe there. And then you draw into 3 items. One of them has your A-Spec, which is also a way to switch out. But right now with the 10 HP and all the energies on that Regidrago, that has to be the prime target. So it might just have to be Teal Dance attached onto the active Ogre Pawn. We do have the Sada. At the very least, actually, because of the Rolling Iron, we're forced to discard 2 energies just to take this knockout, which is a little bit annoying.
Still, though, Professor Sada's Vitality going to attach those 2 Lightning from the discard and draw 3. We definitely have the knockout here, Wancho, but if I am Nathan, I want to get my 3rd Bravery Charm out as fast as possible here, just for the other Bolt here. Like we said, this matchup, while may seem kind of simple on paper, whoever gets 2 can kind of pull ahead very quickly here. The math is lining up for a lot of funny stuff on Fandom Dive. Now, a lot of the times, though, I mean, sometimes you can calculate it with something like a Kyurem as well, but that Kyurem is going to stay on this bench the entire game.
That's for sure. And, you know, sometimes it's also tough to hit those bench Pokemon, especially you can't necessarily damage the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. Terra Pokemon are protected on the bench. I'd have to force that into the active if we wanted to use that Kyurem. Maybe Nathan just suddenly plays a chorus just out of nowhere, so we could use that. Could use the Kyurem for free. No, but yeah, Sada is the name of the game. Was that Trekking Shoes?
Discarding the Sada? Yes, it was, Wancho.
we're just having a little fight right now, so I don't want to see her.
Yeah, still though, that's 3 Sadas down right then and there, and while, yes, we can get Ogre Pawn out of the active, we want to see a switch cart really badly right now, and I don't even think Nathan has access to it.
Yeah, the 3 Sadas in the discard pile, but again, it was okay to discard just because I did see the Pal Pad in hand. That makes it a little bit more, yeah, it hurts a little bit less, especially since you can just put them back in. So the deck is looking pretty healthy at the very least. Very low size of the deck means Pokegear surely hits one of the Sadas eventually. But a lot more energy in play, a lot more damage in play as well, though. But Nathan here, at least lining up to take the first 2 prizes of this match. Yeah, Emily, there was 350 damage done, 400 damage done on Makani's side, and yet this is going to be the first prizes taken.
Yeah. Usually, so I was talking to a couple people, and they asked me what deck I would have played if I was able to enter this regional, and I would have played Raging Bolt for sure because of how quickly, you know, you can take those 2 prizes off of Regidrago because you're able to hit these large amounts of damage onto something like an Archaludon EX, and so far Nathan has struggled to get there. Now, granted, we get an Ogre Pawn off the prize and an Earthen Vessel as well, but look at these damaged Pokemon all just waiting here in the wings. We don't really play a way to get out of, you know, these Pokemon back into the hand, right? We don't play a Penny, for example. So we just kind of have to hope that it is going to be Makani just slowing it down a little bit.
Slow it down. I'm thinking about why not we win this turn?
Sure. We can win this turn. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, Reggie Drago V-Star, if it could copy something like Phantom Dive, all it takes is a boss's orders on the Squawkabilly plus the Howlucha. That's a 6-prize turn here. There is the capability, as we are going to see the Teal Dance. Gets attachment, gets an energy on the field, gets one more draw. I would love to see the hand. What can we make happen? There's an energy switch. There's a Nest Ball. Was that the Pokestop? Oh no, losing the Reggie Drago V-Star. How many do you have left? I know we have no more Super Rod.
Losing the Howlucha.
And there's one in the prizes. There's no more Reggie Drago V-Stars in the deck.
No, and there's no way to get them both out either. Wancho, both of the Super Rods are down.
Ooh, I went from Makani could win this turn to how can Makani win?
This is so interesting too, because there could be a line with powering up something like the Radiant Charizard when we go back to that, but now we have to figure out some alternate win conditions. And look at this, Wancho, there's no energy switches, there's no energy. There's a bunch of, Ultra Balls, I think, and maybe an Iono, but you know what there is also, Wancho? A game number 3. We are going to be heading into a game 3. A very unfortunate Pokestop there from Akane Tran is going to seal that fate. We are going into our game 3 here. Nathan Stratford going to be bailed out of a weird prizing situation once more, and we'll see what happens in game 3 between two very good friends.
Who, Makani, probably not going to be playing Pokemon Go anytime soon. Again, Pokestop discarding the last Reggie Drago in the deck, and then your Reggie Drago V-Star itself discarding your Super Rods. Ooh, that's why it's a game of resources with the deck, right? As much as you want to be aggressive, you also have to think about the long game. Can I close this out? Technically, Makani had the capability to do that, but not with the Pokestop. Right now, here we go. We're going to check the replay. First Pokestop here, very, very clean. You just got to believe. Grab that Ultra Ball, Retrieval, and the pink card. Why not? And then this was, again, this was a very, very funny Burst Roar for effectively 10 damage onto the
It's very true.
onto the Reggie Drago V-Star. And was this it? Was this the just the scoop because of the Pokestop? Yes, it was. But right now, game number 3. I'm glad we got it. So what would you like to see, Emily?
Well, it is going to be Nathan Stratford going first here. Obviously, you want to deny Raging Bolt the opportunity to take its 2 prizes as quickly as possible. Starting Pheasantipity, though, not my favorite thing, but we got to talk about it. You know what Nathan's looking for with that Nest Ball. He's looking for Squawkabilly, but I have some bad news for Nathan. It's in the prizes. Honestly, I feel like Nathan's, honestly, the last match as well, this match, everything everyone needs is just in the prizes today. So it is just going to have to be us working with the hand here. Now, Wancho, here's something very important. We do have the Professor Sada's Vitality in hand. We are going to grab the Raging Bolts. I think a lot of the times players are really kind of thinking here like, hey, maybe I grab the Radiant Greninjas to be able to draw through the deck a little bit more, but no, we have the Sada guaranteed in hand already. We can go on ahead and attach to Pheasantipity for this turn, so we can retreat it next turn, but we have 1 Raging Bolt, but at least we have a Sada in hand. We can get something going here.
Is 1 Raging Bolt enough, though? Maybe I wouldn't mind seeing at least 2 more cards, just because even if we get the Sada, we get the attack, we're capped at what, 140 damage, just because we have to discard the energy we attach this turn. We need a little bit more than Sada for 1 energy. But hey, we're gonna have at least the Pokestop to work with. Oh, we still have the trekking shoes as well. Can we find some Pokemon? We're going jogging here. What do we find in the grass? Oh, a switch card. That saves you 1 energy.
That definitely does save you 1 energy here. It is going to be Nathan just using it right away to bring Raging Bolt into the active. So we are going to be able to hit with what we have right now, with no access to another Raging Bolt or an Ogerpon as of right now. We can attach return, and we can also Professor Sada's Vitality. We can hit 210, which can knock out this Teal Mask Ogerpon in the active, but we are going for some Dragos here.
Wait, Makani's hand, does it have anything to work with? I'm looking at any supporter. Is there any? Oh, there's a research. Okay. For a second there, I thought we were just stuck with this 1 Teal Mask, 1 Reggie Drago V. We did get a couple of energies attached. Has the Nest Ball as well. Could possibly hide behind a Cleffa, potentially, as we do see it hit the board. This forces a little bit more out of Nathan's hand, possibly, oh, I was going to say the Iron Bundle, but with the Kyurem now in play, now we need the Prime Catcher or a Boss. Boss is not going to cut it, because then you can't use Sada. So just like that, Makani actually establishing a very solid board here.
See what is going to happen also off of the grasping draw as well. Cleffa, a very appreciated card now for a while. You know, Reggie Drago V-Stars players have just been playing it. It's just one of the best. And honestly, Makani's draw there was pretty good. I did see the Dragapult come into play, or come into the hand here. We'll see how Nathan is going to respond with a little Cleffa in the way.
There it is, Professor Sada's Vitality, able to attach 1 energy, draw 3 cards. You got a Pokestop. That might be the only thing really playable at the moment. But if you believe...
It's disaster, Wancho.
You get shoes, you get shoes.
It's disaster. You hate to see it, honestly. Discarding 2 supporters, not just 1. Nathan digging through this deck as much as possible here. Finds the Ultra Ball. So yes, we can get the Cleffa out of the active, but then there's that Kyurem bench from Makani. Very smart play here. So it is going to be another Ultra, or it is going to be the Ultra Ball coming down here. We're really going to go for it. I see the Radiant Greninja pluck right away to the front of the deck here. Not going to go for the Teal Mask because, of course, you just want, you know, you want to see as many cards as possible, Wancho. 2 cards is better than 1.
Definitely. Again, very, very powerful ability. Concealed cards. Discard an energy. Draw 2. I'm trying to think of like the perfect 2 cards I'd like to see. And I don't think there is a perfect 2 cards that get us out of this situation. As Nest Ball plus the Iron Bundle. Again, Iron Bundle not effective. Nest Ball is something I'd be happy to see just to get the Teal Mask Ogerpon. That nets you more cards, that nets you more energy in play. Yeah, I think we're just going to have to take out the Cleffa here.
We get 1 draw with the Teal Mask. We get 1. We'll see.
But what 1 card helps here? Maybe another Teal Mask Ogerpon to go into another draw to get the Prime Catcher.
Certainly, that's the way this works. Certainly, that'll be the 2 miracle draws we get here, but it is going to be 1 Teal Dance to start us off here. There's the draw. It's another Bolt, unfortunately. At least we got another one set up here and has another Sada's Vitality in the hand, but this is the one thing that Raging Bolt EX hates to do, and that's go into odd prizes.
Yes. Again, you have so much power, and it's being wasted on a 30 HP Cleffa. No, never mind. You can,
the pass is so smart, though, Wancho. The pass is so smart when you really think about it here, right? Raging Bolt does not want to go onto the prizes, but look how quickly Makani is playing. Going to go on ahead and discard here using the Earthen Vessel. Knows exactly what he wants to find here, and that is just going to be more draws, more grass energy for this Reggie Drago V. Knows that he has to finish this match in order to be able to claim victory.
Yeah, he has to play this fast. With 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in the round, he essentially has to take 2 prizes right now before the time runs out and then possibly win in turns. So Makani here playing as fast as he can. That's why there was no deck check. Once you're into this situation where game 3, where it's possible, it's definitely possible you can win. Sometimes you have to play a little bit more suboptimally, but very, very quick. And timer ticking down. Need to attach your energies. You got a Teal Mask. You got to draw your cards. Yet he has to announce the attack before the timer is up. 2 minutes should be more than enough, especially with the speed. Look at that! Pokestop didn't even let it go. He knew he was going to draw the energy switch plus the Prime Catcher.
Didn't even have to use the Legacy Star there either. Just naturally got everything he needed. And honestly, Wancho, it's such a pain for Nathan because couldn't find the Bravery Charm to survive that lost impact as well. Granted, I mean, a lot of the grass energy is off the board now, but now look at Nathan. Nathan has to figure out a way to, you know, knock out this Reggie Drago V-Star.
With that, Makani should have enough in the tank to win this game with 2 extra turns. It's definitely possible to take 4 prizes, especially against something like Raging Bolt. So this is now Nathan's game to not lose. I don't think Nathan can win this, especially, he has to take a knockout right now and then take 4 prizes within the turns. But with 1 minute remaining and this pace, I have to guess, it's just, can Nathan's possibly playing for the tie at the moment, especially when we're this behind. We're going to go ahead and flip the script, draw 3. We need to find some single prize Pokemon to hide behind. I think the only single prize Pokemon might be the the Radiant Greninja and the Iron Bundle.
Yes.
So we're going to have to hide behind these water Pokemon. But just to force a little bit more out of Makani's hand as Pokestop, only the Earth Infestal. Would have loved to see the Bravery Charm there, though. But
Just a reminder for the trainers at home, Bravery Charm is a tool. You cannot grab it off of Pokestop. It is not an item. That one's gotta hurt, though. Nathan has a couple of routes to go down here. We can obviously see Naga. We do have the Sada's Vitality in hand. We do also have the Raging Bolt EX in hand. We'll see how it is going to go, but we still know that Makani does have access to the Legacy Star still, so even if we're running low on some energy switches, for example, we can still go on ahead back and grab those. I'm going to use the Pal Pad here for an Iono and a boss here because I think it is going to have to come down to time, as the time has been called.
time has been called, and now Nathan just cannot win this game. Makani has the capability to. I think if they tie, I think there's a possibility for Nathan to make it into asymmetrical cut while Makani can't. So this is still a very, very important next couple of turns. This will determine who will be able to make it to cut. Again, with the Iono shuffled back into the deck, it's a matter of trying to disrupt, trying to, again, just slow Makani down. But with Legacy Star still available for Makani, it means he still has access to anything in the deck. Can we put things together here?
Okay, still trying to find it through here. And we know that Makani was able to pull Jamming Tower off of the prizes as well here, so we do have a little bit of access, but I like how Nathan is really evaluating all the resources. Every opportunity right now is very important. Here's the draw. We'll be able to find the Prime Catcher. Could be a very useful tool to help us a little bit later on. But as of right now, we don't have a way to disrupt the hand here. We can't, get the potential for Radiant Charizard, and that's going to kind of be our key factor here. We find the Bravery Charm, though, but unfortunately for Nathan Stratford, that Jamming Tower was just pulled.
Yes, again, Bravery Charm can increase HP, makes it harder for Makani to take knockouts. Again, at least you're still forcing more resources out of Makani at the end of the day. And at the end, that just has to be the play. Again, play as many cards as you can to make it harder for my opponent to win this game. We need to find, again, maybe the Iron Bundle, maybe just bench that now just for safety, just for later. And right now we are going to use the Pokestop, though. Can we find the Iono that would shuffle back in? That is the ideal supporter at this point, not the Sada. Unfortunately, nothing on that Pokestop. Not on the Pokegear, excuse me.
Unfortunate there here for Nathan. We're still just checking discard piles. It is very important to see what your opponent just has access to every single point here. I mean, we know that we have the Sada in hand, but the lines here are really important. I love the Bravery Charm. Once again, going on to the Pheasantipity EX to avoid things like potentially, a Trifrost, potentially a Radiant Charizard as well, kind of late game too. You would just be 10 out of range, but it is going to be the Prime Catcher here. Nathan Stratford actually trying to go for a little bit of the stall method here instead of just going for the prize race that you're already down.
Yes, I mean, Regidrago V3 Energy Retreat. You could maybe try and, first there's the Pokestop, grabbing the Ultra Ball at the very least. Yeah, you can try and evolve it into the V-Star and still just Energy Switch attack with that. Maybe I would have liked to see the Prime Catcher on the Kyurem instead. Yes, it's like one less retreat, but it's essentially an attacker that can really not attack, forcing Makani potentially to just try and only switch is possible. But again, I'm trying to see the resources. What's in Makani's hand? He has a Prime Catcher at the very least. That's a switch card. Can we close things out? Again, it's also very crucial to talk about the energy resource right now, right? Because loss impact is very costly. It's two energy to the loss zone. As we are going to see the V-Star power used here. Discarding, again, not many important things, but at the very least, we get two things back. What are we grabbing, Emily?
It's tough, right? I think the usual obvious choice kind of goes down to an energy switch, right? You only get 4 of those, and the Super Rod. We know that from last game, unfortunately for Makani, ditching both of those Super Rods was kind of where it fell, but once again, doing another energy count here, potentially grabbing the vessel as well to thin just a little bit more, which I do not blame Makani for, and especially if we haven't used too many energy switches. Actually, we have 2 in hand. Definitely don't need to grab it off of the Legacy Star here. So it is going to be that Super Rod, grabbing back in all of these grass energies, because you know what Makani's plan is. It's potentially just lost impact, and another lost impact.
Yes, and again, that's pretty tough to do. Again, that's a lot of energy we need on the board. That was a lot of energy in the discard pile. I was trying to do the count there. I believe there's 2 fire energy plus 1, 4, 6. There was 4 grass energy in the discard pile plus 2 grass in the lost zone. Makani plays 7 grass energy. We are going to Earthen Vessel here, get 2 of them. 1 has to be attached to the Drago plus the Teal Dance. We can put it together. We have the energy switch. We have the attack right now. Do you have another attack, though? And we have to chain that with another boss's orders, potentially. Things are getting tense.
The thing is also, Wancho, there's also one of the grass energies in the prizes. So we actually have to go lost impact, and send all of those grass into the lost zone here. See what Makani has to cook up. Of course, they're starting with our Teal Dance here. A manual attach on over to Regidrago V-Star. And here comes that energy switch onto Regidrago V-Star. The Prime Catcher is obviously going to come out, but we are going to thin even more down. There is the Ultra Ball. Looking through the deck one more time, has 1 grass available to him in the deck.
Is there still a Rod in the deck? That's what I was trying to check as well.
See an Iono.
There might not be enough to close out this game here.
Oh, interesting.
Without another Rod, we only have 1 energy left. We need to pull the energy off the prizes, potentially, to try and lost impact again. Because we're going to lose 2. We're going to lose 2 energies to the lost zone. 1 in the deck, 1 in the prizes. That might be the only case here. Does play the Jamming Tower. Plus the Canceling Cologne, again, on that Radiant Greninja. That Radiant Greninja just smells lovely at this point.
Very true. It is going to be that Prime Catcher, though. I think pretty much the obvious target is going to be the Raging Bolt, but I could also see Makani going for kind of the taking away the battery to the deck as well, taking away the Teal Mask Ogerpon too with the 2 energy loaded up onto it. Nathan has done a really good job of conserving the resources, though. We know that there's another Raging Bolt in hand. I believe there's a Sada's Vitality in this hand as well, but it's coming down to these, obviously coming down to these last turns, as we are in turns, but every decision counts here. But I don't think Makani knows that this grass energy is actually at the top of the prizes. He will not pull it off of this lost impact here.
I like this a lot better, knocking out the Pheasantipity, because you know your opponent just was trying to draw into that Iono earlier, so preventing them from taking 3 extra cards is pretty big. So, and we know there's no way to get back that Pheasantipity. Top deck here, energy retrieval can get you more energy to try and conceal cards. Again, we're finding the Iono, try and maybe limit the hand. Again, Makani has to put a couple of things together. It has to be 2 more energy, plus a boss's orders, because there's a Radiant Greninja in the active. Grass energy was not drawn off the prizes. We have 1 energy left in the deck. This is why I like superior energy retrieval in this deck.
It's true. I love superior energy retrieval just as a card as well, but I'm trying to still decide, and I'm still trying to see Makani's hand. Do we have another Super Rod here? Because I do believe we have the Radiant Charizard ready to go here. We do see a couple of energy switches, but is there a way that we can find Radiant Charizard to find Combustion Blast here? I do believe we are going to use the Pheasantipity here. We do have the Pokestop in hand to bump the Jamming Tower as well, so we can definitely get the attack here, but it's a matter of bumping the stadium and making sure that Makani can't fight back here. But that is a very difficult amount of cards that we need. There's the Sada, the Bravery Charm, and the Fighting Energy. Has the Pokestop in hand, this Raging Bolt's going to be standing tall.
Definitely, 290 HP effectively. A line that could be possible as well is maybe we do be the aggressor here. Maybe we just knock out this Regidrago V-Star, force 2 more cards from Makani, right? We force another energy, 2 energy switches, and the Regidrago V-Star, as opposed to forcing, what, 2 energy switch and a boss. It's a matter of what you want to force from your opponent, right?
Still, this is actually probably the most tense game that I've, casted so far this weekend, because both decks, you can see Makani's deck literally laid out just trying to decipher how many cards he has left. Once again, all of these draws are very important, and each player, I believe, this is Nathan's technically started on turn 0, 0, 1, 2, and 3. So it all comes down to essentially safeguarding your board enough where that Pheasantipity is not going to get bossed into the active, but see the concealed cards, finds the Iron Bundle here, but also finds the Switch card as well, too. Nathan Stratford, these last decisions, Wancho, mean everything.
Yes, again, can we safeguard our board? Couldn't quite find the Iono. Teal Dance, 1 card. Oh, it's going to be the Nest Ball, though. There's no more. Oh, there's still 1 more Ogre Pond. Do we have another Grass Energy to try and draw a little bit more? Well, try and draw 1 more card. Again, it might just be Iono. But again, right now, I'm still trying to think for Makani's side. Is there a way he can take a knockout? We're just going to have to wait to see if he can put things together. Energy retrieval there, grabbing the grass plus the fighting energy.
I don't blame Nathan for taking like extra time here. Every draw counts here. We'll be able to pull the second Raging Bolt. We will definitely see an attack, Wancho. It's just the matter of, I just don't think Nathan knows that Makani's last grass energy is at the top of the prizes. So it could very well just be the attack and then kind of cross your fingers and we could be ending in a tie here. But I believe that if we end in a tie here, it's going to guarantee Nathan going into cut, but not Makani.
Yes, so again, this is a very, very important tie for Nathan. But yeah, I think it seals the deal. I think Nathan should be able to just, well, take the tie at this point. We have another boss, could force out the Regidrago V. If we can't disrupt the hand, hey, let's disrupt the board. Now we're forcing the switch, double energy switch, and the boss's orders. It's a big hand. The fact that Makani isn't just putting things down, I'm sure Nathan is just breathing a sigh of relief, as we are going to Earthen Vessel here. Maybe if we fan it out, maybe it's just hiding behind one of these cards. No, it's just one grass energy.
And the last Regidrago V-Star isn't even available to us, Wancho.
Yeah.
Like, this Regidrago V is just going to be sitting here, and I do believe this just has to be the tie. I think a bunch of supporters are left in the discard here, but I don't think Nathan knows that. Connie playing it out all the way through here, but this is definitely the last turn of the game. See, 3 cards?
So off the Siono. No, there it is. There's the tie. Nothing we could do. It's just not there. Again, it's a matter of resources. And with that, again, Nathan takes the tie, which is essentially just a win here at this point, right? That possibly guarantees him into asymmetrical cut. Very, very big, but huge congratulations to both these players. Again, that was such an intense game of Pokemon. And a masterclass from both, again, the Regidrago, just trying to see the resources. Resources, just the name of the game. Again, just too important.
It's resources and routes, Wancho. I think for a lot of us, right, when we think of these 2 decks, we think of just, all right, let me just go on ahead and take my 2 prizes. But I really like the way that Makani was really going about setting up a lot of the damage counters around the board. It's so unfortunate for Nathan because we really did not at all, across all 3 games, get to see that explosive start that Raging Bolt does best, which is, throwing away all the energy, turn 1 in from Squawkabilly and Squawkenseas, and then going into Professor Sada's Vitality. It was truly a fight back and forth between 2 very good friends, but it will end in a tie, and Nathan Stratford, I believe, now guaranteed in cut.
Definitely, definitely. Again, here, just quick recaps. We saw the Lost Impact earlier, followed by the Bellowing Thunder just to get those knockouts. But here, again, this was the first game. MVP was Radiant Charizard. Absolutely powerful. But I just have to say, this Pokestop is the true MVP. This Pokestop was the difference between Makani making it into cut and essentially not making to cut. Again, discarding the Drago earlier. But here it is. I believe that was just the Raging Bolt attack, taking a knockout there. Now we're into this game 3. I love that. The very confident Pokestop drawing into double energy switch plus the pink card. Never even let them go. And Makani playing as fast as he could because there was still a chance. Played it just in time. He made it in time, but just not without the right cards, unfortunately. As, again, takes knockout after knockout. And this was it. The end of the game. Makani with access to pretty much everything left in the deck. Nothing could help him out. And just a tie between both these players. Absolutely amazing. Again, that Pokestop. For game 2, Makani was ahead most of that game. In all 3 sets, pretty much Makani was ahead. But just the crucial Pokestop of the Drago V-Star, the difference between making it to the cut. Oh, I feel for him. I definitely feel for him.
And one grass energy too. Just one grass energy kind of separated you between asymmetrical cut and unfortunately seeing where you kind of now fall here. But I believe now that was the end of our Swiss rounds, Juancho. But my goodness, it's crazy to think how one Raging Bolt being piloted by Nathan Stratford will be moving on when I don't believe any of the casters talked about it at all.
Nope.
I would have played Raging Bolt to this event. I think it was just a really good call. But Nathan Stratford moving forward, playing the Bolt with a lot of control around him, I think.
Raging Bolt. Maybe this is the sign for everyone to start dusting it out. Maybe it's time to pick it up once again in this Drago meta. Why not? But I mean, even against Drago though, Makani again felt very much ahead in that game. I believe in his Swiss rounds he actually beat 3 Raging Bolt if I'm not wrong, and yeah, so but yeah, maybe it just takes Nathan Stratford to be able to pilot the deck effectively, and we got to see it again. It was a very interesting list as well, very turbo. The triple shoes, double gear, very interesting list there. But again, just finding those Sadas have to be the key.
Yeah, absolutely. And we really we struggled to find Sada all 3 games personally. Whether they were in the prizes, gears were whiffing, we milled through the entire deck, even hitting one off of Pokestop as well. Just Sada was just more so in the discard, not being used at all. But still, regardless, it was a great match between friends. I'm pretty sure they definitely knew each other's list to some degree here. I know Nathan and Makani both had kind of created the Arceus V-Star Regigigas deck, last season kind of together here. So it was only fitting that the win and in was just met by 2 friends.
Yeah, it's great to just, play the Pokemon trading card game with your friends. And what more in this stage too? Like, with so many people watching and with so much at stake. Oh, that must be quite the feeling, It
has to be.
With that, how about we go ahead and check out our caster predictions, actually. We were talking about that earlier. I'm very curious to see how everyone is doing here. Again, there was...
Defend yourself, Juancho, because they were on you yesterday about your Dragapult, and you're technically right.
Yes, Dragapult isn't the most powerful card in the format right now, but I was covering my bases because technically every Drago deck plays 1 or 2 copies of it. So I was just being safe. Yes, I know Pablo was calling me a cheater, but hey, you've used Terrapagos in so many decks as well. So am I really? But yeah, and then Archaludon, I like how a lot of us picked that card. It did have like a pretty good showing in our day 1. I'm curious to see if any make cut. And then of course, I talked about Pablo, his Terrapagos EX, I think great call as well. Just we've seen the water variant or the pure colorless really do well. The nice thing about Boo's picks as well is there was a Cloth really up there.
7-0.
Yeah, I'm curious if he was able to make the cut. I mean, Cloth, I feel like is one of those decks that shut up in popularity, but then really crashed down. Real quick, just for Boo, did you know crabs have the capability to regenerate limbs and tissue? Hashtag crab facts, ladies and gentlemen.
You know
Hopefully,
she's popping off at home right now.
I'm going to need a couple more if one makes cuts. And then, of course, your picks, the Gardevoir EX and the Regidrago V-Star. I think Regidrago V-Star, very safe there.
I went with Regidrago V-Star because it's just simply the best deck in format. You can't go wrong with it. I wanted to be a little bit spicy with my Gardevoir pick. I know Henry Chow is here, but the last time when I was taking notes for Baltimore, I kind of wrote literally in black ink. I said, I'd be surprised if Gardevoir does anything, and then it wins that regional. So I kind of thought to myself, well, our Chaladon is pretty big. We know that Gardevoir, yes, it can recover from, a Trifrost pretty well if you're, pretty set up for it. So I was kind of going for a kind of a side angle. I was kind of going anti-hype compared to the rest of you guys. So we'll see how it is going to go. I am so excited to see what this top cut kind of has for us here. I know that we are going to be going into something asymmetrical, and I do believe Henry Chow did make cut with Gardevoir.
Ooh, not too bad there. Again, I believe we do have the cut here. Yeah, again, it's going to be an asymmetrical cut, asymmetrical top 16, essentially. Well, not less than top 16, excuse me. But yeah, looks like we're going to have more Pokemon to cast, which is absolutely amazing. And then, but yeah, we missed Chip there just for a second, but he picked Terrapagos and Regidrago. We already talked about both those decks.
I'm sure he'll get to talk about Terrapagos in a little bit too. But we are going to be heading very soon to our asymmetrical top cut. I believe we have some more matches to stream as well. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll be right back very soon.
First,
heads or tails.
I'll take heads.
Yay!
No, boss. That's not very cool. Well,
maybe they're both prized.
Maybe. Teal dance.
You want to tap? It's like my whole deck. I have one card.
I guess I'll cut.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna shuffle.
Oh, okay.
Just because it's you.
I'm gonna cut your shuffle on my hand.
Okay, sounds good.
Howdy trainers, it's time for a Texas-style Pokemon Roundup. I have 3 awesome contestants here who are going to be throwing their lasso at this Snorlax, trying to rein it in and then name its charge attacks. Let's do a brief introduction here. Nighttime Clasher.
Hi everyone, I'm Nighttime Clasher, caster and competitor. I'm a Texan, born and raised, so let's see if I can lasso this Snorlax.
Hi, Dr. Roast Beef. I'm gonna do this thing too.
Hi, I'm H. Shira, and we're gonna see how it goes. Never thrown a lasso in my life, so good luck.
All right, everybody, we're gonna let NTC go first. The 2 of you stand back there because he might need some extra room. All right, you're gonna get 3 attempts here, NTC. You gotta try to hook the Snorlax, pull it in, and then list 4 of its charge attacks. Type the charge attacks in chat because Nighttime Clasher can't see them. Each trainer is gonna get 3 attempts. Nighttime Clasher, attempt number 1. Oh, close. All right. You get 2 more tries here. He's gonna wind up. I think he's going to try a few different methods. Maybe 2-hand toss. Let's see if he can get the lasso here. Oh, okay. Maybe need a little bit more slack. A little more slack on the next one, perhaps. All right, he's going to bring it in. 3rd attempt, and then we're going to get Dr. Roast Beef to come up instead to try this out. 3rd try. Oh, come on. Pull it in. Oh, okay. Super close. All right, Dr. Roast Beef is up. Let's try this out. All right, it's going to be easy. You totally got this. All right, here we go. However you want to hold it, whatever your technique is, it's going to work out. Oh, he's going with the over the shoulder with the slack. Oh, okay. Overshot just a little bit, but I like the form. I like the technique. All right, this is not your traditional lasso, everybody, obviously. Ooh, maybe a little bit too much sauce. All right, one more try. All right, here we go. Oh, he's got an ear. He's got an arm. Come on, Dr. Roast Beef. Ring it. Oh, so close. All right. H. Shira, contestant number 3. So you took notes about what the other 2 gentlemen did. It's going to be very easy to figure this all out. All right, here we go. All right, we're going to get a little bit correction there. All right, ready to go. Attempt number 1. Ooh, okay, okay. Maybe a little more sauce on the next one. Let's see if we can get this lasso going. Snorlax is hard to catch. It's always been hard to catch in the main series games in Pokemon Go. Oh, she's gotten here. Oh, can she reel it in? Oh, so close. All right, one more try. Attempt number 3. Here we go, here we go. Oh, okay, okay. Maybe need a little more juice on that next one. Nighttime Clasher, back up. Let's keep it going. We got to roll through these. All right, he's learned. He's working on it. He's improved. All right, here we go. Yeah, move a little bit closer. All right, here comes Nighttime Clasher. Your EU regional champion from last season. Oh! Oh. Nah, no, a little bit off. Okay. Okay, come on. You just got to hook around the head. All right. All right. He says we're not throwing it far enough, chat. All right, let's try number 3. All right. Yeah, Dr. Roast Beef, he had a good idea. Let's try it. Oh, this is tough. All right, Dr. Roast Beef, in here, quick. All right. All right, I think Dr. Roast Beef has the best form, everybody. Let's see what he can do. Oh, he's going for the twirl. He's going for the, I'm going to stand back. All right. All right, okay. 2 more tries. 2. Oh. A little bit off to the side. See if he can rein it in. I think he's got one ear. Oh, Snorlax. All right, let's try one more time. Here you go. All right. All right. Estira, this is you. I'm sensing it. All right. Here we go. Here we go. She's getting the right form, chat. She's ready. All right, here we go. Ooh, a majestic throw. Just a little bit to the side. All right. Let's try again. Okay. A little bit to the side. It's kind of like bowling, you know? You're tracking to one side. You just got to readjust a little bit to the middle. Ooh, she's close. I don't know, chat. This game might be too difficult. It might be too difficult. Let's see. Nighttime Clasher. Try one more time. All right, chat. He says, all right, chat. He's ready. He's going for it. All right, but despite being born in Texas, he says he's never done this before. I'm going to stand way over here. All right. All right. 2 more tries. Let's go. NTC, you got this. All right, all right. I think you're standing too far back, if I'm being honest. All right, one more try. One more try. All right. Oh, that was the closest one. All right, all right. All right, we're going to give Dr. Roast Beef one more try, because we are approaching the end of the segment here. I don't know if anyone's going to get it. Oh. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, close. You got, yeah, if there's a way to bloom it flat. Oh, that looks like a good one. Do we have it? Do we have it, chat? Oh, he's trying to pop the rope. Is this the strategy? Is this the technique? No! Third off. It's sure. Come on. All right, all right. This will be our last try, chat. Maybe we'll bring this back next year. All right. Oh, okay, okay. A little bit more bloom. We got this. Estira is going to lasso this Snorlax like it's a Poke Rodeo. Come on. Oh, this looks good. Estira's close. She's got the arm. Oh, she does the flip. She does the flip. I think she's got it, chat. I think she's got it. Let's go. All right, Estira, 4 charge attacks from Snorlax.
All right, Snorlax learns Body Slam, Superpower, Earthquake, and Outrage.
Perfect. Perfect. Our champion, everybody. Give it up in chat. Back to the action.
legends and heroes among us, going for the ultimate goal. We came from all over, every one of us with a different story. Competition unites us. Now it's time to claim your glory.
We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Travels from far to play, gonna give all it takes, cause we came to win.
Let's go!
Come on! We came to win, we came.
And Abby Weedle is gonna 3-0 sweep.
Fusion shows up, Fusion takes the raid, Fusion wins.
Torn Ratcliffe, the greatest player of the modern era.
Nils Dunlop is your European International Champion.
「名前は太田咲也です。出身地は千葉県です。一番お気に入りの思い出はシティリーグで初めて準優勝をした時のことです。自信を持って大会に出れたデッキは白馬バドレックスデッキです。ポケモンカードゲームで競争する中で好きなのは試合に勝ってお互いに握手をする時です。お互いに認め合った試合っていうところが好きです。
This is what Sakuya needs in order to become the Pokemon TCG Juniors Division World Champion!
感無量です。嬉しさと喜びがすごいたくさん。目標はこの世界大会でベスト32位以内に入ることでした。
Were you surprised that you made it this far?
Yes. 尊敬するプレイヤーは島田大地選手です。前々回の世界大会で2位だったので、次こそは1位を取るという気持ちに憧れました。
My name is 大地島田。I'm from Japan。世界チャンピオンになることは、僕の夢です。
ベスト2になっても次こそはまた優勝するっていう気持ちがとても憧れました。ポケモンカードで世界チャンピオンを目指している人へのアドバイスは最後まで諦めないことです。今まで競争して一番学んだことは、競争する中でだんだん友情が深まっていく感じの中でポケカがどんどん好きになることです。
I would say a great trainer is someone who's like willing to work with other people and willing to like let other people help them be better, and also just someone who's nice to everyone, because I think it's really hard to be good at Pokemon if you're not willing to talk to other people and help them out.
I would say being able to be humble in your defeats. You can't win them all, and how you handle your interactions with your opponent even during the match and after are very, very important.
I think what makes a great trainer is someone who's passionate about it and motivated enough to learn. You gotta enjoy learning move sets, learning matchups, learning move counts and whatnot. And then the more you play and the more you do, the better you'll be.
I think a good trainer is someone who is kind and open-minded and willing to share their experience with newer trainers so that the game can be more inclusive for others.
I think what makes a great trainer is a combination of a lot of different qualities. I think it's about being honest with yourself when you maybe make mistakes, right? When you get unlucky, looking for parts of the game that are within your control. And also you just have to have this like certain eye for the game, right? Like you can look at a board state and you can kind of analyze a lot of possibilities. I think what really it takes is like kind of looking at a bunch of different successful approaches, finding what works for you, but synthesizing the things that are really good to carry over into your own prep and your own skill as a player.
Welcome back once again, Pokemon fans, to the San Antonio Regional Championship. Absolutely beautiful place, but what's more important than that are the players we have here. Again, we're into Top Cut. We're about to show the best of the best we have here. My name is Juancho Saldana, and I'm joined by Emily Foreman. What a day it's been.
We're finally here in asymmetrical Top Cut, Juancho. Wow, there are a lot of players here. There's a lot of decks here. It's not just Regidrago V-Star across the board for everyone's pleasure this time, but we have regional champions this season within our asymmetrical Top Cut. We do have former international champions within our Top Cut. This one is going to be good.
You know, I'm gonna have a treat for everyone at home. I'm just gonna go ahead and leak the top cut we have. We have Samit Kakadapu. Kukadapu, apologies if I mispronounced your name. We have Grant Manley, Alex Szymanski, Joshua Wallace, Callie White, James Kowalski, Kevin Gomez, Nathan Stratford, Henry Chow, Nicholas Moffitt, and Neo Erlinson. Again, those are the players that have made it into asymmetrical cuts. You know, just a quick leak for everyone, quick preview.
I'm super excited for this one, Juancho. Like I said, there's regional champions of this season within this Top Cut. There are international winners in this Top Cut. There are thousands of people still here and now starting to kind of fill in our seats to watch the stream with us. We have the person who got second at Toronto now in asymmetrical Top Cut. This is extremely stacked.
This is a tough regional to win, but isn't any regional at this point?
Fair.
But I feel like this one's a little special. Again, I have to reiterate, this is the biggest regional to date. Again, the last one I believe was Orlando, Florida, with around 2,360. I had the number earlier, but now it's gone. 2,360, and now we're at around 2,400. It's close. It's close, but hey, this is huge. Like, everything is bigger here in Texas.
We got there, and honestly, I am super excited to see. We have tons of matchups along the line here. I mean, of course, yes, we do have the Regidrago V-Star. We already predicted it. It was going to be the best deck in format, but our top performer for, you know, the entirety of Swiss Samit is on Snorlax control.
Ooh, again, as those control players, there's a couple of them in our cut. As long as these players like figure out the format, like the world is their oyster at that point. They know what they're doing, and the fact that we've been in this format for quite a minute and we're at the tail end of it, I feel like maybe they've solved it. Maybe they have the key to win this regional championship, but we'll have to see. But yeah, or it could still just be the best deck in format, Regidrago. I feel like I haven't casted a game yet this entire this entire tournament that didn't involve at least one Regidrago. Right? No? Have we casted a non-Regidrago match? But it just goes to show why this deck is so powerful.
Oh my god, I think we did just catch 6 Regidrago. Okay, well, like I said, I love the deck anyway. It's a very fun time. But I feel like the theme of this meta has really gone to how do we beat Regidrago V-Star? And that's kind of where I really enjoy taking my casting to, because I think for a lot of us, right, we know how to play Regidrago V-Star right now, right? We know the exact lines that we're looking for. We know the win conditions, right? But it's how does another deck come around and beat Regidrago V-Star? And personally, I'm very excited to see Alex Szymanski in this cup with the water turtle that we've been talking about, Palkia V-Star, and its partner Terapagos EX.
No, definitely. But I mean, if you think about the deck, like if you list out all the pros, right? This is a deck that has a capability to attack and give itself effectively 360 HP. It has the ability to attack for 110 to 3 Pokemon.
Yep.
It can do 200, spread 60. It can do 280 damage. You can flip a coin and knock something out if you're playing the Executor. Not only that, you have a single prize Pokemon that does 250 damage that you can set up on turn. By the time you have your opponent has 4 prizes or 2. You have Cleffa to draw even more cards. You have a V-Star power to reuse resources. That's a lot of things just really going for this deck, you know?
Absolutely. But with that, I do believe our match on stage is ready. And I know I alluded to it just a little bit earlier. And when I said regional champions of this season, and my caster pick Gardevoir, we have Henry Chow here, back from his win in Baltimore, back here in Cut here in San Antonio, going up against someone we haven't seen yet, and that's going to be Nicholas Moffat. And you said it best, Wancho. What is an Emily and Wancho casted set without Reggie Drago V-Star at this point?
Not even surprised. I actually expected at this point. Again, Reggie Drago V-Star against Gardevoir EX. This might be an uphill battle for Gardevoir, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
It seems like a tough matchup, but hey, this was your caster pick.
This was.
How is Henry Chow gonna maneuver?
Well, I'm interested to see how this is going to go because I truly regard Henry Chow as just the best Gardevoir player right now. I'm interested to see how it is going to go, especially because we are playing things like the Spirit Tomb, for example, but also the Mawile with that tempting trap. But I gotta say, Wancho, I'm not liking Drifloon in the prizes, but 2 energy switches on the other side and that Prime Catcher could actually slow Nick down enough to give Henry some time to set up.
Ooh, yeah, and you definitely don't want to give Gardevoir time. You give them 1 turn, and suddenly they have a Pokemon that draws 2 cards. If you discard 1, and they have 3 of them, they can essentially draw 6 cards at that point. But here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, our first game of the asymmetrical cut here in the San Antonio Regional Championship. Nicholas Moffat against Henry Chow. Nicholas Moffat is going to start us out with the Squawkabilly in the active, Reggie Drago on the bench, plus a Nest Ball.
I'm liking how this is going to go so far. Nothing too detrimental in the prizes. Like we said, a little bit of a slowdown, if anything. But you could already see just from that Squawk and Seize, we're going to be focusing on this Kyurem play. Now, it's also something important to note out as well that we are also playing an Iron Bundle and a Hawlucha here as well. So we are going to be going for the math potentially on using the Flying Entry to get those 10 damage counters onto the Pokemon, onto the bench, and maybe potentially find something like a Dragapult even too, so we can save the energy that we already have on the Drago, because when you Trifrost, when you copy Kyurem's attack, you do have to discard all of the energy off the Pokemon, and knowing that 2 energy switches are prized, maybe it's not the smartest thing to do right away.
No, I have to agree. I think playing this specific matchup, you really do have to conserve your V-Star power, especially since the Gardevoir player really does have that capability to disrupt the hand, especially with something like Iono or maybe it looks like it's a secret box instead of, I was thinking maybe an unfair stamp. But yeah, still Iono still to disrupt the hand into the late game, and into the late game, you know, they have single prize attacker. You're looking still for those a couple of key cards. Things can definitely turn around. But yeah, with 2 energy switch prize, I'm curious to see what Nicholas Moffat can put together. At least, again, Nick was able to go first here. We'll get the first attachment. We'll get the first evolution. A lot of pressure will be able to come out.
I'm excited to see where this is going to go for Nick, but I have to talk about Henry Chow. Once again, Gardevoir was my casting pick for a reason. I definitely wanted to talk about it. So this version of Gardevoir only plays 1 Bravery Charm here for our Screamtail and our Drifloon, but it does play the double Monkey Dory. So we are going to be able to use its Adrenabrain ability twice, where we can actually move a lot of damage over onto the side of Nicholas here. But let's see what we have. We already see the Hisuian Heavy Ball coming out. So Henry already knows, probably going to grab, to be quite honest, it's a tough kind of draw here between the Radiant Greninja, because of course you want to draw through the deck as much as possible, but that Drifloon is able to really go out and, you know, explode very high HP Pokemon like Reggie Drago V-Star, but it is definitely a tough call here. The prize is not my favorite here for Gardevoir.
No, definitely. You want to see that Radiant Greninja early. It's a great way to get resources, and especially set up your discard pile. Putting those energies into discard pile really sets up the Gardevoir's EX's ability. But this Drifloon, just too important. I definitely understand, as we are going to start us off with an Irida, not a typical supporter I see in Gardevoir decks. This is a supporter that specifically gets you like water Pokemon and an item. Typically, it's a great way to find your Radiant Greninja, for example. But for this case, Manaphy, very important card. Gotta play around the Kyurem.
Absolutely. I think Henry Chow is always innovating his Gardevoir lists, and this is probably my favorite innovation I've seen yet. And just the Irida. We've seen that Irida is one of the best supporters that we still have. You can obviously use it to find Manaphy, but also using it to find Secret Box. We're usually, talking about Secret Box through something like an Arven, for example, but there's that Moonlight Hill, Wancho. So we're able to discard a Psychic Energy from the hand so we can actually heal our Pokemon as well, plus the fact that we are going to have 2 Adrena Brains out at a singular point. We are going to be able to kind of rejuvenate our bench as quickly as possible here, but of course, your very standard Gardevoir first turn here where we're able to get 2 Kirlia out onto the bench, but without an Arven, with an Irida.
Very, very cool play. Again, very nice way to pick out the tool from your deck. Secret Box, not too bad there. A TM Evolution for 1 energy. You're able to evolve 2 Pokemon on your bench, and now you have 2 Kirlia set up and that Manaphy. Now it's back to Nick. If we can string things together here, we might be able to potentially run away with the game if we can cure him right here, right now. Plus the Canceling Cologne and a Prime Catcher potentially. Oh, there's no Prime Catcher. We'd have to Gust. We'd have to Boss. Might be tough, might be tough.
And that's the thing here too, right? The only Gust that I see as of right now when I'm just looking at the board is, of course, the Iron Bundle, but I don't think we're going to throw Manaphy into the active, right? We could just say, you know what, we'll just lose the Kirlia here. But here comes the Iono here on Nicholas Moffat's side here. Both players are going to be able to draw 6 new fresh cards. I'm seeing a couple of resources here on Nick's side. I see a couple of Earthen Vessels, but on the other side, I do see that Gardevoir EX already ready to go, too.
Not too bad there. And, ooh, I just have to correct myself a little bit. Looks like Nick isn't even playing Canceling Cologne, so there was no capability to go for a big explosive play. We're going to have to play it a little bit slower. Might have to really try and depend on the Dragapult EX attack. But looking at this hand, not that much is going on. Again, you have a Nest Ball. Try and maybe find another Regidrago potentially. Maybe Mew to draw more cards. Maybe another Teal Dance. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how plausible it is to even get an attack off this turn, just because we don't even have the energy switches in hand, because 2 of them, I believe, 2 of them are in the prizes here. So could be a little bit of a slower game.
I feel like worst case scenario, we will at least get to attack with Motivate.
Yeah,
right?
our second one today.
Yeah, there is 2 energy in the discard pile at the moment, and since our energy switches are prized, might as well just do it the hard way then.
Absolutely. There it is, that Teal Dance already for 1. We see another Ogerpon. We just want to get all this energy in play if we're Nicholas Moffat here. Finds the fire energy as well. But there's the question and there's the answer. We will be seeing another Motivate play just for this 20 damage, but we know through Phantom Dive that this math is actually pretty important. This 20 right here, if we're able to find a Gust next turn, we could take down this Ralts, even if it turns into a Kirlia next turn, because if I'm looking at the list correctly, I just want to double, triple check. Yeah, I'm not seeing a rare candy, so this Ralts is going to have to turn into a Kirlia.
I mean, we could always Monkey Dory to damage out, try and potentially save that Ralt or Kirlia if we really needed to. So there's still definitely a line, but that 20 damage could definitely matter. But most important thing, that Regidrago is looking a little bit healthier with the energy attached. I like this play. Let's play this a little bit slower. Maybe we can end the game with the Kyurem instead of trying to win the game outright. I believe Nick Moffat is also playing the Howlucha, which is a very nice card. I think something Nick could also set up here is maybe 6 damage on the Manaphy, plus the Howlucha could knock it out. I'm trying to think, too. It's like you never, ever want to leave that damage on the board, though. Monkey Dory is just such a powerful card in this format. We'll have to see how it plays out. But right now, Henry Chow, a couple of refinements in now. There's some energy in the discard pile. Still has a Ralt in the active. He could evolve. I don't think I see an attacker in hand, though. Now, we could always attack with the Gardevoir, which is nice.
Yeah, it definitely is something that we can go down, but when we're kind of thinking about it, we do also have, I think I saw it in hand, I think we have a Night Stretcher for that Drifloon within the discard, but I think it's also important to note out, we don't directly have a way to get the Monkey Dory just yet. The Artisan, the one of Artisan, is actually in those prizes, so honestly, also just to say that Henry does play one copy, apparently, of Nestball, if my eyes are reading right on this list. So we are just going to go on ahead and keep getting set up here. I would love to see this Moonlight Hill come down,
that
too.
Would be very cool.
Because it would be cool. We would be able to heal that damage as well. But the Guardi EX is there. Do we just toss the Iono, even though we know that Nicholas didn't really do much last turn?
Maybe we stop Nicholas from doing anything, but right now, do we need more cards in hand? No, it's going to be the Iono play. Both players are going to shuffle their hands, put in the bottom, draw six fresh cards for both players. I'm sure they're not to beat up about it.
There's the Monkey Dory off of the draw as well. Honestly, only one. I thought I saw both. I was like, oh my goodness. But there's that Spiritomb. Spiritomb obviously not going to do too much in this matchup because Fettered in Misfortune only turns off basic Vs. So it doesn't turn off Legacy Stars. So it's an easy thing that we can ditch with something like an Earthen Vessel here, but we'll see how it is going to turn out. There's that Moonlight Hill, Wancho, and we are about to go get the energy that we can start healing this damage.
Yeah, we even have the Earthen Vessel already in hand,
right.
So we could potentially attack with the, not attack, but use the Monkey Dory.
Yep.
A lot of options here for Henry. Want to see how he plays it out. Looks like it is going to be the Earthen Vessel, discarding the Spiritomb. Imagine if that could shut off the V-Star power. I'm sure that's going to be in every deck, right?
Crazy. Spiritomb was such a pain, last season in particular, but I like how players are playing it now even still for things like Rotom V and for Luminion V as well. It's still a very, very good card. It still has held up all of these years, and definitely a card maybe not a lot of players will miss with rotation, but it is going to be the hard retreat onto the Ralts. I think you're right, Wancho. We are going to be seeing the Miracle Force here, but here we go. There's that evolve into the Kirlia. Maybe we'll see the Moonlight Hill, but we definitely have some more drawing to do.
Yes, one more refinement because we do have a fresh evolution. There's the, again, Monkey Dory with the Dark Energy. Do we have the Moonlight Hill in hand?
Yes, we do. We do have the Moonlight Hill in hand, but let's talk about this Adrena Brain ability that Monkey Dory has. As long as it has the Dark Energy attached to it, it's very important that it does. You get to move 3 damage counters from one of your Pokemon to another. So here we go. We're going to use it. We're going to not only move the damage, but we're also going to heal with Moonlight Hill. We just got to attach 3 Psychic Energy for free and take that knockout.
I really, really like this play. Look at that technology we have. Not only did we protect the Kirlia, now that Gardevoir is fresh. That means not even a lost impact can knock this out. Not too bad there. I was even thinking, if you only had the Monkey Dory, what do you try and save? Do you try and save the Gardevoir? Do you try and save the Kirlia? But thanks to that Moonlight Hill, we're all good. We're nice and fresh. Back to Nick, though. Is going to be able to Ultra Ball, discarding that Giratina. Yes, that is a Giratina V-Star and the Radiant Charizard. So now, right now, we have access to Lost Impact and the Kyurem attack. I think those are the only 2 dragons at the moment. What are we eyeing out?
The problem is, Wancho, like, it just doesn't feel good, right? It just doesn't really feel good at all to go on ahead and Lost Impact, especially when you're not really taking the 2 prizes for it, right? Gardevoir is still perfectly healthy. A lot of the times, players see, 3 damage counters on that Gardevoir and say, you know what, and here's my math for Lost Impact. But that Moonlight Hill actually coming into play really well here. Now, Henry does only play 1 copy of it here, but I think it is going to be a lining up of the Trifrost that you were talking about a little bit earlier, because we did see the Dragapult pull here, but here comes that Super Rod, assuming it is going to be for that Hawlucha play that we've been talking about, probably also the Radiant Charizard and a Fire Energy too.
Yeah, it has to be right now, right? If we're going for the Dragapult attack, because we do have it in the hand, we still have to find a way to discard it, possibly maybe an Ultra Ball to find the Hawlucha. We can't just Dragapult, we just can't Phantom Dive right now and leave the 6 damage counters on the Gardevoir board, because it's not going to stick. There's a Moonlight Hill. It's going to heal 30, and then that 30 damage left is just going to get thrown back into your face. But there we go. We have the research for the research, discarding the Dragon Ball, drawing 7 fresh cards. Do we see a way to get the Hawlucha, however?
And you can't grab it off of Nest Ball either, because then flying entry doesn't actually come into play. It has to be off of the Ultra Ball here. Something that's really important about Nicholas's list that I just noticed is that we don't play Jamming Tower here. We don't play Jamming Tower. We actually play Collapsed Stadium here. So a nice way to get maybe, for example, a Squawkabilly off the board, maybe a Reggie Drago V-Star without any energy off the board. But that actually doesn't come into play at all.
Yeah, if you play the Collapse Stadium now, you could lose the Iron Bundle. Maybe you use the Iron Bundle. You could take out 1 Ralt from your opponent. That can limit their board. I mean, I feel like the Gardevoir board, you need every single bench space. Look at that. You have your draws. You have the Pokemon that's protecting the bench. You have the monkey that throws back damage, and Ralts with the capability to evolve. So, hey, taking one of those out might not be bad, and especially taking out the Moonlight Hill that's healing. Healing your opponent's Pokemon. Right now, I believe it's just an Earthen Vessel grabbing 2 grass energy at the moment. The deck's already really thin. We haven't used, or have we used the? No, we haven't used the Legacy Star yet. We can at least attack. What else can we put together here?
I think it's just time to line up the math with Dragapult. I don't think there's no point of using Kyurem with no Canceling Cologne in the deck. I wouldn't feel too comfortable expending all of these resources off of the Lost Impact, but I do understand why we would go for it here. Unfortunately, we did place down Fezandipity. Now, granted, we could get rid of the Iron Bundle here for something to move in, right? But we need to find the Hawlucha reliably. I think I do see an Ultra Ball here, and it will be that line. It will be the discard of Iron Bundle, and now Henry has a very important choice to make here. Like you said, Wancho, every Pokemon on this board is very important.
Definitely. I think the least important Pokemon on the board might be the Ross that hasn't quite lived up to its potential. It hasn't quite evolved just yet. We can Phantom Dive now. We do have the Ultra Ball. Maybe take a 2-prize turn, which isn't too bad. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind maybe just seeing Rolling Iron instead if we had it, but looks like we don't. That probably would have been a better attack. But no, it's just going to be Phantom Dive. 6 damage counters on the Gardevoir instead. Maybe hoping that the 3 damage counters can stick, right? Yes, you're going to move with the Monkey Dory. Maybe you don't have any energy. But with 2 Refinement Curlias and a hand of cards, I doubt it.
This one's going to be interesting here because we know with Monkey Dory and Moonlight Hill still active, that 6 damage counters can easily very much go away here. But it is going to be the refinement away of the Mawile. We don't need that Tempting Trap just yet. But I really love how Henry's deck lists always just cover every option available. I think that's very, very smart. But here comes the second refinement, getting rid of the Hisuian Heavy Ball here. I was unable to see what the draw was, but I actually think it was the second Monkey Dory with the Darkness energy as well. This could be huge, Wancho.
Yeah, why heal when I could throw that damage in your face, right? 6 damage counters, thank you very much. Curious where we're going to put it, though. Could put it on something like the 2 Ogerpon, set those up. Oh, no, there's a Fezandipity. We can set up possible knockouts in the future. But yes, Adrena Brain, just such a powerful card. I was talking about earlier, whenever we talk about Reggie Dragos, how many tricks they have up their sleeve. And if I could think of a deck that can combat the trick fight, it definitely has to be Gardevoir. They have so many options. They have the double Monkey Dory. Gardevoir can attack. They have Driplim, plus they have the Scream Tail as well. So many options. They can even attack for confusion. So this is a battle of the tricks right here, as it is just going to be
Miracle Force, just another Miracle Force. It's not going to take knockout, but I like what Henry is lining up here still. We're still stacking on this damage as much as possible, and we still don't have a reliable way to get this Gardevoir EX out of the active. I was doing a little bit of studying before this regional about Gardevoir in general, because I think we've talked about the archetypes of Guardy, quote, fast Guardy and slow Guardy. This is a very fast Gardevoir. Not only Gardevoir player, but a Gardevoir deck, right? We've seen punch after punch after punch. There's that Hawlucha, though, with that flying entry. Very important here. Notice how that 1 damage counter went down on the Manaphy. I can easily see another Phantom Dive this turn coming out from Nicholas Moffat, and then we will be able to at least see potentially a Trifrost from game very soon.
That's for sure. Again, at least this time, the Phantom Dive will lead into a prize taken, as opposed to a Phantom Dive for 60 damage to my face.
Yes, very fair.
So definitely a little bit better, but all we're taking is one prize. That's a lot of damage right now on that Reggie Drago V-Star. With only 30 HP remaining, we could lose it to a simple Adrenabrain. Is this a time to collapse Stadium, you think?
Yes. Okay. Interesting.
They might. I feel like these players are just. Oh, I'm trying to see if he conceded or if he's just showing his hand.
This player, unfortunately for Nicholas Moff, is going to draw one too many off of an Iono. And I believe, if I'm going in my head here, I believe that's a double prize loss. And that would mean if the hand isn't disrupted for Henry, we can simply just go. And if there's an attack, right, if there's a Phantom Dive, we can knock out the Manaphy, then just bench the Screamtail, and then go get the Pheasantipity on the bench. That is a huge loss for Nicholas Moffat, especially because we could have seen a Legacy Star very soon. We have two Dragos essentially set up here. This would be a huge loss.
Yeah, this game is still so early. So many things can happen. So many possibilities. But again, sometimes even the top players, again, these are some of the best of the best. But mistakes do happen. And again, unfortunately, one extra card has to be a 2-prize penalty at that point. It's tough. It's tough. I feel for Nicholas. Especially, you don't want this to happen, especially in the asymmetrical cut of a regional championship. And against a matchup you're fairly confident in, you know?
Yeah. Especially when you're super favored in it too. When you have the correct lining, you were lining up perfectly, right? The Hawlucha was definitely, you could see the writing on the wall, right? You knew that you were going to be able to line up for Trifrost as well. It was a really great start, but unfortunately drawing one extra card off of the Iono was just going to kind of throw everything to the wayside. You could have even, Wanjo, hear me out here, you could have collapsed Stadium away the Pheasantipity to take that liability off of the board as well here. So if it's a 2-prize penalty, I see Henry Chow just winning this game one, just because we have everything in the hand that we need.
I feel like what Nick was about to do was he was about to retreat the Reggie Drago, then play the Collapse Stadium, because that Reggie Drago has 30 HP remaining, right? So all it's going to take for Henry to win the next game, to win in the next turn, essentially, it just move 30 damage with the Monkey Dory, take that 2 prizes, and then just bosses orders the Pheasantipity. So, but Nick was able to find the route to potentially save him here, but with 2 prizes down, I don't think there's a way he can essentially win this.
It's a little bit tough, right? Because if it is a double prize loss, it's definitely just scoop and go next. But I still just have to give my flowers to Henry, because this Gardevoir deck, when it's going super turbo like this, we're not used to seeing a Miracle Force multiple times as the main attacker in its own deck, right? Even, before, last rotation, we had Zacian V, we had Shining Arcana Gardevoir, and this Gardevoir EX has always kind of been the battery. It's never been the main attacker, but thanks to the support of double Monkey Dory and even the Moonlight Hill, really, I mean, you're sending all this damage over, you're not taking any damage yourself. It's a really fun way to play Gardevoir EX, and I'm really excited to see if we can continue going, what the next steps are going to be, but we still have a couple of games of Pokemon to play here.
No, that's for sure. I mean, worst case, we're calling this a turbo deck, but then at the end of the day, he doesn't even play Rare Candy. It's
no Rare Candy.
Such a consistent deck. Being able to find with the secret box with the Irida, or maybe something like the Arven, just having access to that TM evolution is just so powerful, and we got to see it. This board is just so beautiful. Looking at the double Monkey Dory, looking at the double Refinement Curlia, I couldn't think of anything better.
Yeah, me neither, honestly. And like we were talking about, Henry Chow, the winner of the first regional of the season, Baltimore, and coming back in stride still with the same deck archetype playing extremely well. I know a lot of top players talk to Henry. This is really his bread and butter of a deck. When you find a deck that you just click with, Wancho, it's just going to click. I've actually got to see Henry at a couple months ago still playing Gardevoir. I know Henry is very active in his local scene of Long Island, so big shout outs to them just because I've traveled out there a couple times. So we love to see Henry up here. Nicholas Moffat too, a great player with many accomplishments.
Oh, 100%. Again, these are the best of the best. This is the cream of the crop, ladies and gentlemen. Over 2,400 players. We only have a couple of people in our asymmetrical cut. But again, even the best of the best. You know, we're only human. We still make mistakes, especially the biggest stage of them all. Oh, the big stage, right? A lot on the line. It's tough. One card was the difference between potentially still being in this game and maybe it's time to go into game 2.
Yeah, that's the tough part, right? Especially when you look at just, you look at the board, right? And both players are able, you know, we haven't really seen a lot of setup, at least for our sets, right? For the past couple days, you know, we see like 1 or 2 Pokemon here, but we finally get to see a matchup where we're really kind of seeing all of the pieces in the puzzle start to come together, and that just to be halted to a stop just makes me a little sad, but I am super excited to see where the rest of this set is going to go.
No, that's for sure. I mean, if we think about it, right, if without the prize penalty, I feel like Henry Chow is still in the great positioning to just still win the game. I mean, the double Monkey Dory, I wouldn't be surprised to be able to see him take 2 knockouts back-to-back, especially with the Pheasantipity. Even if you still collapse Stadium, the damage, Reggie Drago, you still have the capability to boss the Pheasantipity, take that knockout, and you still have the big button, I'm going to knock out everything I want because I have Driplet.
Absolutely. Well, we do have our head judge back on stage here. We're still trying to figure out how we continue on into this match here. Thank you all so much for still hanging out with us, still watching some Pokemon trading card game. We're still getting back to the match as we are just, you know, we're trying to do things correctly here. Once again, this is a symmetrical top cut. These matches count not only for, of course, the money and the packs, but this is a lot of points right here too.
Yeah, I mean, a lot on the line, right? Invitation to the World Championship, $10,000, 100+ Pokemon packs, why not? And of course, the beautiful medal and the prestige of being a regional champion. Granted, these players don't need any more prestige, probably.
Very true.
But we'll take it. We'll take another badge to our case, right? But, again, tough. It's tough here. Double prize penalty, potentially. We'll have to see what else can happen.
See how this one is going to go. I know Nicholas was able to at least get 1 energy switch off of the prizes. We still have 1 in there, but also the prime catcher is there as well. That's
true.
But it looks like we are going to potentially be resuming the game. And now, Wancho, it is going to be that double prize penalty like we had said, but it is also going to be your retreat play into the collapsed stadium. So we're going to be able to at least get rid of all of the damage counters on this Regidrago V-Star.
Yes, a funny way to heal. Sometimes you just have to throw away the Pokemon. That's a way to get damage out of the board. We do have the energy switch, like you said. But yeah, there it is, the Collapse Stadium. Let's get rid of the damaged Pokemon. Hey, let's also limit our opponent's board. What do you throw away at this point? This is tough. You throw away a Refinement Curlia, probably the Monkey Dory. You can't throw away the Manaphy. It's just too scary.
My whole thing is, we have Screamtail in hand, Wancho. We do have Screamtail in hand. Now, granted, we could get rid of a Monkey Dory. We could also get rid of the damaged Curlia as well. It's not really a game-breaking decision right here, especially knowing that Henry only has to take 2 more prizes here. But I do believe we are going to see the Phantom Dive. There goes that Manaphy. There's that 200 damage onto our active Gardevoir EX. And by the way, that Henry is moving so quickly now. We found even the Nest Ball here, potentially, but there is the Screamtail like we had talked about. We do have to retreat the Gardevoir EX, so we are going to do that, move our Screamtail into the active. Henry is going to use Psychic Embrace to attach all of that energy, and you can even double Monkey Dory it all off and then use Roaring Scream to take the first game here in our top cut and masterclass from our regional Baltimore champion, Henry Chow, on the same deck with a little bit of tech.
Henry Chow maybe looking to add another regional championship. His medal is being feeling a little bit lonely. But yeah, again, Gardevoir taking the first game of the set against Reggie Drago, the best deck in format. This was supposed to be an uphill battle, but I felt like Henry Chow was just in control in most of the match, really. Is this down to Nick possibly just foregoing something like the Canceling Cologne? If you give, again, all it was is if the refinements stay for one turn, so many things can happen. It's, again, you just can't let Gardevoir get away with it. As we do see the replays here, again, what started us out was really the knockout on that Squawkabilly. 2 prizes, very, very easy 2 prizes there. But, then back to the Nick Moffitt. Force the rods into the active with the Iron Bundle and put 6 damage counters on the Gardevoir, which didn't stick. And, of course, the game-winning play. Let's shout really loud and take a knockout on that Pheasantipity EX to take the first game. Whew. Very, very tense here. Again, Nick, don't count Nick out yet. Great player, great deck. I wouldn't be surprised to see if this goes into a game 3, to be honest. But right now we have game 2 to enjoy.
I think it's really important to note out that Henry has been on Gardevoir for a long time. I think when a lot of players lose faith in their decks, sometimes they just naturally will go and move to a different deck, right? So for example, we know that on paper that Reggie Drago V-Star has had a very favorable matchup into Gardevoir EX for quite some time, right? So a lot of players have switched off of Gardy, but not Henry, right? Henry has innovated tips and tricks into his deck where it makes the matchup feel a lot more palpable. The 2 Monkey Dories, the Irida, for example, to go just be able to grab Manaphy, so you don't have to use a Buddy Buddy Poffin for it. You don't have to use Artisan for it. So it's a very interesting list that he has, but I'm gonna giggle to myself as we are starting quite possibly the one Pokemon that I didn't think Henry wanted to start with at all. And as we're going to move into our game number 2.
Definitely, definitely. As we do see the Spiritomb in the active against the Squawkabilly. Unfortunately, Spiritomb only shuts off Pokemon V. Squawkabilly EX, a newer rule box type, is free to fly here, and it's free to squawk in C's. I believe Nick is gonna start us off. Maybe we'll have to see. I'm not seeing too much motion just yet from either player. Might be Henry Chow actually. And it is going to be Henry starting us off. It's going to go ahead and use that Earthen Vessel, discarding that Urda. Unfortunately, we can't play supporters on the first turn of the game. We can get some energy. Do we have any way to get Pokemon here?
Well, Wancho, I want to direct our attention to the prizes.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Well, we know that Henry is not playing a rare candy here. So this is going to be a little bit of a tight squeeze here. Now, granted, there was also a interesting way that we could have actually started with Fluttermane. And if we had started Fluttermane, then we actually could not have gone in and squawked and seized here. But yes, we are going to be doing our counts right now. 2 Curlia in the prizes. Not my favorite thing. Still, 2 Psychic Energy, not that bad either, but the Professor Turo scenario could come into play, and the Iono too. But I think the biggest thing to note right now, 2 Curlia, bottom of those prizes.
Ooh, at the end of the day, you're still going to be able to draw into them for sure, since they're at the bottom, unless you play the Hisuian Heavy Ball or something to shuffle up your prizes. But then
you don't want to shuffle that up, Wancho.
Exactly. So Henry Chow is going to have to maybe adjust his game plan. We got to see the attacking Gardevoir, 310 HP, moving things around. Maybe he has to depend on his other side attackers just to guarantee his Gardevoir is safe, because it's a little bit more precious, right? It's really hard to get into it. There's only, and at the end of the day, you're only going to have 1 refinement. I like that the Artisan is just in hand, as well as the secret box too. So if we want it, we can even get Buddy Buddy Poffin here eventually. Just hard drawing, opening hand to ace-spec, but no, it's just gonna be a pass there. Pass onto Nicholas, just a lone Ralts and a lone Spiritomb, nothing too crazy.
I like how Henry isn't expending the resources though. Luckily for Henry, he does at least have the 1 of 2 Curlia available to him that he can evolve this Ralts into next turn. we already talked about it. I don't think this Artisan is also going anywhere either, unless we want to play Collapse Stadium really early to just bump it, but that would kind of be a waste of Collapse Stadium. So we will be able to actually set up a little bit more if we're Henry for next turn, but Nicholas Moffat has, I believe, a lot of cards in hand that we can work off of this with, right?
Oh,
we have the Reggie Drago V-Star. We also do have the Teal Mask Ogerpon here. So using the Artisan actually to grab Iron Bundle potentially. You can also use it to deck check if you really wanted to, right? And this is a perfect, acceptable time to do that on your first turn.
Why not? Knowledge is power. After all, Artisan able to look it through your deck, find a basic non-rule box Pokemon. We're going to grab the Iron Bundle. Hear me out, Nick.
I'm hearing you out.
Emily, there is a very cool play that could potentially happen. We could use the Iron Bundle. Maybe let's go the turbo route and pretend we're Roaring Moon. That's a Dragon Laser turn 1.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying that a little bit earlier. I, for one, love using all of my resources as quickly as possible and then regret it a lot later, personally. But honestly, we could see it. There is only one Ralts, but we definitely don't want to use as many resources as possible just because we know what Henry is capable of the moment Henry gets set up here. But I love Turbo. I would love to see Roaring Moon kind of like make a big splash again, but it is going to be this Ultra Ball. We can definitely guarantee it is going to be a Reggie Drago, or actually, no, it'll be the Dragapult here. I can definitely respect wanting to just get all of the dragons into the discard as well, but for me, I know I'm not that lucky. I know after this Squawk and Seas, I am not drawing away to Reggie Drago V at all. I'm not drawing a Nest Ball, I'm not drawing an Ultra Ball, and I know I'm not drawing the V itself. But still, this is a very key part of the deck. Just discard as much as possible.
No, let's hope Nicholas's luck is a little bit better than that. Just so we can see a game here, but okay. Ultra Ball grabbing that, again, the Dragapult EX, very crucial card in this deck. We have the Mew EX, plus just the research, 2 energy switch down yet. I don't think we're going to see the play I was just talking about.
Unfortunately, no, Wancho. You know what we could see, though? We could see all 4 energy switches within the first turn. I'm sure nothing else would go wrong here. But let's see if we have the out to Reggie Drago V. Oh, we do. Okay, I was like, wait, hold on. We do have the Nest Ball here to go on ahead and grab that Reggie Drago V here.
Just the Reggie Drago.
Yep, just the Reggie Drago. It's okay. Some of the cards like to hop out of the deck sometimes. But this is still a very commendable setup here coming out from Nicholas Moffat. Dare I say, do we see the Motivate play again? I'm not quite sure.
How many energy do we have in the discard
pile?
pile?
0. It doesn't matter.
We're going to rod back the Reggie Drago V-Star. Not too bad there. If we don't want to expend too many energy switch, we could even just Teal Dance, attach, and then energy switch to that Teal Dance, and then we could still knock out the Ralts. I'm just saying, things are possible here to go a little bit crazy, but no, I feel like we don't have to go crazy. You're right.
We don't, but it would be very fun. Playing fast is very fun, but it is going to be the Collapse Stadium play. You know what? I really respect this, though, coming out from Nicholas Moffat. Here's the thing. It is all about setup for Gardevoir, and as long as we are denying that setup as much as possible, that works for me. But little does Nick know, if he attaches to Reggie Drago and then just go on ahead and just pass, right? We have Secret Box in hand for next turn. We can get this Arvin. We can find another stadium. Granted, it is the only other stadium in the deck is that Moonlight Hill, but that feels a little bit more late game than right now.
Well, there's 2 energy in the discard pile now because of the Squawk and Seas, so I'm very confident to think that we have the potential for the Motivate play. But right now, let's Teal Dance a little bit, draw 1 more card. Why not? We have the A-Spec too, but okay, we're not attacking. Well, we're not doing a big attack right now. Ooh, I like this play as well. We'll use the Iron Bundle right now. Force the Ralts into the active. The Ralts doesn't have any energy. There's no more Artisan in play. I mean, you can't TM Evolution to a Ralt in the active. But we'll have to see. And it is just going to be the attachment for the Motivate. Attaching 2 energies, not too bad. Against Squawkabilly EX is just the jack of all trades. It has so many tools now. I mainly just use it to draw, but getting 2 extra energy from the discard pile, absolutely amazing. So we pass it back on to Henry Chow. Again, we did see the secret box. What do you think he's going to be looking for?
This is interesting because we have the Curlia in hand to evolve, right? But because we know that Henry's list does not play a rare candy, I've gone back like 4 to 5 times just to double, triple check. Because like I said, Henry's lists are very innovative. It usually kind of feels like it's it just works for him, right? He's not like sharing it with the Gardevoir masses here. But there's no rare candy, so we have to prioritize this setup once more. But now the problem is, if we evolve this Ralts into Curlia into the active, we know that it's just going to go down next turn no matter what. But actually pulling the TM evolution, but Henry has to know by now that there's not really a lot of access to the Curlia. I mean, this Iona would definitely help, right? At least we can get 2 Curlia onto the bench, and I'm loving the setup here. We are able to see the extra Ralts coming down here, but it just feels a little bit clunky with only 2 Curlia.
Oh, that's for sure. But we're going to see the Manaphy go down. Definitely got to protect the bench, that's for sure. Again, Buddy Foffin able to find 70 HP or less Pokemon. Luckily, Manaphy fits in the bread, I suppose. But right now, Moonlight Hill hits the board, and that's going to stick pretty much forever, right? There is no more Counter Stadium available for Nicholas. Retreat into the Spiritomb. And I believe that was Iono played. Hopefully, Henry doesn't draw into a Curlia.
Doesn't draw into the Curlia, but draws into one of the Gardevoir EXs, and I like what we're going for here with the TM evolution. Now we're actually going to be able to find Gardevoir here, and now going to refine the other one away for 2 more cards. I actually just think he drew into the second one potentially, but there's that Monkey Doring coming down here. Turo, Iono. Nope, only just 1 Gardevoir EX. I got a little bit nervous there. But still, I think this is a very interesting setup. It's not as quick as we saw last time, but that Moonlight Hill, once again, Wancho, you were talking about it a little bit before, it's going to be staying there the rest of this game.
Ooh, looks like we're still using the TM evolution for full effect.
Yep.
You can evolve the Curlia into the Gardevoir EX. So we now have that established. However, now we only have 1 refinement to work with. It's a matter of, is our hand strong enough? Is our discard pile set up? We're going to have to see what Henry Chow gets to do, but right now we're throwing it back to Nicholas Moffitt. Starting us off with an Earthen Vessel, able to get a couple more energies. That Regidrago V on the bench already has 2 attached thanks to this Squawkabilly. That means all we're missing is an energy attachment for a turn and an evolution. We can start swinging here. Curious to see what else can happen. What do you think Nicholas is going to attack with?
Well, here's the thing, Wancho. I didn't see a direct out to Regidrago V-Star in the hand. So it's going to rely on a Teal Dance to hopefully draw us an Ultra Ball here. I see a Boss's Orders, I see a Hawlucha, but I don't see a way to get there. Didn't see the hand. The flick was a little bit too quick for my eyes here. What was it?
You're right. There's no access to Regidrago V-Star. These decks are just so consistent. I fully expected to at least see an Ultra Ball at this point. Hey, well, I said we were going to attack with the Ogre Pawn earlier. Looks like it is going to happen. We don't want a Dragon Laser, especially putting our Regidrago in harm's way. We could always motivate again, but you know, against Gardevoir, you'd like to, yes, take a prize and take a knockout that matters.
Right.
The 1 refinement. Why not?
Makes sense to me, but Wancho, I was talking about this before. This is also my luck playing Regidrago V-Star.
You cursed it.
I'm sorry, Nicholas Moffitt. I'm so sorry. But still, yes, I think this is the correct play, taking out the draw engine here. But the problem is you already have the Moonlight Hill in play. That's going to be able to move those 2 damage counters that we see on the Gardevoir EX over to the Ogre Pawn here. And then we're going to be probably seeing a Miracle Force next turn coming out from Henry, but maybe we could do something about this Regidrago V, because that's the only one there. You want to slow things down a lot more.
That would be absolutely powerful if we could knock out the only Regidrago V on Nicholas's side, as well as taking out 2 energies. But right now, how many energy do we even have in the discard pile? What resources do we have to work with? I mean, there's at least 2, I think, plus the retreat on the Spiritomb. So we definitely have capability to attack. We have the dark energy for the Monkey Dory, however. I mean, with the Arvin, there's a lot of things to work with.
So, Wancho, just from what I'm looking at, right, we could Arven for something like a counter catcher, go grab the Reggie Drago V, and then start to move. But you're right, we're missing a piece. We're missing at least one of the 3 dark energy within the deck here. So it is going to be the Super Rod. But honestly, I think that's what Henry technically has to go for. I mean, we could also punch with the Gardevoir as well, too. That's another route there that we have. We know that this Gardevoir is going to start swinging very, very soon. I see 1 Psychic Energy.
Ooh, it's not even enough. Only 1 Psychic Energy in the discard pile, plus the 1 on the Spiritomb to potentially retreat. We might even have to attach to the Gardevoir since we don't have Refinement Kirlia. We don't have a Radiant Greninja. We can't essentially refine our deck. But we'll have to see big Iono here. 6 cards for both players. For Nick, we got the Dark Energy and the Earthen Vessel.
We got the Drifloon too. That's also big in play, but we're talking about it. Those 2 Kirlias are not going to be able to come out of the prize cards with the Hisuian Heavy Ball. It does only find the basics there, but Henry's going to shuffle that up and now isn't guaranteed the 2 Kirlias on the first anymore. We'll see how Nicholas places it. 1 Kirlia now at the bottom here, and I'm sure our tech team will get the updated showing for you all very soon, but there is the Monkey Dory.
There is no way to attack at the moment. The best attack probably is the Monkey Dory attack. There's only 1 energy in the discard pile, 1 energy on that Spiritomb. We do have the Earthen Vessel. That is a way to get energy into the hand, but without Refinement, again, without Refinement or the Kirlia, there is no way to get, there's no way to attack here, right? We are going to be able to use the Psychic Embrace, put damage on the Gardevoir, and still Adrenabrain. There's a Drifloon.
And Moonlight Hill.
Oh, and Moonlight Hill just to go down to 0 damage. But 300 HP, I feel like is safe enough. And, oh,
Fade out.
Opens up a bench space, 10 damage, why not? And we have the Drifloon, just offering the Drifloon as a sacrifice. So now moving back to Nick, taking out that lone Kirlia was just absolutely huge. We mentioned earlier that the Kirlias were prized, but even if he was able to draw a Kirlia or even shuffle back in the Kirlia in the discard pile into the deck, there's no extra Ralts at the moment. We're not going to see any refinement anytime soon, as we do see the Ultra Ball discarding that very scary Kyurem.
Wancho, I gotta ask, when was the last time you announced Fade Out on an official broadcast? I know it's my second time here, my first season, but I can't say that that's an attack I think I've announced ever, even doing online tournaments.
I'm trying to remember when, but
if what about
I know I've attacked with Fade Out in the past. It's even been a Fade Out. Well, I have no more Pokemon. You win.
Going out on your own terms. That's what we like to call that there. But here we go. It is going to be the Reggie Drago V-Star finally coming into play here. The restart for 3. Excellent thinning by Nicholas Moffat here, getting himself back into the game. I do believe there's also a research as well. Got to be a little bit careful, though. This is the last Fire Energy, I believe, going down. We haven't Legacy Starred yet. We know there's a Super Rod to use too. We have to be a little bit careful. We don't have a guaranteed setup of a second Reggie Drago just yet. So once again, it goes back to that main point. It's all about resource management here.
I think the thought process there was whether we were gonna whether Nick was gonna bench the Pheasantipity or not, and Nick opted to just discard it here, maybe trying to limit how many targets there are on the bench. But right now there's a Squawk ability, there's a Mew, even Ogerpon at this point is really easy to knock out, as we're going to Teal Dance once again. That's a big Ogerpon, 4 energy. Get Myriad Leaf Shower. That does a ton of damage here. Second Reggie Drago V. But we're going to retreat. We're going to attack with the Reggie Drago. What attack are we using?
It's a great question, Wancho. Dare I say that I think we just Pult here and we start setting up the fun damage counters, even though we know it's going to be healed and moved. But Pult makes sense. I mean, Lost Impact's definitely not. We could Dragon Laser, but yeah, it is going to be the Dragon Pult. We can Dragon Laser, but we don't actually get those like 2 extra damage. We don't get that extra 20 damage because technically it's not a damage counter. So Dragon Pult is really kind of the only way to go here. It just feels a little bit off, but I feel like Henry has like 3 out of 5 pieces complete of his perfect setup. It's just so clunky.
There were a couple of options there. Yes, I believe Dragapult attacked, Phantom Dive was the correct choice. Put 6 damage counters on the Gardevoir EX just because it already has 1 basic energy. If Henry is going to have to accelerate, if he wants to attack with that Gardevoir, he has to put even more damage counters on it. So maybe be beyond the threshold of like a Monkey Dory and the Moonlight Hill. Maybe there'd still be damage on board to the Gardevoir. There's also the option, I believe that's a Gudra V-Star on the discard pile if we were going for, let's not spread damage counters then so he can't throw it back at us. And keep our Regidrago with a ton of energy safe. But right now, Moonlight Hill discards a Psychic Energy. Very important there. Again, we don't have too many cards that discard Psychic Energy. And Darkness Energy attached now on that Monkey Dory. Henry Chow has the capability to heal 90 damage every turn now. That Moonlight Hill plus a double Monkey Dory. I think that's just going to be an Iono played.
That was good math, Wancho. I was trying to figure that out, but you did that a lot faster than me. So thank you for that. I really appreciate that one. Yeah, no, this is exactly what we want to see. I like also, like we were talking about, yes, Moonlight Hill heals, but it also does discard, right? So imagine we also had Radiant Greninja and multiple Curlias. We are sifting cards through into that discard. Hey, there's that Radiant Greninja I was just talking about. I can't believe it's here. Now the question is, do we try our best to get all that energy into the discard as fast as possible? Do we find another out to this Curlia here? We have the double Monkey Dory kind of set up here, ready to go, but it's all about the routes. Hey, look, might come down here. Has the Ultra Ball in hand, though, too. So Curlia, and I believe the Curlia is already in hand. We're starting to get back set up here, but the problem is we have to get this Monkey Dory out of the active. We could Psychic Embrace to it, but then still we're talking about damage counters. They're already spread out. We can't heal this Gardevoir all the way up.
I think we might not even see the retreat of the Monkey Dory. I know this card is
really want to see
annoying.
this.
He's going to do it, I think. No, maybe just attach the energy to be able to retreat. But the Mind Bend attack is actually quite annoying, right? You confuse the Regidrago V-Star, and it's really hard to retreat it. But looks like we are going to go with the Gardevoir instead and just go ahead and move that damage to 60 damage back onto the Regidrago. And with that, that's 90, so that means this Regidrago is going down.
Perfect math here if you're Henry Chow. Still, I would love to see the clean Guardy or the clean Gardevoir EX coming into the active, but can't say that was a massive turn from Henry, right? We were able to reestablish the board completely here. Has the Prime Catcher, though. Do we have a play?
Hear me out, hear me out.
I'm hearing you out.
This is another weird play, but it is something possible. We can Boss's Order something on the bench.
Yep.
Play the Howlucha, put 10 damage counters on that Gardevoir EX, bring it down to 280, then Prime Catcher it back up, and then hit it with Lost Impact.
All right, Wancho, that is a great idea. I really love that. How do we get Regidrago V-Star, though?
I'm just talking about the cool play. Getting the Regidrago V-Star, that Nick has to do that himself.
That's a really good idea, and I really love that. But I don't see a way of getting Regidrago V-Star unless this is the best teal dance I have ever seen.
Actually, how much damage is Teal Max Ogerpon doing at the moment, right? It does 30 plus 30 for each energy. With 3 energies attached on it, that's 150. 3 more on the opponent's Gardevoir. 150, 180, 210, 240. Is there a world we can attach 2 more energies onto the Ogerpon? 240. Yeah, if we can attach 2 more energies on the Ogerpon, we might be able to just knock out this Gardevoir.
The top deck of the Ultra Ball will be able to at least go find the Regidrago V-Star, but all 3 of those cards are actually insanely important here, right? You have the Prime Catcher, you have the Hawlucha there too. So yes, we could see very much the Regidrago V-Star this turn. We could see a Legacy Star to try and reestablish the board, but I don't see an energy switch to get your wonderful math play off here, Wancho.
I'm also down 30. I was doing 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 180, 210. So we need 3 more energies. That might be a little bit too tough.
Math was never my good subject, so thank you for all of this.
It just would be so key to knock out this Gardevoir EX right now, especially with no Curlia presented, no rare candy. It's so close, but 10 damage on, just really 10 damage off.
So we do have Mew EX in play, so we could attempt to go for a play here. Nicholas Moffitt, thinking about the Prime Catcher, will probably end up using it, though. We just have to think what we bring up. probably just this Radiant Greninja here into the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. Could potentially get a restart here too. But the problem is the boss play is just so risky, right? What if you don't draw into it?
Are we going to do it? Are we going to drop the Hawlucha?
I think we should. We want to see the maximum amount of cards we can this turn, right? Here we go, Hawlucha from base Scarlet Violet, actually. The flying entry will be 10 damage counters into the boss's orders here. Here comes that Gardevoir EX back up top. We'll see what we get here. The Energy Switch and the Super Rod. Those are two very important cards, Wancho, and now you have to pitch them away on an Ultra Ball to get that great play that you're talking about going.
Would have been cool, but again, without the Regidrago V-Star, even with the V-Star power, that's not enough.
No,
right?
it is not.
We're lacking. If we had the Regidrago V-Star, we need an energy attachment plus double energy switch. So again, I needed just a little bit more, but Boss's Orders Prime Catcher Hawlucha. That's something, you know, I don't see quite every day.
No, absolutely not. I love Hawlucha in this deck. I think Hawlucha serves such a good purpose, not only in, of course, something like a Gardevoir where you are able to put 10 damage counters on the Manaphy, but I think it's very underutilized in something like the Mirror, for example, for Regidrago V-Star, where you can put 10 on an Ogerpon and then be able to do something like a Rolling Iron, and then you're at that 360 HP here, but it will just be the tap with Myriad Leaf Shower, and now Gardevoir is down to 70 HP, but we are going to be able to, you know, relieve some of that stress there as Monkey Dory is just going to protect Gardevoir all the way through. But this is a huge loss for Nicholas Moffat here, not being able to at least get those 2 prizes because Henry is very set up at this point.
No, definitely. I mean, that's a lot of damage on the Gardevoir. Yes, we're not going to be able to heal everything. We can only heal 90 damage. But more importantly, there's a Curly that just came down that kind of makes Henry a lot safer, right? He's a lot safer now. We have access to another Gardevoir EX on the next turn. We can refine a little bit now. We already have the knockout lined up thanks to the Monkey Dories and Gardevoir just being able to attack. Henry Chow here just in an absolutely great position, in my opinion. I'm trying to think of ways for Nicholas to come back. Any cool techs, maybe? Again, the Kyurem just has to be like a great win condition, but just without the Canson Cologne, just can't put things together.
This is very interesting because I do see the boss's orders in play as well. So what we could do is we could just leave our Gardevoir just up here and we could just boss the Regidrago V. I mean, that would be one way to go around it, just to say, you know what, I'll just make sure that you can just keep Myriad Leaf Showering, I suppose. Like you said, Wancho, though, we do have access to Refinement and Concealed cards here. So we do have the ability to draw through this deck as much as possible. But I think Henry, while yes, I think the boss play is the most optimal here, we have to find a way to safeguard something like a retaliation in a knockout, because we know that this Gardevoir is going to go down to the next Myriad Leaf Shower for certain.
No, that's for sure. That's for sure. And that's why it was so important to get that second Curly. And we know Henry is struggling to really set anything up. But I like the play of knocking out the Regidrago V-Star, and that means the Gardevoir EX can knock out anything on the board at that point. So many cards to work with here as well. Gardevoir, I don't know. Henry was just in control of this set.
Gonna use the Arven too, potentially. I mean, I don't blame him. There's a lot of routes, and like we talked about a little bit earlier, there's a lot of tips and tricks in this list that Henry's mind really is just kind of capable of. I truly feel like this is the best Gardevoir player in the world here, but it is going to be the Arven instead of the boss play here. Going to be finding that Buddy Poffin, assuming that we're just going to be discarding it, but still has a Gardevoir EX inside of the deck as well. We could also, Wancho, just take the knockout on the active Ogerpon as well. Yeah. There's 3 grass energies attached to it. It is an okay play as of right now. We don't really have a way to kind of see more energy switches, but still, I mean, Henry is very well up in this match so far.
Looks like we're using the Monkey Dory, moving some damage, 30 damage onto the Ogre Bond and yeah, the rest of the damage on to the Drago, I believe.
30 out there.
Yeah, it has to be 30. We're moving 30 and 30. What else are we doing here? It looks like there's a Bravery Charm attached to that Monkey Dory. So that Monkey Dory is actually ready to go, right? He has more HP, 2 energies attached. But yeah, no, it's just going to be a knockout there on Henry's side of the board. We're back onto Nick. He has to put something together here if he wants to stay in this tournament. If he loses this, he loses the chance to become to win this regional championship. But right now, with nothing much on the board, and just very, very weak to a boss's orders. I don't quite see it. Has to maybe try an Iono, maybe limit the hand, put something together, and we'll have to see.
Well, there it is, off of the top deck. The Drago V-Star we have been missing for a couple of turns now. The problem is you have to Legacy Star here, but is it possible to get this Drago V-Star set up completely with the hand that you currently have? You have a restart for 1 card, but an Ultra Ball isn't exactly going to help. I do believe that's an energy switch in hand, so we already have 1, but we're not set up all the way. There's the Iono, though, Wancho.
And the energy.
Yeah, and the energy off of the Earthen Vessel. This is starting to come together, but I do have to ask you, Wancho, even if we are able to at least get the knockout on the Gardevoir, does it matter when you have so many, when you're set up with a Curlia and a Radiant Greninja?
And even if we did use the Legacy Star, how many cards are left in the deck? We might be even forced to grab a Super Rod at the end of the day. But yeah, but we do have at least that. We do have the Teal Dance drawing 1 more card here. You have the attachment for a turn. So all we're really lacking is an energy switch to at least do something.
See, Nicholas really kind of thinking over this. This V-Star right here is very dangerous. You've gone through your deck. You have. Well, we could see, and now granted, this is just me kind of coming up with something in my head together, but is there a way that we could, for example, tempting trap something like the Squawkabilly and see a deck out? That's one way to go about it. Not exactly the most optimal of lines, but that's what Mawile can be there for here. We'll see, though. It is just a count of our switch options right now. We do have the Prime Catcher in the discard. I believe we might be down all 4 energy switches at this point, or if not all, probably will be all very, very soon.
Oh, that's for sure. Again, this is tough. Legacy Star is such a powerful effect, but also comes at great cost. 7 cards discarded in a deck that really goes through, yeah, and it really goes through their deck, essentially. It's tough here. Nick in a very, very tough spot. Gonna have to see. Looks like it is a Legacy Star.
It's the whole deck. How do you take 4? Okay, Super Rod, sure. Super Rod and Energy Switch, that makes the most sense. But after this, Wancho, I mean, how many cards are you going to have? 3, 4 at most?
Yeah, I mean, we have Energy Switch. We'll have the attack. We have the Iono as well. But this is it. This is your last Drago. I'd like to see maybe just the Energy Switch and then the Iono play, draw back into the Rod, and then use it, possibly, just to make sure you don't deck out and you could still play your Iono. But this is like an all-in play. This is everything, essentially. And again, Henry Chow maybe still has a fairly thick deck. I know they haven't been able to refine as much. Here it is, big Iono, puts back the 3, draws 4, but no, he can only draw 3, and plays the Rod.
I do not blame Nicholas at all for shuffling this within the hand, too. I really don't. Going to be 2 cards for Henry and the rest of the deck for Nicholas here. As we know what's going to be coming up here, it's just going to be a couple of grass energies here. Now, we know that Drago V-Star is going to be attacking here, Wancho. What line do you go for?
I feel like you maybe you just go for the rolling iron to ensure you're safe from something like the Driftbloom. At the end of the day, I don't know if you want to move damage counters, or maybe you do. Maybe this is your opportunity to use the Dragapult attack since there is... No, there's 2 Monkey Dory, never mind.
Remember.
There's 2 Monkey Dory. But yeah, maybe it is just going to be the rolling iron. It is... But there we go. Energy switch onto the Regidrago. Very curious to see what their 2 cards Henry Chow has. But right now, it's just going to be attack. No, don't know what was quite announced. Could be the Gudra, but more importantly, Henry Chow, what do we have in the hand? We do have the Ultra Ball, we have the Refinement. Fine one. We have the Ultra Ball in hand. Can grab the Scream Tail, but do we have a Gardevoir? I didn't quite see. He's eyeing up the Scream Tail. Oh, there's the Gardevoir in hand!
Oh my
and with that, ladies and gentlemen, Gardevoir in evolved Scream Tail into the active. We can attach so many energies and just target down this Squawkabilly EX. Henry Chow wins the first game in this asymmetrical top cut. Wins the first set, excuse me. Very, very big. Taking down the best deck in format, piloted by one of the best players out there. Absolutely huge.
That is your Baltimore Regional Champion, and now officially on the way to also becoming your San Antonio Regional Champion as well. An unfortunate game 1 for Nicholas Moffitt, but I think he played extremely well. Henry Chow, though, it's all about him, and he is just a master of Gardevoir. I don't think he's stayed true to the deck. Really kind of, for me, it goes back to what I always say. You would rather have a familiar bad matchup than an unfamiliar bad matchup and know your routes around it. What an amazing way to start our top cut, Wancho. An amazing one. Let's take a look at the highlights.
Yeah, absolutely love it here. And again, this is how we started. And Squawkabilly in the active seemed to be Nicholas. Nicholas's always route here just to really get energy into energy on board. But again, Gardevoir, 190 damage, very easy knockout there. But here we have Nick, putting damage onto the board. But there's always that Monkey Dory, and this was the game-winning play. Just having both the Gardevoir and the Ultra Ball, and just Scream Tail knocking out the Squawkabilly.
This was a fantastic showing of Henry Chow and his dominance here, but the first time we really get to kind of look up and see what could be considered a aggressive Gardevoir build, for example. I mean, only playing 1 Bravery Charm and saying, you know what, my Gardevoir EX is 310 HP. What can I do to conserve as much of that as possible through a stadium like Moonlight Hill, which helps us discard that energy alongside with our Curlia and our Radiant Greninja. Henry has certainly cemented himself as a great player and a player to especially watch out for here, as now he has officially made top cut.
No, yes, a very, very great Gardevoir player. Honestly, makes me want to pick it up. But again, in a field full of Regidrago, where in theory it's such a tough matchup. Some would say maybe it's an 80-20, 70-30 or whatnot. I'm not quite sure what the exact math there is, but Henry Chow is just saying, even if it's just a 10% win rate, I am that 10%. A very, very effective player, and again, very interesting list.
It's my caster pick for a reason. All I'm saying is I kind of came in with this and I was saying, like, I've seen the Gardevoir routes now around it. A lot of my locals do and have qualified for Worlds in the past with a deck like Gardevoir EX. They love Gardevoir EX. And, everyone is so afraid of Trifrost. What if we just don't find it? I think a lot of Regidrago players have cut the Cologne. I think I was talking on social media a while back saying that I thought Cologne was kind of an essential card, and other players saying, like, nah, not really, we can cut it. Even, the list for Drago is changing as well. We've gotten rid of things like a Lowland Executor, but Gardevoir still absolutely has its foot here in this meta. Super glad to be right, and I'm super glad that Henry Chow gets to move on into this top 8.
No, definitely. I can't wait to see more from Henry Chow. I want to see how he combats everything else we have in our top cut. Again, this is such an exceptional Gardevoir deck, piloted by a very exceptional player. Oh man, what a set! Like
It was so fun. It was actually just a really fun game of Pokemon because once again, it comes down to the lines, and Henry Chow had a million lines to go down, especially when you get set up. You're attacking with Gardevoir EX out of all of it. You're healing all of the damage off of it. There was no rare candy. You just kind of went for it. And I really love just the flexibility that he has within his list. And we do know there's a lot of control up there. We'll see how that one's going to go, but what a way to start our top cut here in San Antonio.
No, that's for sure. And you know what? I want to learn more about this Gardevoir deck, and who better to hear tips from than Henry Chow. I believe we have Pablo ready for the interview. Let's get to it.
Thank you so much, Juancho. I'm here with Henry, our ASIM top cut winner, right? How are you feeling, Henry, right now?
Pretty good. This day's kind of been a blur. I've been a little under the weather, which is why I'm wearing this mask, of course. But yeah, I honestly haven't been playing my best, but it's been kind of working out. I think this list is like really, really good. So, and I hit some favorable matchups today. I mean, Drago with no cologne is, of course, it becomes like, it goes from like 50-50 to like almost like 80-20 without the cologne, it feels like. So really happy to hit that. And yeah, just feeling good and see what I hit. I think I might be hitting a mirror next round, so that'll be interesting.
So far, it's been all eyes on Drago, right, throughout the last few events now. And what we've heard is like, Guardy has a lot of potential until it hits a good Drago. Watching those games, I almost feel like it's the opposite. Like, Drago has a good chance against Guardy until they hit a good Guardy like yourself. So tell us a little bit about like the matchup. You just mentioned the Canteen Cologne, but what else goes into it? What else is essential?
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying this for months at this point. I mean, I really do feel like Guardy is like at least slightly favored into Drago, even with the Cologne, with multiple builds. Like the build I used at Baltimore with like the Turbo variant, I think is also really strong into Drago. Essentially, the Drago that people think about is maybe not the one that actually shows up. It actually doesn't attack turn 2 very often, especially with the turn 2 Dragapult attack. Most people are wanting one Dragapult, which really hinders their ability to get in the discard on turn 2. And anytime they have to Legacy Star to attack, you get a huge advantage because Gardevoir is really, really good at pressuring like the exact resource that your opponent is losing. So when they Legacy Star, they might be down switches where you can get them with the Mawile. They might be down Super Rods and you can race them out of energies. They might be down E-switches. There's just so many ways that you can sort of play with them because their deck just doesn't always work that well. So as long as you get sort of these stable boards with the Curlia and the Monkey Dories, it really feels like it's your game to lose, essentially, is how I view it.
Love it. And now, I think at this point, you're clearly the undisputed like Gardevoir master of the universe at this point. So what keeps bringing you to Guardy? Like, it's obviously getting stronger, I think, with Buddy, but why do you keep gravitating towards that deck?
Yeah, I mean, right? I haven't really looked into the Buddy format at all, but I feel like it's just like, it might be the best ever now. I mean, people aren't really respecting it. Like, as you see people cutting clones, of course, so that's a huge advantage to any Gardevoir player. I mean, the deck is just really, really fun. As I've probably mentioned before, like I sort of started playing again a year ago, and the first deck I picked was Gardevoir in the Paradox Rift format, which was a lot of fun. You had Mirage Step and Arcana. Then you had like a little bit of a lull where it wasn't the best, but once Monkey Dory got printed, I mean, Monkey Dory has got to be one of the coolest cards ever printed. It's so much fun to play with. You can do all these little things with like leaving damage on your opponent's board so that all these Ionos are going like super duper in your favor. So the whole meta right now is about who can sort of use these comeback cards the best, like Countercatcher and Iono. Regidrago is great at it too, because you can sort of spread damage on the opponent's board, but Gardevoir is going to counter that. If you avoid taking knockouts against Gardevoir, Monkey Dory is just going to use that damage that you left in play, right? So it really forces your opponent to go into a very particular line.
All right, I mean, definitely has a lot of merit. Now, you're already a regional champion at this point, right? So if you win, you would essentially be sending an invite to the Lost Zone, right? Now, it seems like you're up against a mirror match next round, but what is a matchup that you would not like to see in front of you in this tournament run?
I mean, I don't think Guardy is really unfavored into anything right now. Well, I take it back. There's some people in Top Cut playing Control, and I've heard that Milotic may be involved, and that matchup is an issue for sure. So that's not a very common deck, but I still might hit it this tournament. But besides that, like for the main meta decks, I don't feel like any matchups are particularly unfavored. Some matchups are a little uncomfortable, like Terapagos or Palkia, where if they do wipe your board out, you don't really have any recourse, but that doesn't happen that often. But yeah, it's better to have the game in your hands, and these matchups feel like the game is in your hands, so I'm looking forward to more Dragos or Raging Bolts or stuff like that.
All right, perfect. And now before I let you go, get a breather before your next round, any shout outs you want to give?
I mean, shout out to all my friends who helped test with me, and the PTCG ladder, of course. Shout out to the new ELO system. It's definitely increased the ladder player base a little bit, at least the high ladder player base as far as I know. But yeah, people I tested with for this event or Abon Ahmed, Liam Halliburton, Michael Davidson, Andrew Hedrick, people like that really helped with the list and just made everything run smoothly. So shout out to all of them.
Sounds like you have a great supporting group behind you, and it's no surprise to see you here, Henry. So thank you so much. We'll get back to the desk with Juancho and Emily, and I'm sure we'll see more from you later down the line.
Yeah.
It was great to hear from Henry Chow, the undisputed Gardevoir master of the universe. I like that. I like that. And I believe I've ever heard someone shout out the Pokemon trading card game live. That's a new one. That's a new one. Yeah, no, it's a great game to really get your practice in. And with the new ELO, where when you're in a master rank, you only face master rank. I do agree. It does get tougher. The highest I've gotten is like 1,600. I'm sure Henry Chow's up there in the 2,000s playing against Tord or whatnot.
Very true. Listen, some of those lower ranks on the TCG ladder, let me tell you, you will see some things you will never have seen before. I love playing the trading card game live too, and Pocket, of course. But big shout outs to Henry Chow. Just a great person to speak for Gardevoir. Once again, the Gardevoir trainer master supreme of the universe, something like that. Regardless though, we have another match coming up very soon. We're gonna have a little bit of a caster swap, and we will be right back.
The furthest I've traveled for a Pokemon event is Yokohama, Japan. It was a great experience. I'd always wanted to go to Japan again. I had been as a kid, but didn't really remember that much. And so made a whole trip out of it, spent 2 weeks there, and Yokohama was just amazing. Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. Probably Hydreigon. I don't know, I just think he looks really cool. I really look up to Alex Underhill. He's a good friend of mine, and he really got me to take competition a lot more seriously. I had been kind of, here and there with Pokemon, like treating it as a casual game, but seeing him work so hard, I think he's been a big inspiration for me. I guess it would probably be Cynthia, because I respect her. I love trying the local cuisines anywhere I go. I think Pokemon events are a great excuse to travel, so having the ability to try a bunch of different things is what I enjoy about traveling. I like fruit the most, probably. I don't really like sweets that much in general, but I like, after dinner, just having a nice piece of fruit, and it's just, refreshing and a little bit healthier. Peaches are my favorite, but they're a little bit, they only are in season during the winter, so I think for sure it would be Yokohama in Japan, but I think New Orleans has been a great city. Last year at NAIC, the food in New Orleans was amazing, and that was a highlight of the trip for me. I listen to a lot of J-pop for the most part, so probably my favorite artist right now is Otto. In general, I've been most partial to the fire types, but I've switched between them. Just depends on the generation. I've liked all three types of starters.
My name is Nathan Beck, and I'm from Southern Oregon. I was going to our local card shop, and I saw them playing Pokemon, and the card game I was playing originally was not as fun as Pokemon looked, and then I just started playing Pokemon as a senior, grinding every year when I can,
He was the Washington State champion back in 2014. Here, the old guard looking like he's coming back for some new achievements to add to this belt.
One of my favorite Pokemon is Darkrai, and so I always related, My first year in Masters, because it was a real difference in competition. I went from playing against kids my age to now playing against adults, and people are incredible at the game. Coming into the Pokemon community, it's like a family, and it's a big part of me. Today was my first day being on stream, at all. At first, it was really nerve-wracking. I was really nervous to be on stream in front of 1,000 eyes, and as soon as the white noise kicked in, it was breezy, it was easy. I could actually focus more than a regular game.
Absolutely amazing there from Nathan Beck, and seemed super chill, kept the composure there, is ready to go into the next match.
This year, I really took a step back and wanted to just have a lot of fun playing Pokemon. I was really grinding for Worlds a lot, and realized that, it should all be about fun, and was immediately rewarded.
I know he's been playing for a while, probably working towards this moment, probably thinks about this a lot. I mean, this is a goal for a lot of Pokemon TCG players, is to become a regional champion.
Honestly, I'm still in shock. It hasn't really set in yet, but pretty stoked. I'm glad I get to go to Hawaii now and don't have to chase my invite really hard, and I can relax a little bit.
And all smiles on his face.
Yeah, giving yourself an opportunity to just prove yourself on the biggest stage, to truly immortalize yourself as a world champion.
Somebody I've looked up to a lot is one of my best friends, Bodhi. He got me into the game a lot, and he's always been the person I've been testing with, and from day one he's been there. So if something makes you happy and you enjoy playing it and you're comfortable playing it, you can win games just because of that. You don't have to play what the best deck is or what the meta is. The sense of like accomplishment when you're at a tournament, even if you don't perform well, like you played through 9 to 15 rounds, you know, like you put yourself out there and you're proving to yourself that you can do it, even if you don't make day 2 or make top 8, you know, and you get to be around your friends.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Vancouver regional champion, Nathan Beck.
I think an area Pokemon trainers can focus on in order to improve is to just remember to work with others while playing. Sometimes when you're by yourself, it's kind of hard to tell maybe where you're doing well, where you're doing bad. And also just playing with other people makes it a lot easier to, feel confident, and it just makes it a lot more fun in general.
So one area that Pokemon trainers can focus on to be great is kind of just focusing on yourself and not on others. I know a lot of times I compare myself to other players like, oh, they're so good and all this stuff, but really it's about you at the end of the day and how you feel playing as a player.
I think community building is probably one of the biggest things. You need a community, you need people to bounce ideas off of, bounce play styles off of, bounce all types of things off of, just to have really a successful career as a Pokemon trainer.
One area Pokemon trainers could focus on to be great would be kindness. This is my first time at regionals, and everyone here has just been so kind and helping me out, giving me tips on how to make my deck even better and how to just play differently. Even just like supplies, like card sleeves and other stuff to just be a better trainer.
Focusing on yourself in Pokemon Go is so important. A lot of players might play the game differently, but going at your own pace and finding your own play style, whether it's in grinding, in raids, Stardust, XP, or Go Battle League, or the Show 6 Pick 3 format, it's so much fun. And going at your own pace, learning it your own way, and playing your own way is the absolute best thing you can do.
Welcome back once again, Pokemon fans. We're here for the top 8 of the San Antonio Regional Championships, the biggest regional to date. We only have a couple of matches left, but what a couple of matches they're going to be. I'm joined here on the booth. My name is Juancho Saldana with Pablo Meza, one and only. I'm excited for this match, Pablo.
Oh, I'm excited as well. We have two amazing competitors, Joshua, whom we already had on stream. Well, we had both of them on stream. We have a very cool matchup, Charizard against Terrapagos, and Kali keeping up the momentum from Toronto, that's second place, and now trying to go one step further.
Yeah, looks, and then Joshua Wallace here, as the last time we saw him was top 16 in San Antonio. Oh wait, no, which is right now.
Yeah, this is.
Excuse me, I thought it was 2024. So this is his highest placement to date, and it can only go up more. And I like Kali again. They were just here in the finals of Toronto, and now we're back in top 8, maybe looking to get that win. Both these players, I'm sure, are gonna do their best. It's gonna be Terrapagos EX against Charizard EX. This is gonna be quite a match. What do you think about the matchup, Pablo?
Both players are gonna try and disrupt each other with those ghost Pokemon Dusknoir, trying to target down other threats whilst they're exchanging attacks. Now, a key thing to note here is that Kali is running the 2 Bouffalant, making that Terrapagos just quite a bit sturdier and trying to keep it safe from the Charizard until the very end of the game. And I think a lot of the game will come down to how many support Pokemon does Charizard need to bench in order to establish itself a good board before it's in range, before the Terrapagos are in range for Charizard. And that early game is going to be so crucial for both players.
No, I have to agree. I have to agree. The fact that Terrapagos EX is going to be an effective 290 HP basic. Charizard EX is going to struggle, might struggle in the early game in any case. But of course, we have, again, you mentioned that earlier, those ghost Pokemon can be very tricky. They can shock you out of nowhere. Oh, I'm going to give you one prize, but there's going to be damage on that board. And that damage on board can definitely swing things. And again, I love the ghosts in the Charizard deck just because not only does it give you complete control of how much damage there is on board, it gives you control of the damage output as well, right? But here we go. This is it. We're checking out the prizes. Nothing of note too much. The Dusknoir, again, on Joshua's side. Oh, the Bouffalant and the Heavy Ball, actually, on Callie's side. That means, nope, never mind, 230 HP. That's what we're going to stick with the Terrapagos. So the Briar and the prize as well. Since that's on the top, we're not going to be seeing that. Do you think that's a key card in this matchup?
Certainly, Briar could play a role for both players. They are playing Terra Pokemon. That means they need to be careful of how many prizes they have taken before they head into a different turn. So yeah, a lot of different mechanics essentially come into play for both players. And you're mentioning the Dusknoirs, right? I love the Dusknoir mostly because it allows you to target 2 Pokemon in the same turn, which usually you need something like Radiant Greninja to pull off something like that. But Dusknoir allows you to take a knockout on one Hoot and then boss KO another one. All of a sudden, there's no more draw engine or search engine for your opponent. And on the other side, you can potentially knock out 2 Charmanders at once and leave your opponent Charmander less and no Charizard threat. So that dynamic will definitely favor whoever goes first. And it seems Callie is getting us started here and will potentially be the aggressor in the next turn.
Yes, Buddy Poffin is going to be the first card played here in the top 8 of the San Antonio Regional Championship. He's going to be able to find 2 Pokemon. If I had to guess, maybe that Rotom possibly, but we're going to have to see. Again, going first, absolutely huge here for Callie. You mentioned it earlier, going first means you evolve first. That also means you get potentially the first attack, just because Terrapagos can't attack on the first turn, and Joshua has to evolve. But let's see what we have. Again, Callie just going through the deck, making sure we have the right resources. And looks like we are gonna bench the Fan Call Rotom and the Duskull. Again, Fan Call Rotom, absolutely powerful card, able to find 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less. They don't even have to be basics. That means we can get knocked out. Great setup Pokemon.
Now, that Heavy Ball and the Bouffalant being prize will definitely play a role. And Callie only plays a 1/1 Dusknoir, which could have been an important thing to consider. However, Dusknoir is priced for Joshua, and Callie does have that option available. Dusclops is pretty good, but 5 damage counters is not quite enough to threaten anything really on Callie's side. So the Dusknoir being priced for Joshua could actually play a major role.
No, definitely. Again, we want that 130 damage. That could be just a clean knockout on a knockdown, just like you said, or even maybe, yeah, just clean up the board. As we are just going to pass here now to Joshua's turn. Again, Joshua, the active Rotom V. It looks like Rotom is just such a useful card in any shape of form, be it a fan or the electric type. But the supporter to start us off is going to be the Arven. Very powerful card, able to find an item plus the tool. If I had to guess, we're probably grabbing a Forest Seal Stone.
Now, Callie did finish their turn with a lot of cards in hand. Has an Ultra Ball to search for that Terrapagos and get going with those Noctowl's Jewel Seekers. Now, over on Joshua's side, starting the Rotom, like you want the Rotom in play, but you don't necessarily want it in the active spot because an Air Zero filling up their bench, they could easily knock. They don't even need a full bench, right? Just 7 Pokemon does the trick for that 190 HP. So usually we like to analyze a lot about these games, Juancho, but a lot of the time it comes down to the 2-2-2 price trade. And leaving a 2-prizer in the active spot is not ideal, but with so few energies that these Charizard decks are playing these days, retreating isn't usually an option available to them.
I know, I feel like it's just getting fewer and fewer, and right now Joshua only does play 5, but again, I mean, sometimes you only need 5 with a Charizard EX, since it does accelerate to itself, but in this specific situation, I like what you said. We want to get that Rotom out of the active. We don't want to give the easy 2 prizes. That Forest Seal Stone, what do you think the grab is? Just more setup? Maybe, is there a switch even? No.
With double rare candies in hand and whatnot, I would imagine it will just be more setup. Could just grab another Puffin perhaps. Just make sure you get the Pidgey down, an extra Charmander. You could consider like double Pidgey in case one gets KO'd, but if you have double Pidgey, your opponent probably targets down double Charmander. If you have triple Charmander and a single Pidgey, then it's going to be Pidgey and a Charmander. But you still need to try, right? Like, you need to ask your opponent, okay, this is what I'm going for. Do you have it? If you go Pidgey Duskull, you do leave yourself kind of vulnerable to the Dusknoir plus Terrapagos KO, which with double Noctowl searching you for specific cards like the Prime Catcher, like a potential Area 0. Is there a Colress here to search for a double turbo? There isn't, so maybe finding the double turbo could be the difficult part unless we establish Pidgey DX.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to be the triple Charmander Pidgey. I mean, there's still one bench space open. I wouldn't be opposed to maybe seeing triple Charmander, double Pidgey. Make the choice just tough. That seems really, really hard, that's for sure. I want to actually talk about the A-Spec choice for this Charizard deck. Oh, never mind, real quick. There is going to be an attachment for turn on that Rotom. That means we will be able to retreat into that Charmander, and we can safely instant shard, draw 3, and pass it back to Callie. But yeah, I was talking about maybe the A-Spec choice for the Charizard. We did have to expend so many resources just to get to this board. I know a lot of Charizard decks are playing the trolley now as well. Maybe get 5 bench Pokemon for that one Arven instead of having to expend the Seal Stone. But what do you think?
I personally really like On First Stamp. I don't think it's a coincidence that it's the most successful A-Spec so far in Charizard. And a lot of people talk about like cookie cutter lists essentially, or like, oh, there's nothing special about this Charizard deck. You don't need something special to be successful, right? And there's a reason why this Charizard list has been good over and over and successful over and over again. Yeah, it's probably optimized, and you just need to play the good cards. Yeah, no need to be fancy when it's unnecessary.
Now, why be fancy when you can be great, right? Yep. But looks like Callie here opening up with that Feather Ball naturally, and Feather Ball only able to find Pokemon with no retreat. That means it's only that Pidgeot. We need to find the other bird, but I feel like that Ultra Ball can find us that Owl. Again, the Knocked Owl potentially. Oh, but wait. Do we have a Terrapagos? Oh, we do have the Terrapagos already on the bench.
Yep.
Yes, that means Jewel Seeker is online, and that's going to be the first one here in our top 8. What 2 items are we looking for?
Definitely want to establish that Pidgeot EX we just searched for with that Feather Ball, and I truly believe Callie will try to piece out either a knockout on the Pidgey with Prime Catcher. We just saw the Counter Catcher get discarded, or a potential double knockout on Pidgey plus Rotom, maybe. A double knockout, though, on anything means Terrapagos will be in range of Charizard EX. So maybe you want to be careful with that, but if you take a single knockout and you don't have double Bouffalant, which we know Callie will not be able to accomplish this turn, then the Defiance Band comes into play a lot.
Do you ever see a world where maybe we go for the Dusknoir knockout for the Pidgey, like the double knockout, but maybe attack with the Pidgeot? Ooh,
no,
I called
it. Very good call. Very good call, yeah.
Yeah,
definitely
again, Pidgeot, not bad attacker. 130 damage, I believe 120 damage, well, 100 damage because of the double turbo. But it's a little bit beefier. We don't have the Bouffalant, so we got to use our stage 2.
Yep. With no Duskull in play, even doing like a Thornton sort of play to try to take down the Pidgeot, not going to be possible for Joshua. Callie doesn't know that the Defiance Band is prized, so there actually would not have been a possibility of a response from that Charizard EX onto a Terrapagos, but hey, tanking a hit on the Pidgeot sounds like a pretty good idea to me.
Yeah, it's not too bad too, where if we take a hit, then we run to the bench, right, just because of the free retreat, and I believe Quick search was just used, finding any card in the deck. Do we need any one card? Do we need 2 cards? Depends here. Again, we could have found maybe the Jewel Seeker off the Pidgeot. Didn't quite see. Maybe it was the Area 0?
I think it was the Prime Catcher, actually. That way you can target down that Pidgey, take away. Like, if you have Pidgeot and your opponent doesn't, that's always going to give you an advantage as the game progresses, right? You'll be able to specifically search for whatever you need, and your opponent will not. So that's a huge difference.
Yeah, actually, that is very, very big indeed. I have all the great birds, and there it is, the Prime Catcher. Wow, Pidgeot on Pidgey Violence here. This big bird is taking out the little bird, and nothing too fancy. That means no double knockout, no Dusknoir plays, but we took out the crucial Pokemon, just like you said. Took out the Pidgey. Back now to Joshua. Again, Seal Stone has already been used. Iono was played, so this is a 6-card hand. We're not quite sure what's in it just yet. Do we have the Rare Candy Charizard?
There is an Arven, there is a Rare Candy, there's also a Dusclops, but there's no Duskull. So yeah, this Pidgeot will be pretty safe. So will that Terrapago. So like, the one thing Kali doesn't want to see here is a 2-price knockout by Joshua. However, that's out of the possibilities with the current field and hand. So just tanking a hit, this plays out perfectly for Kali.
No, definitely. In fact, the Pidgeot EX will tank a hit. Do you think maybe the next play might just be hit into the Charizard, not take prizes, so we can tank another hit? There's no Pidgeot. Joshua can't really siphon through the deck, pick and choose what to get. Maybe he doesn't get into a boss's orders.
And now here's the first hint. Joshua just played the Arven and did not grab the Defiance Band. So there's a chance that it's already in the hand, right? Absolutely, that could be the case. Or it's not available, and then that plays perfectly into what you just mentioned. You want to go in with your Terrapagos because it's going to be out of range unless we see a Duskull established.
Yeah, it looks like Ultra Ball there, discarding the Pheasantipity. Very interesting there. Do you think it was worth maybe getting 3 extra cards? There is already a Rotom in play that is susceptible. Do you think he just doesn't want to put any more liabilities?
Yeah, I think that's the train of thought. Yeah, Joshua doesn't feel like he can win this game without forcing Kali to go through at least 1 Charizard EX, right? Ideally, with 5 prizes left to go, you'd want Kali to go through 3 Charizard EXs, but with boss's orders available, that's definitely not going to be a factor. But Joshua is down to a single card in his hand, will not be able to take a prize card. Might be 2 cards, but yeah, playing a very low resource game here.
Yeah, Buddy Poffin there grabbing double Duskull. If you're wondering why not grabbing another Pidgey, it's because one is prized, unfortunately. So just double Duskull here. That means this Charizard is just going to be able to hit into this Pidgeot. Pablo, this is a flightless Charizard. This is a Charizard with no birds. You think we can make do? No support Pokemon here.
I don't think we can, Pancho. I think we're going to start to see Joshua slowly but surely lose out this resource war. I mean, Kali could now commit a Dusknoir plus a Terrapagos damage onto the Charizard, knock that out, and then what happens? There's basically no response with a 2-card hand unless it's exactly Rare Candy Charizard. It's going to be really tough to do anything.
Well, if we pop a Dusknoir, we're giving them at least 1 more card. Maybe that's the card we needed. But right now, again, Pidgeot is damaged. Luckily, it has free retreat. Oh, there's so many support Pokemon for Kali. I mean, there's those 2 Noctowls potential. There's the Duskull, like you said. So many things can happen here. And again, just like you said, it's battle of the resources, battle of who has the better earlier turn. And I really do think, yeah, it's Kali who's ahead here.
I have to wonder, will they commit to the knockout on the Charizard, or will they be content to attack with Terrapagos and then KO the turn after? With the Pheasantipity in the discard pile, I think you can afford to be less conservative, if you will, with your approach into trying to take prizes.
So you're asking if slow and steady wins the race here, Pablo? Are we going slow with the turtle? Are we going fast? I definitely want to know as well. I'm curious. I feel like there isn't necessarily a more correct play, just because even if we just take a hit with the Terrapagos, then there's no There's no punish, right? I mean, yes, there is Dust Skulls in play, so I guess that could be a factor. So maybe, you know what? I do want the knockout here. Just because of the Dust Skulls, that means there is the potential for my Terrapagos to go down.
Yeah, and I mean, Kali doesn't know this, but Joshua's hand is exactly Dust Clubs and Luminion, so we'll be able to piece out something. Definitely difficult to get another Charizard established off of an on-first stamp, perhaps. You'd have to draw exactly the right cards. But yeah, things are not looking great here for Joshua if the Charizard goes down. But Kali doesn't have all this information that we have from this top-down view, from the prize cards, so they also need to be a little cautious.
We'll have to see. Looks like another Noctowl plus a Terrapagos just hit the board. We're lacking one more, and it's going to be Pheasantipity. There's the double turbo energy. I don't see a Dust nor Dust Skull, Dust nor Rare Candy just yet.
There it is, though.
Ooh.
Here it comes. Will Kali commit this?
Are we popping?
I feel like we should, just because if not, and it gets bossed.
Do you have another Pokemon to replace the Dusknoir as well? Remember, once we pop, we're reducing the damage on that Terrapagos, on the Unified Beatdown.
Yep. We do have
a
Fan Rotom in hand, so we could have popped the Dusknoir first, bench that Fan Rotom, but maybe Kali just trying to find something better. No, not gonna pop the Dusknoir here, so gonna be a little more cautious. This does risk the Defiance Band, but like I said, the tell here is that Joshua did not search for the card off of the previous Arven, so that either it's in the hand or it's just not available, and Kali is wagering on it not being available.
And there it is, the evolve into the Dusclops. If we pop it here, if we use the Curse Blast, we're doing 50 damage on the board. More importantly, our opponent takes a prize, upping the damage on the Charizard, bringing it to 240, which does knock out the Terrapagos. Where would you put the 50 damage then? Where does it matter here?
I mean, probably just stack it on the Pidgeot. That way, if you get another Dusclops eventually, since the Dusknoir is prized, you can actually finish off that Pidgeot. However,
I don't think anyone wants to use their Ghost in this matchup, Pablo.
We're being very, very careful. Now, we do have a floor update. It seems like James won their top 8 match in about 10 minutes as they started Mimikyu Game 1 and Game 3, and Nathan didn't play an out to Mimikyu in the Raging Bolt deck.
Pablo, that has to be the world record for the fastest control game in the world, right?
Possibly. Now, we are seeing the Dusknoir get popped this time around. Kali will take 2 prizes right here. Will Joshua promote the Charmander? I think, yeah, first we need to see the prizes, and then we get to make that decision. Kali, though, 3 prize cards left. Is there a universe? No, we can't. We can't Thornton into boss to win this game, and the Prime Catcher is down at this point.
Yeah, again, that was a Cursed Blast there. That means the prize was taken during the turn, so we haven't quite attacked yet. We can't take another prize here. What do we have? Can we Gust? Do we go for the Rotom at this point? Do we just rush the prizes?
We can, and we can also Penny. We can also Penny this Terrapagos, completely eliminate essentially what Joshua did in the previous turn, right? Have another clean Terrapagos, or we could attack with Pidgeot again if we really wanted to. I don't think we would, but yeah, I mean, Kali definitely in the driver's seat with the current board.
No, definitely. Hear me out, Pablo. Why not take the 2 prizes now, get the boss orders with a Pidgeot? Then we have a Pidgeot again. Can we boss again?
We cannot, because there is a Pal Pad. However, it got discarded last turn with the research. So Kali only has 1 Ghosting effect left. That's why, I mean, we're talking about going 2 prizes into 1 prize. I think 1 prize into 2 prize also works, right? And if you re-establish the Duskull and just knock out this Duskull, then it's okay. You knock out my Terrapagos, I pop up another Dusknoir, and then I finish off the Charizard for game. So I think going the 1-2 price trade here is going to be a little more favorable for Kali because of the resources they do have left.
Ooh, and there it is. Just like you said, the Penny picking up the Terrapagos, erasing Joshua's last turn. Now we have a fresh Terrapagos EX, and it's just going to be a... Are we going to lost vacuum. Okay, no, we're gonna lost vacuum the Force Seal Stone. For a second there, I was like, we're gonna lost vacuum our stadium. I forgot there was a tool on the opposite side of the field. I think just thinning that out. I mean, the Seal Stone has already been used, so why not? I don't think there's anything else we'd like to remove. No. From there, it's just gonna be a unified beatdown on the Dust Skull. The Dust Skull bringing Cali White down to 2 prizes to Joshua's 5.
Now we are in a sort of precarious situation though. Joshua does have an opening to potentially win by going Dusknoir, KO the Pidgeot, play Briar, and then Rare Candy Charizard, KO the Terrapagos for a 5-prize turn. Without Fizandipity in play, I really can't see that happening. Joshua just doesn't have the dig into the deck to find all the pieces unless he already has everything.
There's also no Dusknoir at all.
Oh, the Dusknoir remains prized. Yes, that is correct. Yep, so never mind. That is not possible.
Would have been
for a
cool.
reason. Yeah, I thought he had taken that prize card. I guess now you on first stamp and hope, but Cali now just needs double turbo and boss to take out any of the benched Pokemon. There's no way we can get rid of all of these in one turn.
Yes, that's 2 cards though, and we do have that one search, which is a Pidgeot, so you just have to pray he doesn't get that other card. 1 of 2 pieces, right? As right now, we also really do have to reestablish our Charizard.
Yeah.
All 5 cards, that's asking for a lot. Just hard draw, Rare Candy Charizard. Yeah, without that Pidgeot, without your support Pokemon, without the birds, even Fezandipity, it is very tough for this Charizard.
Minion, Candy, and on first stamp will be played. This on first stamp has got to be one of the best on first stamps here for Joshua. Needs to really deny resources from Cali and also needs to find exactly at least Rare Candy Charizard to try to make something happen.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But even with the unfair stamp, if we take a knockout, Fezandipity is already in play, so we're getting 3 extra cards. And any of the birds, if we draw into a knockdown 2, that would get us get us the boss. Then Pidgeot gets us the double turbo. I like how all the birds just work together. As there it is, unfair stamp. Do we see the Rare Candy Charizard?
No, we do not. There's a Pidgeot, there's a Briar, there's a Fire, there's a Puffin, and a Super Odd. So it's just going to be a pass here, most likely from Joshua. And then that leaves Cali just needing to quick search for boss to take down that Rotom.
Yeah, that is tough there. Again, unable to really maneuver. At the end of the day, these Charizard decks are stage 2 Pokemon. These are a little bit harder to set up than the Terrapagos, which is a basic. So yeah, again, just it all came down to really the right targeting of that Pidgey.
Yeah.
Right?
There's the instant charge. Kali just needs to go quick search for boss, and we are going to be heading into a game 2 here, Juancho.
And there's the fist bump. So Cali White is your first winner here in top 8. 1 win away to make it into top 4. And after winning that so commandingly, I'm sure they're feeling very confident. But if you're Joshua, how do you change up your play? What do you have to do to turn things around here?
Go first. That's basically
Easy
if
enough?
you want to go first and have a chance at evolving before your opponent can pressure you. This is something that we've talked about before. It's a question I get asked a lot, like, what do you choose, first or second? In this current format, you want to choose to go first because we're in such an aggressive format that you're going to be immediately threatened. So by choosing to go first, you give yourself a chance at establishing that Pidgey or Charmander and then evolving on the second turn to give them higher HP and therefore have them be safe. But let's take a look at the replay of what happened in this first match.
Yeah, again, we're going to start us off with the very important first attack of the game, which was Blustery Wind, Pidgeot versus Pidgey. My money is on that Pidgeot. But then, of course, the Dusknoir knockout on that Charizard EX during your turn, not even using your attack, taking 2 prizes, why not? And we still have the Terrapagos to attack once again. And of course, the game-winning boss to take the last 2 prizes. Very commanding win here from Cali White. And Pablo, I have some good news for you. Joshua chose to go first. He's doing the right thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's the main thing you have to do, right? Like, you can't control the 7 cards you draw. You cannot control what you start with in the active, but you can choose to go first and therefore give yourself that opportunity. So it's Hoot Hoot versus PG, Battle of the Birds here in San Antonio. And we're gonna start off with an Ultra Ball. Never a good sign because you choose Charmander or Rotom. I think Joshua is holding Rare Candy Pidgeot in hand, so I'm thinking we're gonna see a Charmander here.
Now that has to be the case. I was looking at the hand. I think there's at least one more Ultra Ball. Ooh, 2 Rare Candy prize there on Joshua's side of the field too. That might make things tough to try and change Charizard or, you know, get the Pidgeot and even get the Dusknoir. So many Pokemon are really fighting for these candies. And yet, again, with only 2 to work with, Joshua's going to have to manage their resources very, very carefully here, as I believe, again, still searching through the deck, again, going through their deck, checking their prizes, and just getting the bad news of we're going to have to play with only 2 candy. If I think you're right, though, I believe Joshua has to grab the Charmander. And didn't quite get the hard draw of this Buddy Poffin. Has to pay a little bit more for this basic 70 HP Pokemon. Very tough.
This hand is just very bare bones, right? You can maybe get Rare Candy Charizard, Rare Candy Pidgeot right away. Is there? Oh,
I don't think there is a Rare Candy.
No, never mind. Yeah.
It's just there was 2 more Ultra Balls in the hand, and that's something you don't want to see in your opening hand where you can't use a supporter to refill your hand anyway. Ultra Ball is such a good card, it's flexible, find anything you want, but that cost is pretty hefty. Discarding 2 more cards. At this point, you get the Rotom, right? Oh, Luminion.
Well, I mean, if you get Rotom, you get 3 extra cards, and you're hoping for an Arven or a Rare Candy, but you know 2 of those are prized. So if you grab Luminion, you're guaranteeing that Rare Candy for next turn. And the other card in hand is that Pidgeot. So Arven gets you Rare Candy and Force Seal Stone, then you quick search for Charizard, and you Force Seal Stone for the Rare Candy, and you're set, right? You don't have a hand, you don't have a good follow-up, but you have the bare minimum with what you want to accomplish ideally, which is Rare Candy Pidgeot, Rare Candy Charizard on your second turn.
Is there any world, though, where we wait to grab the
for sure. That's exactly where I was going. Like, that felt a little rushed. If you get Iono, then you still have the Iono, you still have the Ultra Balls, and you also give your opponent the information. Hey, look, my hand is 2 cards, but there's a Luminion that I very purposely searched for. So if Kali plays Iono themselves, then that could be problematic for Joshua depending on what he draws. Of course, 6 cards is a lot, but you know the 1 card you're not getting is Luminion, and one of your 2 Pidgeots will be at the bottom of the deck.
What do you think the correct play is now for Kali White here? Is there a possibility we can attack on the first turn?
There is with Rotom, but it just doesn't do quite enough damage. So there's no way to really take advantage of this. That Unified Beatdown has the restriction that it cannot be used on the first turn of the game, whether you went first or second. Now Kali will find the Duskull off of the prize cards and get all the information necessary from there. But yeah, Kali and this Terrapagos deck in general always needs to take that chill first turn and then blows up on the board.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen it on the first game where it's just a couple attacks first, but then once things start popping off, once we use those Dusknoirs, suddenly my opponent's board is looking very bare, and that's where this deck really does shine, that's for sure. As, again, Duskull now in play. There's that 1 ghost. And again, right now, next turn, what's Joshua going to do, right? All they can do is Rare Candy Pidgeot, Rare Candy Charizard.
Yeah, I mean, we know exactly what they're going to do, right?
And if we can find a way to just knock out that 1 Charizard, we're looking good, aren't we?
Yeah, for sure. Joshua will definitely hoping to get a Puffin off the top, perhaps. I mean, Joshua could also definitely take a chill turn, establish the Pidgeot, and then go for an Iono, right?
Yeah.
That is definitely a possibility, and hopefully establish a stronger board, take another turn, let Kali potentially take a prize card, and then you can go on the offensive as the Terrapagos will be in range. I think another important thing is that Kali didn't show any Buffalent last game, I don't think, at all. So maybe Joshua doesn't know that they're in the deck quite yet, and they could be in for a surprise with that in terms of their mats and their planning.
Well, if they don't know it yet, they do know it now, because I believe that Fan Rotom just called it. That's a Hoot Hoot, a Noctowl, and hiding it right behind there, that's the horns of the Curly Wall Bufflet.
There is the Bufflet. So, yep, just found that out. I mean, in case he didn't know already, which at this point, a lot of the surprises, if you will, because these players have been playing next to each other the whole tournament. They might have played against each other previously as well. So usually those sort of surprises are less effective as the tournament gets deeper.
There it is, Leminion, limited sign, able to find any supporter. If I had to guess, probably just an Arvin to grab the rare candy. And I think I like what you were saying earlier, where we just take a chill turn. Unfortunately, we can't Iono and Arvin at the same time, so it might just have to be something like Nest Ball, or sorry, the Buddy Buddy, or actually, Arvin gets you the Forest Seal Stone and a rare candy, so we can, if we wanted to, right, establish the attackers and still get a board. So I'm feeling a lot safer now.
Well, but no, because we need to search for rare candy Charizard, right?
Oh, that's right, that's right.
Yeah, Pidgeot is good, Juancho.
It only finds one. It's not a knockdown, excuse me.
Now, I couldn't tell what the card top decked was, so there's a one card in Joshua's hand that is still an unknown. Now, this is the key thing. Do you go quick search, go big? Joshua eyeing up the Buddy Buddy Puffin here. Now, this is something that I always advise players to try to do. Is like, if you're using quick search, you know your deck. So make sure you already thought about what you're getting when you're using quick search. Don't use quick search and then start thinking about what you're going to get, because then we see like there's a, it's not as fluid in the sense of like what you're trying to do, and then there's this pauses. So if you're gonna commit to one thing or the other, try to do it before you grab your deck, so that you have a bit more time to search through your deck for other options for the future.
I like that advice, Pablo. Definitely makes you feel also just a little bit more confident while you're playing, right?
Yeah.
You know exactly what you're doing. But it looks like it is just going to be the Buddy Buddy Puffin there. We're going to find 2 extra 70 HP or less Pokemon. What are we grabbing? Looks like it is Duskull plus a Charmander. At this time, we do have access to at least Dusknoir in the deck. It's not prized this time for Joshua. And looks like, was the Seal Stone just used as well?
Yep, we have used our V-Star. We're gonna grab the on first stamp, it seems. Gonna put that into the hand. We cannot use it this turn quite yet. Of course, no KO has happened, but Joshua fully expecting Kali to go on the aggression next turn.
Yeah, do you think maybe Joshua was just trying to use the Forest Seal Stone before? Yeah, you got targeted down, that's for sure.
In case the other ace-spec got utilized, right? Prime Catcher or Boss, and then that Luminion was knocked out, and then you could not take advantage of that. And with such a low card hand size, it's like, okay, if you Iono me, I get to keep my own first stamp, and I get a fresh new 6 cards. If you don't Iono me, I have my own first stamp ready to go. But this does open up the possibility of a Rare Candy Dusknoir, KO one Charmander, and Prime Catcher KO the other, leaving Joshua in a very awkward spot. So instead of that Duskull, I really would have loved to see the Charmander. However, that third Charmander is priced, Juancho.
That might be tough, as we are going to see the first Jewel Seeker here. I believe what was found was a Rare Candy. Didn't quite catch the second one, but one thing for sure is we do have Rare Candy Pidgeot. So we're going to be searching a little bit more. Again, Noctowl found the way to the Pidgeot, and now Pidgeot, we may find a way to put this turn together here.
I think it was an Iono, I believe. Kali's hand looking. Oh, wait, maybe it just hasn't been used yet.
All right. Oh, looks like Feather Ball now. Oh, yeah, no, it hasn't been used yet. Yeah, Noctowl grabbing the Prime Catcher and the Feather Ball.
I already have Pidgeot in hand, though. So why would we Feather Ball?
Find the other Pidgeot to discard with the Ultra Ball?
Or Turo, okay.
Okay. Oh, we're changing things up here. Oh, no.
I'm
now we've committed to it.
Pretty sure there was a Pidgeot already in hand, though.
I could have sworn as well. Maybe we're looking at a deck at that point. But there it is. Rare Candy plus the Pidgeot. There was a Pidgeot in hand. It's very, very interesting. Maybe just not wanting to give information or whatnot. But in any case, Pidgeot now in play. Turo grabbing that Noctowl. That means that we can Noctowl again. We'll Jewel Seeker one more time. Why not? And what do we think we're looking for this time, Pablo?
I think Kali's definitely trying to piece out the Dusknoir play with the Prime Catcher. However, we're going to see Air Zero, maybe just Dusknoir KO Pidgeot, though. With Air Zero and Puffin being the chosen cards, Kali doesn't have energy quite yet. Has Hoot Hoot and Nest Ball. I think we're just going to KO the Duskull at this point and establish double Buffalo to make it as difficult as possible for that Charizard to have any sort of response.
It's not too bad either. Dealing with this Duskull means we don't have to, you know, maybe worry about some Curse Blast shenanigans, unless, of course, something like a Thornton comes up, which is definitely possible, but with a small card hand, maybe tough to ask.
Yeah, unlikely this turn, right? But now with Pidgeot, Joshua definitely has a lot more control over the sort of response and the plays that he can make throughout the game. So Kali's just gonna finish off with the Nest Ball, fill out the bench, just really wants the Duskull to take the full damage.
220 damage on this Duskull, this 60 HP Duskull. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's going to be a knockout there. There it is, unified beatdown. And again, Kali White just really showing us slow and steady might be the key to winning this race. As double Buffalo now in play, there's so many explosive things that could have happened. Dusknoir knockout Pidgeot, Dusknoir double knockout Charmander. Sometimes we like to keep things simple and just knock out the active.
Sometimes simple is best, right? Just get a prize ahead. You have a lot of resources. You have double Hoot Hoot just in case something happens. If there is Zero got taken out, I would be very interested to see what Kali prioritizes. I mean, the Rotom and the Noctowl definitely candidates to be discarded, but then what's the third Pokemon? Is it the Duskull? Is it the Buffalo? Or do you remove one of the Hoot Hoots that you very purposely search for this turn and take away one Noctowl option?
No, yeah, that's definitely a tough choice there. All of these Pokemon are great. I can tell you what's staying, though. I'm pretty sure we're not going to discard the Pidgeot EX. As we are going to see another bird here. Looks like Joshua finally putting the birds together. Decided to bench the Pheasantipity this time to be able to draw cards. But first, we're going to draw more cards with this Unfair Stamp A-Spec. Joshua's going to draw 5. Kali's only going to draw 2. Let's see if we can put things together. We still have the Pidgeot to work with as well. So the Forest Sealstone, again, the Forest Sealstone getting used early, definitely paying out. Let's see what these players draw.
Now Joshua needs to find one of Rare Candy or Charizard and then can quick search for the other piece. There's 2 Charizards in hand actually right and now. Still can also use Flip the Script since the Duskull got KO'd. So Joshua will definitely be able to get a Charizard into play and potentially with Counter Catcher could get a knockout. I would love to see that be utilized and take out your opponent's Duskull. Take away that option as well.
Let's actually take out something from the board, because right now, even with a Defiance band, Terapos is definitely going to stick. But there it is. The Counter Catcher on the Duskull. Looks like no ghost shenanigans here. And quick search now being used. Just going to grab the Rare Candy and keep things simple.
Joshua's position definitely looking a lot better this game. Does have those 2 Rare Candies prized, but did find the Charmeleon to go alongside this Rare Candy. So can't ask for better when you have such bad prizes. You'll have the possibility to take this knockout, force a lot of your opponent if they want to deal with the Charizard, and have a Charmeleon ready in case they do piece out the Thornton, Rare Candy, Dusknoir into knocking out your Charizard. You have the other one pretty much ready to go with Pidgeot and Pheasantipity as backups. I'm liking Joshua's position here quite a bit in terms of leading into a late game where we get to see both players at their maximum potential with their decks.
I like it. Just so Kali White did 220 damage to Joshua's Dusknoir. Well, Joshua's saying, you know what? I'm going to do, 420 damage to yours? Just because Charizard is a dark type. That's a lot of damage now. Both players down to 5 prizes apiece. We move back now to Kali's turn, promoting the Pidgeot EX. Not too bad. Does have free retreat. Always promote the pivot first. So we have our options to retreat into. Does have the double turbo energy onto the Terrapagos already, just because that's what we used earlier. So what are we looking for here now, Pablo?
I mean, the 2-2-2 path is still open potentially for Cali. Needs to reestablish that Duskull at some point, but we could try to take down the Luminion and then follow that up with Dusknoir into a Charmeleon plus knockout the Viscantipity, although Joshua will definitely be aware of that. Will probably not bench another single prize Pokemon and try to get that Charmeleon evolved as soon as possible. So maybe you just attack into a Charizard and leave the Duskull option open so you can snipe that and then take down something else on the bench with perhaps a Briar play somehow if Joshua takes 2 prizes next turn. But that also feels like it's pretty difficult, almost impossible to pull off. So, I mean, I think we're about to see a war of attrition and a war of resources, and the penny could be one of the key cards here to favor Cali.
I like it. There's so many things to consider, so many ways to really cheat out these prizes, especially with these Dusknoirs. Plus, they're also playing the Briar card. There's a lot to really consider when you're playing this match. But right now, I believe all we need to do is hit into this Charizard. We're going to go Unified Beatdown once again with a Pokemon on the bench. That's 220 damage, leaving this Charizard with 110 HP left.
Now, I love this from Cali. They had a Noctowl. They had Quick Search. They could have gone crazy with Noctowl, get Research plus Night Stretcher, get a fresh new hand, rebench the Duskull, and Quick Search for whatever they're missing. But they took it slow, right? They didn't use up that Noctowl now, which means they still have 2 Hoots available later to piece out a powerful multiple card combo. So I love that from them. Okay, just take an attack and we'll go from there.
Yes, keeping it simple and just slow and steady as we move back now to Joshua using that quick search now, able to find anything they want. What do we think we're looking for?
So Joshua is eyeing up the Professor Turo to take off this damage from the Charizard. And I would love this play if it weren't for the 2 rare candies that are prized. I mean, Cali doesn't know that, but this means if we evolve this Charmeleon, there's no way to get another Charizard into play until we take a prize card. And that's not happening anytime soon, Juancho. And the rare candies aren't even at the bottom.
Ooh, yeah, that's a very, very risky play. I wonder if Cali Wide goes for it. If they go for the Dusknoir play just for the knockout, maybe this is just a bluff here for Joshua.
Almost feels that way. Yeah, we do need to bench the other Charmander, but then what happens after? Because the Charmeleon is here, we cannot ever evolve this Charmander until we find one of the rare candies from the prize cards. This is super, super risky by Joshua. Of course, Cali doesn't know. Like, maybe you can make the assumption that one of the rare candies was prized, right? Because they play 4, and there's a 10% chance that happens. But you would never play towards your opponent having 2 rare candies being prized at this stage in the game.
Yeah, and again, it's not like even Joshua's taking a prize this turn, thanks to the Curly Wall Buffalant. Even if they weren't there, there's not even enough prizes taken yet. That's just damage on the Terrapagos. Maybe Cali White returns in kind, maybe plays a penny of their own. We'll have to see, but if they play the penny, they'd have to discard bench, so maybe not quite the play.
Yeah, Penny would heal that Terrapagos, but because the Terra Pokemon would be removed, as you mentioned, then a lot more Pokemon would have to get discarded. I mean, it would be the Rotom, it would be the Noctowl. Not the biggest of deals, most likely, plus maybe a Hoot, but overall, I mean, Cali could be very aggressive here. Does have the possibility to quick search for the Dusknoir and then Noctowl, and that's exactly what we're seeing. So then the question becomes, does Cali use Dusknoir's Curse Blast this turn to knock out this Charizard and put Joshua against the ropes?
Ooh, that would be quite the read, wouldn't it not? That's the game-winning play here, if anything.
Yeah.
But that's just a read I don't think any player really is comfortable making.
Yeah, I mean, I would be very surprised if Cali had any inkling that the rare candies were prized. They're just going to be immediately rewarded by doing this play. And Joshua immediately punished by being a little too conservative with the draw. Yeah. Oh, okay. But we're not taking down the Charizard. Instead, we are taking that single prize card. Perhaps well, we can't go boss. We don't have it in hand. We already quick search. We already knocked out. We can penny, but that will.
We need to bench another Terrapagos first.
Yep. We're going to do it.
Oh, we can discard at this point because we've lost the Duskull.
I mean, sure, but we're not doing a lot of damage to a Charizard. And, I mean, with the Buffalance, the Terrapagos is still completely out of range of the Charizard damage. But now there's a universe where Joshua could go Thornton, perhaps, get a Duskull into play, and then evolve into Dusclops. There's no rare candy, so we can't Dusknoir, but we could Dusclops and take down the Terrapagos. Put our opponent at 3 prizes. We go down to 2, which possibly opens up a Briar plus Prime Catcher play. Oh, this is all over the place, Juancho.
So many things can happen. But right now, let's worry about this turn. The Jewel Seeker is going to be played. That's the only Hoot that can evolve because the other one was benched just now. Just getting 1 card actually off the Buddy Poffin. It makes me feel like maybe we're running a little bit low on these low HP Pokemon, but we're grabbing a Nest Ball plus the Prime Catcher.
Establishing that other Terrapagos so that in case the active, or the one we used to attack this turn does go down, we are not put in the same situation. We're going to max out our bench once again, and we are going to hit for 220 damage onto this Charizard EX. So this is where you can assume that Kali knows Joshua plays for rare candies. Are they in the prizes? The answer is yes, but Kali doesn't know that. This doesn't bail out Joshua in any way, though. They took a prize from the Dusknoir. It wasn't a rare candy, and therefore Joshua has no follow-up to this.
What do we do at this point? We can bench more Charmanders to potentially evolve in the future, but we need to take a prize this turn, Pablo. If we don't take prizes this turn, there's no chance we can draw rare candy. This Charizard's about to go down. What are we doing from here?
I really think the ideal play would be Thornton into Dusclops with the Unfirst Stamp to try to deny Kali the win. However, Unfirst Stamp has already been utilized. This is not looking good at all for Joshua, and it's unfortunate because it's surprises. Otherwise, Joshua would probably be in a little bit of a lead if he could get rid of one of these Buffalants this turn with a Thornton play. Now that the Arvin is getting played, though, I mean, we're still in this game, but it's looking very difficult for Joshua here.
Yeah, it's getting tougher and tougher. We're using the Super Rod. Do we not? Oh, we don't even have any more Charmanders in play, do we? In the deck. So we're gonna have to refill a little bit, but not even getting Charmanders, only getting Duskull.
Nope, I guess we're fully committing to Radiant Charizard at this point in time. We can't use it quite yet. We will reestablish the Duskull. Do have access to Thornton at some point to maybe get back another Charmander, but that doesn't matter without rare candies. Every possible avenue that could exist is completely shut down because of the 2 rare candies in the prize cards.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of routes here as well. Maybe we could pop the Dusclops, knock out the Terrapagos eventually. Maybe Defiance Band plus the Radiant Charizard into the Pidgeot is the only way to get the last 2 prizes. That is 280 damage. That's the only way. That's because, again, the Terrapagos has 290 effective HP. It's really hard to close things out here as, yeah, Pidgeot's now played Collapse Stadium. That's a pretty good card.
That's a pretty good card. Will force Kali to go down. Quite a few Pokemon, but those 2 Buffalants are 100% being the MVPs. They were not showing up last game because one was living in the prize cards along its body, Hisuian Heavy Ball, but now they're here and they are making this turtle extremely sturdy.
Definitely. Still 290 HP. That means it's still not getting knocked out by the Charizard. Charizard with 110. Does the Terrapagos knock it out still? That's 30, 60, 90, 120, 100 damage.
Yeah, no, it's 10 off, right? So Kali does need to find at least an Area 0 and a basic Pokemon, but when you have access to Noctowl and Night Stretchers, finding anything just becomes very easy now. Kali does only have a 2-card hand, one of which is Prime Catcher.
I think we need 2 cards specifically, so it might just have to be the Pidgeot into the Noctowls, but that means you're using your 1 Hoot as well. It's a very tough choice here, and Yeah, we have access to everything in the deck, but only one thing. Let's see what Cali White does pull out.
All right, it's a 3-card hand. Kali quick searching. I mean, it's either Noctowl or Night Stretcher for Noctowl, and then you need to find another basic. There is Lost Vacuum in Kali's deck as well. That's how you can get rid of the Collapse Stadium, and then you just bench another Pokemon. But Kali has Ultra Ball, Pidgeot, and Prime Catcher in hand. I don't think you want to Ultra Ball away your Prime Catcher at this point in time.
No, definitely. I don't think we want to do that. That pink card is a little bit too valuable. Very definitely powerful. As we might be struggling with damage too eventually.
Eyeing up Iono now. Choosing Boss's Orders, I believe, and rethinking.
Do they know they're only doing 100 damage maybe? This is a little bit of an awkward situation. Yeah, we need a little bit more here, a little bit more gas for the turtle.
All right, so it seems like it's going to be a boss. Well, no, we're just all over the place. It's
if it
boss,
was
Iono.
boss, what would you boss here?
Well, the only Pokemon that gets KO'd is the Duskull. So there's if Kali wants to advance their game-winning board state, they need to go after that potentially. I think Kali is really trying to play around Briar at this point in time. Doesn't want to take 2 prizes. Because then what if Joshua goes, well, with no, actually, never mind. With no Charmander in play, there's no possibility. You can't Thornton and Briar in the same turn. So Kali's completely safe from the Briar. Maybe they're playing into a Briar play themselves with that Prime Catcher, but getting everything out with Prime Catcher, Area 0, and enough basic Pokemon to knock out the Fezandipiti would be difficult. You can Briar the Charizard, I guess.
Hell, we'll have to see here again. It feels like typically we like to keep things simple, go the 2-2-2 route, but it looks like we're going for the 2-1 Briar 3 potentially. Equally as good, that still wins you the game. Back now to Joshua. This Charizard, despite being the only Charizard we have, has been putting up a fight here.
It's withstood the test of time, let's say that.
Who needs the rare candies at this point? We don't need any more Charizards.
One rare candy for the whole, one Charizard for the whole game. That's good enough.
As we are going to go ahead and quick search again. What are we looking for at this point?
Maybe an Iono, maybe, I really don't know, Juancho. You take this knockout, Kali is gonna look to try to piece Briar plus an attack of. Maybe Joshua is thinking about that and will try to play around Briar himself with a Boss's Orders, and that might unlock a rare candy depending on what he chooses. Does go for the Fire Energy to leave the Radiant Charizard ready to go for next turn, but Radiant Charizard's Combustion Blast is not enough to take down a Terrapagos until one of those Bufalans gets removed from play. So maybe Joshua needs to start preparing a Thornton play. That is something I definitely would have liked to see Joshua use the Fezandipiti first before committing to the quick search.
Oh, 100%. Maybe we draw into the card we wanted anyway, and now he leaves us options. A little bit of a missed sequence, but at the end of the day, let's see if it mattered here. I believe he drew into the Boss's Orders plus a Briar. Didn't quite get to see the third card, but nothing too useful here, as it is just going to be the retreat into the Charizard.
Did find Boss's Orders. I wonder if he'll be tempted to use it at this point in time. No, it's just going to be a knockout. We're going to take down that Terrapagos. We're going to get 2 prizes and finally unlock a rare candy out of there.
All right, now back to Cali White. Do you think this has to be the time Cali White wins this game? Just because we know Joshua's hand. There is a Boss's Orders. Has the Defiance Band been played yet?
If Kali takes 2 prizes, then the Defiance Band would be enough to take down the Pidgeot with that Combustion Blast. That is definitely an opening. Now, can Kali piece out Briar, Terrapagos, Stadium, Energy, and a basic? It doesn't sound difficult, but seems like he's struggling to get it.
Yes, that's just one card. Again, we need a lot more than one card potentially. Maybe Fezandipiti could help out.
I think the most difficult card to find here is the double turbo. Like everything else you can just search for with the Noctowl, and he does have an Ultra Ball in his hand, but that finding the double turbo is the most difficult piece here. So it might come down to, and a stadium as well. I mean, well, no, I mean, you can search for a stadium. It's all about the energy at this point.
There's a lot of stuff. There's even a prime catcher in hand, but at this point, there's maybe we go for the prime catcher just to not go, but then it opens up to Briar, huh? So many things to play around, Pablo. I'm struggling here a little bit. I'm sure Callie White is feeling the heat.
Well, with Joshua at exactly 2 prizes, I don't think Briar factors in too much, right? Because you can't boss and Briar at the same time. Did commit to an Iono, I think.
Iono?
Yeah, so we're definitely not going to win this turn.
Off the 3 cards, what are the 3 perfect cards you can find in this position? Disruption. We're disrupting their opponent, yes, down to 2, but at the end of the day, there is still the Pidgeot in play. Ultra Ball now being played. Does find the Terapagos.
It's all about the energy, Juancho. Can we find one of our 3 double turbo energy left off of this Iono 2-3? That's not a lot of cards.
Oh, hear me out. We grab off the 3. It's going to be the Stadium, the Energy, and a DTE. Ooh. Oh, maybe we just need the D. Oh, we
prime catcher into the Radiant Charizard.
2-shotting this Charizard at this point. Right now, this damage is not enough. It's 100 damage onto the Charizard. Charizard has 160 HP.
I mean, if we even find the energy,
right? Oh,
right?
That's right.
There's Briar, there's Noctowl, and there is a counter catcher. So we're not going to see an attack this turn. Now, this is pretty good for Kali because that Radiant Charizard can attack by attaching 1 energy next turn, as Kali has taken 3 prizes so far, but 250 damage is not enough to take down this Terapagos because of the Buffalo protection. That Curly Wall being the MVP of this match.
100%. As we go back now to Joshua here, did draw 1 card for turn, has Thornton, counter catcher, and that fire energy. Thornton.
1 card off. Oh wait, is he?
Do we just go Thornton into a Duskull and we have Dusclops?
We quick search for Dusclops and that should be it. Does he see it though? Is it Dusclops? I'm pretty sure the Dusclops is available. If it's not, you quick search for Night Stretcher.
Everything should be in line here. We give up prize. We even have the fire energy anyway.
Yeah,
so
we have the fire
attack.
energy. That's 300 damage exactly. Dusclops is not prized. It's Duskull and Rare Candy.
Thornton was just such a good card to grab off those 3 cards. Here it is. Quick search. Let's check what's in the deck here. Maybe we're out of stretchers and the Dusclops, but we'll have to see going through the deck.
I think he sees it. Or not.
Defiance Band, 280.
Is not it. Is Dusclops in there? I can't tell.
I see a rod, but
is the Dusclops?
There's a Night Stretcher. There's a Dusclops. It's the last card.
There's Night Stretcher. There it is. Does Joshua see it? It's, oh my gosh. I mean, at the very end, it's either Dustin or Dusclops. With these full art cards, I made a mistake in Colombia where I thought I had a Dusknoir in the discard pile, and it was actually a Duskull, and I lost the game because of that. Now, okay, the Dusclops is in the discard pile.
Okay.
I think Joshua has this. Thornton into Duskull, and just don't Thornton the active, of course. I think he sees it. Thornton
is played.
This
still works out. Yeah, we go into the Charizard.
Yep.
Thornton switches your basic Pokemon for another basic Pokemon in the discard pile.
We're not doing enough damage just yet, though. No, into Pidgeot.
I guess technically it has lower retreat, so we Thornton to be able to retreat for the turn.
But then we're not attacking, Juancho. We just need to Night Stretcher into Dusclops. Use it and attack and win.
Hear me out. I wasn't saying it was the correct play, but it was something that could happen. Oh, heartbreaking here. Play was there. White now. Callie White. Can we turn things? Can we win this turn?
Callie's got it. Has Briar, has Counter Catcher, I believe, access to. Just needs the Stadium. Well, we're going for Ultra Ball.
Did we top deck the Stadium?
Yeah.
Looks like we have the Stadium in hand.
That's gonna
Pidgeot.
be the energy.
Yeah, there it is. Area 0 Underzeps gets the Night Stretcher to get more Pokemon in play. Gets another Terrapagos.
I guess the extra card was completely unnecessary. There's the Briar, there's the Counter Catcher. Will be a 3-prize turn. Joshua misses the Night Stretcher into Dusclops for game.
More
and
importantly,
gone into a game 3.
Combo Wombo here, though, from Cali. Putting all of that together after such a low card hand really does show the power of the Noctowl. Cali White, ladies and gentlemen, is your winner here in the top 8 of the San Antonio Regional Championship. Will proceed to top 4 and is one game closer to the finals once again. Oh, but I can feel your frustration, Pablo.
No, I mean, in the moment,
yes,
it's difficult to
100%.
know exactly what to do, right? Thornton into Night Stretcher would have been the game-winning play, and it's not the most straightforward at all, right? Kali with a big sigh of relief after that happened, had the perfect cards to move on to top 4. And are they looking to go a step further, Juancho? Can they do it? Last weekend we had the winner make it a step further from their previous finalist placement. Are we going to see the same from Kali?
All they have to do is play just like that, play perfectly, and I believe it's a good shot. As we're going to go ahead and check out a couple of replays now. Again, this was from the first game, the key knockout there on that first Pidgeot, really debilitating Joshua's deck, and of course the off-turn knockout on the Charizard with the Dusknoir, opening things up. And I believe, that was just the lost zone. How was that Pidgeot flying? No, that was the lost vacuum, getting rid of the Force Seal Stone there. And yeah, and this was just the early knockout of the Duskull. Not too bad. Again, Cali White really just played it slow, kept their cool, and just really found the right opening to really run away with this game.
Yeah, this game too was really very unorthodox. Both players were really improvising and trying to make the best with the information that they had, right? And the key information was Joshua knew 2 rare candies were prized and took a risk, and it almost paid off, right? He never needed another rare candy. The way the game played out, Cali just left that Charizard completely alive, no problem, like tried to play around it, and then at the very end, that Thornton play could have made Joshua go into a game 3, but Cali had the pieces, the counter catcher, the energy, and the Briar to take a 3-prize turn against that Charizard EX. That was, I mean, unorthodox, but very exciting with the back and forth.
Oh, 100%. I felt like it was literally anyone's game at some point, and with so many moving pieces that could really happen. We can pop Dust, we can Briar, there's so many things. But I really love seeing these combo decks really maneuver. I mean, on the last turn, what had to be played? Stadium, Energy, a couple of Pokemon, the Briar, and the Counter Catcher. That's what, 5 cards that we needed, and we got there. So again, that's what the Terrapagos deck does. And again, huge shout out to that Bouffalant, really real MVP of this matchup, I believe.
Bouffalant definitely carried the turtle on its back in this particular game 2, but I feel like it's all thanks to the birds. Like, the birds are really carrying the whole deck. It's the Pidgeot, it's the Noctowl, and it's the Fizzantipity. You get extra draw power, you get targeted specific search for anything you need. These birds are broken.
I know. I feel like someone in Monsters and TPC just really likes birds.
Yeah,
I feel like
agree.
They've just been great. Maybe I'm sure someone's just thinking of more bird cards to print at this point. Maybe once we lose Luminion, we'll find another. We'll get another bird card that searches for supporters at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we also have Arceus and Lugia, right?
Oh,
as pretty broken flying Pokemon. So yeah,
Lugia is a flying Pokemon.
Yeah.
No, that's for sure. That's for sure. But again, what an amazing game to watch. Literally could have been anyone's game. I'm running it through my head right now. So many, the possibilities were truly endless.
Well, I mean, we'd love to hear what was running through Cali's head as the match was going on. So let's hear from our winner. Take it away, Emily.
Thank you, Desk. I am here with the winner of our last match, and that is going to be Cali White. Cali, how you feeling after that one?
I don't feel great because I definitely didn't play very well, but
Let's talk about it. Why do you feel that way?
I just made like a million misplays in game 2. And also I made one misplay in game 1. And in game 2, I literally looked at my hand, and then I saw that I had a Pidgeot already in hand, and I grabbed Feather Ball. And I was like pretty sure that if I didn't do that, I could have killed his Pidgeot at turn 2. So that was definitely really big. And then I made a lot of mistakes after that too, but that was the biggest one, I think.
That's okay. What have your rounds been like all throughout today and I guess yesterday? Any matchup that you weren't looking forward to hitting and you ended up hitting anyway?
I think my worst matchup is like meta deck is Zard, and I guess played against it. It's like definitely a winnable matchup. You just want to like try to force them to like 2-hit KO stuff, and then use like Penny or Turo, and then like Dusknoir take 4 in 1 turn generally. So
sure, that's pretty fair. So I guess the last time we saw you on stream was actually during the finals of the Toronto Regionals, and here you are going on into top 4 again. You were playing Drago V-Star, and now you've switched on over to this colorless Terapagos deck. Can you give me a little explanation, a story why?
So basically the reason I played Drago to Toronto was like there's a lot of deck. Okay.
Take your time, it's okay.
So Goldengo, Lost Zone, and Charizard are like the worst matchups I would consider for Terapagos, and all those decks I think are like pretty poorly positioned right now, and especially Goldengo and like Lost Zone are basically non-existent now. So I just felt like Terapagos is better than Drago, because I think that at least my build of Terapagos is definitely favored into Drago. So.
Is there a particular reason you enjoy the more colorless version of Terapagos over something like, for example, the water version of Terapagos and Palkia V-Star?
I just don't think the Palkia deck is very good, but
okay,
I don't really know. I've never played it, so.
That's pretty fair. Okay, so what are your plans for the rest of the season? Do you plan on going to any more regionals, or are you kind of just coasting right now?
Well, I whiffed EUIC Reg, but I'll probably be at like the rest of the NA circuit and NAICs, so.
Awesome, awesome. Well, any shoutouts that you want to give to anybody out there watching you?
Shout out my friend Elias, and shout out the VC squad, especially Kevin. I don't know if he won an ASIM, but he was an ASIM cut.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah, that's it.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Callie. We look forward to seeing you more and more. Hopefully you'll get back to that finals this time.
Hopefully.
And honestly, we'll see you soon.
Okay.
It was great to hear from Callie. Again, it really showed their skill in the deck. Really does prefer this colorless version over the water, and we see it. It's going well.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Callie mentioned a few mishaps along the way, and we're still here all the way in top 4. So that speaks about the strength of their decisions and also the strength of the deck. So yeah, it has a lot of merit for sure. Now, speaking of decks though, let's take a look at what top 8 decks we have for today. Of course, we just saw Charizard and Terapagos, but what else is up here?
There's a lot of surprising decks, that's for sure. No, but yeah, you know what I'm surprised by though? The lack of bridges, Pablo. I can't believe it.
I know. We had so much faith on our Chaladin, but turns out the turtles and the birds are just like, they just like to stand on bridges and yeah,
no,
demolish them.
Definitely. Who needs a bridge? We can just fly over it, right? But yeah, there's a couple of decks that definitely use Noctowl. Good spread here, actually.
Yeah.
The only doubles, I believe, are the 2 Gardevoir decks.
Yeah, only 2 Gardevoirs, everything else pretty unique, and Pidgeot control and Snorlax control making an appearance.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we had seen either of these decks at the very, very top, but now they're taking it a step further. I believe Summit was the #1 seed heading into top 8.
Yeah, oh dear. I mean, both versions of control are definitely working out in this metagame. It just really goes to show that our players are so talented to be able to break to figure out what they definitely need to go into control, right? I feel like the metagame has evolved so much, even just in the past couple of weeks. I personally don't have the confidence to say that, oh, these are all the decks I counter, and I definitely know that they're going to show up. But yeah, shout out to both these players. Can you imagine if we get a control finals, Pablo?
I mean, I'm pretty sure that's very one-sided towards Pidgeot because they can search for their control resources, right? Whereas Snorlax has to rely on boxed order or has to rely on Rotom to find the specific cards, and then it comes down to a deck out battle. But hey, I mean, that's something for you to look forward to in the final.
Oh, that's gonna be a tough one to cast, definitely. But what about our double Gardevoir EX as well? This is again, huge shout out to Emily. This was her caster pick. This was a deck I wasn't expecting to have this type of showing, just because you know, I think the best deck right now has to be Regidrago, but I may be wrong because there's no Regidrago on here at all, Pablo.
Yeah, I was fully expecting Regidrago to continue its dominance in NA, but I mean, Palkia, Noctowl, Raging Bolt, the Gardevoirs had something to say about it, and especially, I think at this point, seeing Henry Chow play is like, whatever Henry Chow is playing, you should probably bet on that, and he's always playing Gardevoir, so I think Gardevoir is going to be my next prediction for the next event. But for now, we're going to take a quick break, and we will be back with more Pokemon action very, very soon, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the 2023 Pokemon World Championship.
世界最高峰のバトルがこの日本で行われているのが、とても信じられないというか、こういった舞台をすごく今楽しんでて。
It's been an incredible experience. They're going all out for this world.
The opening ceremony with the drums, like everything was beating, my whole body was into it.
You've seen the show, you've seen the decoration, everything. Like it's definitely worse in Japan. Like it's everything I wanted it to be.
So exciting just to walk down the street and see all your favorite Pokemon everywhere, and to watch your children's faces as well when they light up as they see everything. Pokemon just brings such joy to everyone's lives when it's things like this. It's amazing.
It's Altaria. There's only some health left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
It's Accent, the most decorated Pokemon Go player in history.
No. Are we there? Are we there? There's a second energy recycler we're waiting for. Now we can attack with the Kyogre. Aqua Storm is going to do so much damage. It's going to take out those bench Pokemon. And Xiao Tong'an is your Junior Division World Champion.
Pumpkin Pit! Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your Seniors Division World Champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
He's got a ton of cards in hand. Power Tablet. Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card. Moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot. And Boss's Orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
knockout here. It's only really got that Pollen Puff or the Clear Smile, but it gets the knockout. Sora Ebisawa is your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
Now, Arcanine's gonna avoid that, but Gastrodon survives! It's just a sliver of HP!
It's little Arcanine sled. That means Gastrodon gets an attack off. It should get a knockout here if it goes for Ice Beam. It's Angelia Amogus, that's down. It's a 3v1 now.
The battle is just canceled, and Tomoya Ogawa is your Seniors Division World Champion in Japan!
Get any secondary effects. So as Pollen Puff will take out the Chien-Pao, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。
ワールドチャンピオンになることは自分にとって目標でありました。チャンピオンになってめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。家族に恩を返せて、観客の人も盛り上がっていたので、僕的にもとても嬉しかったです。
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to.
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time.
我赢下世界锦标赛后，我非常兴奋，也觉得不可思议，也很感谢所有支持我的人。
I'm feeling good to be a world champion, something I'm gonna remember for a long time.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans. Our trading card game tournament here in San Antonio. I gotta tell you, Pablo, it makes me feel real excited for the next World Championships. Seeing that recap from Yokohama in 2023. Every single Worlds is so special. Every Pokemon tournament is so unique. I cannot wait to see what's going to happen as we continue to move forward this season and what stories propel themselves forward into the Anaheim World Championships.
I was just thinking, looking at that recap video, like, I can't believe I had the opportunity to go to play a World Championship in Japan, out of all places. Like, that's little Pablo's dream coming true for sure. Like, it still feels unbelievable. I sucked at the tournament. It was still pretty
I watched some of your games there. I think you did it to yourself by choosing to play Lost Zone Giratina.
I would agree. Yeah, I have no. I mean, well, I'm gonna play. I'm gonna blame my friend Ross for that one. Ooh. Like, I believed in him, and it was not the play. It was not the truth.
Did not work. Not the truth for this World
Championship. Not the truth for that one. No.
Well, my name's Chip Ritchie, joined here at the desk for our Masters Top 4 match by Pablo Tablemon Meza. And we're very much looking forward to getting into this next game. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how things are shaping up for our Masters Division tournament here. We, of course, did have extended top cut, but we did eventually get down to our top 8, and we have 4 players remaining. Callie White, of course, just got the victory over Joshua Wallace in that streamed game. We'll be going up against Alex Shemansky, making yet another deep tournament run. That is a great matchup, but we're going to be featuring the other side of the bracket, Henry Chow up against James All-Out Blitzel Kowalski.
Now this is going to be very interesting. Going to feature Pidgeot Control. Not the most straightforward deck for sure, but it's something that a lot of people are eager to see happen. And I mean, we know James is a big online tournament player, but as I said before, walking the talk here, showing that it's not just online, which doesn't get a good reputation overall, to be honest, right? Like, those results don't get taken too seriously, but it feels like he's winning every big tournament online at this point.
Yes, every single tournament that is over 200 players, James is in top cut of basically every single one of them, and 99% of the time he is playing some iteration of Pidgeot Control, but he will have his work cut out for him in this game. Henry Chow, the Baltimore regional champion from earlier this season, on the right side of the table, playing his signature Gardevoir EX deck. And this matchup, there's so many different levels to how this could go. It did sound like Henry wasn't excited about playing this matchup, But we'll see exactly what happens. I mean, if anyone is going to know how to navigate these sort of situations, it's Henry. You know, James isn't going to get any sort of advantage from his opponent not knowing how to play against Control, which may have benefited him up to this point in the tournament.
And especially with this deeper runs, right? Like, these players have been playing next to each other at the top tables the whole day, maybe been played against each other already. Therefore, Henry might already have some information on James's deck, and yeah, this will be very interesting. Now, one of the main strategies of these Pidgeot control decks tends to be trapping things in the active, but they're not a fully fleshed out Snorlax deck of sorts, so double Ralts at the very top of the prize card, so that's not a great start.
And that Spiritomb! The Spiritomb is massive in this matchup. Fettered in Misfortune turns off the abilities of all basic Pokemon V in play, and James's deck is extremely reliant on Rotom V's instant charge to get set up. That is massive.
You cannot have put it better, Chip. That Spiritomb so key against Snorlax, against Pidgeot, against Charizard, but having it prized in your first game off top 4 can be rough. Now, we do have to mention that Pidgeot control usually doesn't win by taking prizes, right? It does have that option available to it, but it can sometimes just win through alternate win conditions. However, if Henry gets a solid and healthy prize lead, depending on the time, that could actually factor into this game.
We are kicking things off. It does look like James went first. Started that Pidgey, going to certainly be looking to make a Pidgeot EX on the next turn, and is also able to find the turn 1 Rotom instant charge, instantly filling the hand by drawing 3 additional cards, kicking it back over to Henry right away. With that Ralts in the active spot, a very key attack as well for Henry is going to be the fact that Ralts has Teleportation Burst, something he can use to pivot to the bench if any sort of stalling shenanigans. It actually really prevents James ever even going for any of the stalling shenanigans. And Henry now taking note of the prize cards, using that nest ball, searching out any basic Pokemon with the Spiritomb prize. With a pair of Ralts, he's really going to value getting down that second Ralts right away. He wants to keep a Ralts in play. He wants to get a Curly in play next turn to draw some cards and eventually establish a Gardevoir EX.
I think I'm seeing like 25 singles in this deck list, Chip. That's a lot of one copy cards here. And speaking of the trapping shenanigans that you were mentioning, there's Mowell and there's Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX. Both of those Pokemon can trap something like a Manaphy, something like a Radiant Greninja, and potentially give some trouble to Henry. However, Henry does play 2 copies of Professor Turo Scenario, so I think at this point that's not going to be a viable win condition for James in this particular match, which I'm sure has been in many others, but not in this one. But there is a special tech card that James... Oh no, there's no Milotic here. I was going to mention the Milotic, yep.
Yeah, the Milotic with the Mentally Calm ability is a tech we've seen pop up a lot from Control players. It's something that Grant Manley was playing in his list. Mentally Calm, your opponent's Pokemon in play and all attached cards cannot be put into your opponent's hand. This is the perfect response to a Professor Turo, but James is not playing it, choosing not to go with that tech card for this matchup. We'll have to see if Henry is maybe in this early game going to keep that in mind, or as this game develops, if he's going to be worried about the potential of that Milotic.
The other Pidgeot player in asymmetrical top card, Grant Manley, was playing that Milotic, but we see that difference potentially having an impact right here. Now, we're going to see Henry get it off to a solid start. Was very thorough with his price checking, and therefore knows that there's no Ralts. There's no other Ralts available, so we can really only evolve one of them with that Technical Machine Evolution. We can't get that Spiritomb. We do have the Fluttermane, which could be important, maybe.
Yeah, especially with James having that Pidgey in the active spot, but since Henry has already committed the Technical Machine Evolution, no surprise to see that being used. Curlia put into play. And now James's hand being reduced from the massive instant charge last turn after the Iono from Henry. What does he have? Just an Iono of his own.
All right. I mean, if you didn't know what James was playing, you'd be seeing this and you could be thinking you're up against Charizard, right? But of course, both players know very well what they are up against. And I think this game is going to be all about what is James's strategy to lock down Gardevoir. You know, what options does he have? Is it Lost City, a potential Drifloon to then make Blood Moon or Saluna that can never be KO'd? We do see the Wellspring Ogerpon hit the board though, and it's one of those new fancy ones from Prismatic Evolutions.
Yeah, nice new alternate artwork there, and just an instant charge to draw some more cards. His hand was not looking really good over on James's side. Henry will start off the turn with a Refinement, discarding a Buddy Buddy Poffin from the hand. This is a matchup where Henry really wants to be very mindful of the Pokemon he's putting in play.
Very mindful indeed to make sure that they cannot get trapped. I wonder if Henry knows that there's no Milotic threat at this point. Milotic was utilized by Sander, like the mastermind of the Pidgeot control decks last weekend. Now we're gonna get that Spiritomb to lock down this Rotom. No more extra cards for James.
And you can see how valuable it is in this matchup. A lot of Gardevoir players would play that Heavy Ball, see 2 prized Ralts, and instantly be like, oh, thank goodness, I can get another Ralts in play. But in this matchup, it's all about this Spiritomb limiting the setup from James. Now, something that could be pretty strong for Henry, if he can find his Gardevoir EX, we could see him with this Spiritomb in play, get into a Gardevoir EX, get enough energy in the discard pile, and just knock out this Pidgey right away and not have to worry about any sort of Pidgeot coming into play.
I think you're a Psychic type Pokemon, just like the ones we're seeing, Chip, here, because we seem to be about to see that knockout. And with the Rotom blocked, what options does James have at this point?
Especially being Iono down to 6 cards, and there is another Psychic Energy found. I think that should be enough for Henry to now have access to retreating this active, to getting into the Gardevoir, and start swinging with Miracle Force. No, not gonna Refinement it away. Oh, are we gonna see Screamtail here?
We'll see Screamtail. That is also good enough to knock out the Pidgey, right? We're gonna see the Refinement first. I think Henry was getting a little bit ahead of himself. And yeah, it seems like it's gonna be the Screamtail, which is a lot more threatening overall to anything. James taunting Henry with that Wellspring Ogerpon, which has the Terra protection, but pretty sure he's not going to choose to do 80 damage onto that.
Now over to James's side. Yeah, that might have been James being used to being able to get away with a misclick every once in a while from his opponent online. No, no IRL misclicks from Henry Chow. And this is where things are going to get really tough for James. If he had been able to establish a Pidgeot, he would probably feel okay in this position. But now he doesn't have Pidgeot, and he doesn't have access to Instant Charge, so setting up and getting a constant stream of his controlling options is going to be difficult.
Another thing he doesn't have access to at this point is he can't bench another Pidgey, right? Which is great with that Precious Trolley, but it just gets immediately sniped by the Screamtail because there's no mana fee protection at this point. So we might have to see that Force Seal Stone dedicated to a Night Stretcher, the only copy available to have to bench double Pidgey and then have a chance at one of them surviving.
We will see Precious Trolley be grabbed from the Arven, the A-spec of choice. James sang this card's praises when I interviewed him yesterday, saying how it just opened up so many possibilities for this deck. He's able to search his deck for any number of basic Pokemon and put them onto the bench. So he'll be able to fill it up if he wants to. And there are so many different possible options here, Pablo. You got any inkling of what he's going to want to go with?
I mean, it seems like we're committing to a sort of Luxray trapping strategy to get rid of resources in Henry's hand. Maybe get rid of those Professor Turos with some lucky Luxray snipes and then try to trap something with Mowell or the sub attack from this Wellspring Ogerpon EX. Now, James is committing to 4 benched Pokemon, not going for that Night Stretcher with that Force Seal Stone. That means single Pidgey, and there's nothing stopping Henry from knocking out this Pidgey right now.
James may be thinking of a future Thornton play, potentially. That's something he can piece together with the Forest Seal Stone, potentially. And we do see that double Turbo Energy being attached, and the Counter Catcher targeting down that Gardevoir EX. It will be a Sob. 20 damage, reduced to 0 with that double Turbo Energy, and now Henry's active Pokemon will be unable to retreat.
With no energy right now and the discard pile, this does seem like a pretty great strategy, except Henry already has that Professor Turo in his hand to take away this locked Pokemon, or potentially pick up the Screamtail, release those energies into the wild, and then reattach them into a Gardevoir to start swinging. But I definitely think if you're Henry, you're just savoring that
Yes.
Pidgey.
Yeah, I think picking up the Gardevoir definitely seems like the move. We'll see which route Henry goes with. Does begin this sequence with a refinement, discarding a basic Psychic Energy, drawing himself a couple more cards. He is starting to build up a pretty sizable hand here. And this play from James last turn, he's just trying to buy time, get himself an opportunity to potentially get a Pidgeot in play. But Henry is going to be able to have the response with the Professor Turo's scenario.
Now, Henry being very methodical of what he's going to try to do. And I think that's very important, right? Against these sort of control decks, their win condition is to run you out of resources. Find a way to lock you out of energy or ways to retreat and then win that way. So the least amount of resources you can use, the better it will be. Now, promoting the Spiritomb, attaching the energy, possibly to just retreat, get that into a discard pile in a more natural way, and then we're going to see that Screamtail snipe that Pidgey with that roaring scream.
An extremely smart use of resources there from Henry Chow, making sure that he has enough energy cards in the discard pile to be able to utilize with Gardevoir in future turns. It is the Roaring Scream, taking down the Pidgey. No Pidgeot once again for James, unless he can piece together some sort of Thornton play. And if there's anything that can help him find it, it will be some combination of Phesandipides, flip the script, drawing 3 additional cards, and maybe a potential Thornton. Now, this could be huge here. The accompanying Flute, looking at the top 5 cards, putting any basic Pokemon that James finds onto the bench, and Manaphy is a massive hit.
That is massive with 1 Turo down, 1 left to go, but that Manaphy could be James's win condition. So this game is really going back and forth, Chip. Now, bringing that up could be a little difficult. There's 2 counter catchers in this list. 1 has been utilized already. We can Force Seal Stone right now. For the other, we can also Boss, try to trap that immediately. Oof, this second copy of Professor Turo's scenario by Henry could be so clutch.
Does have the second Turo, but does not have Pal Pad in this list. Something we see from Gardevoir lists every once in a while. So if we can get a sequence of James sticking this active for a long enough time and Henry being unable to find the Turo, it will allow James to get time, to get reestablished, to Night Stretcher back a Pidgey, which we see right now. And that's just the name of the game here, establish a Pidgeot EX. Can Henry find his second copy of Turo this turn? He'll have a pair of refinements to help him dig.
It's all on Henry right now to get this Manaphy out of this lock. Now, the Professor Turo is available. The secret box can also potentially search for that Professor Turo, so decent chance to find it. I don't think you're in any rush in particular to try to find it because James can't really pressure you in any other way, right? It has to be through this sub. You can't all of a sudden switch into a Luxray and break this trapping lock, because then you give Henry the option and the opportunity to retreat and start taking more and more prizes. So
but what James could do is take a turn off, right?
Yeah,
Go
for
the Luxray, try to catch that Turo in the hand, try to Fang snipe it away, and then play for the later game of bringing this Manaphy back up.
Yeah, so if Henry were to, for example, search for the secret box, use it, and put that Turo into his hand, that would be the prime opportunity. But I think Henry, a regional champion, the Gardevoir master of the universe, will not fall for that.
He does use refinement, is unable to find Turo just yet. Puts the other Kirlia into play, evolving the Ralts, has 1 more refinement to go for. Is he playing the Iono? Is he refinement the Iono?
He's playing the Iono chip, which is a little risky if that Professor Turo ends up in the hand. And James is able to find his other copy of Double Turbo. There's only 2 in the deck. Oh, it's actually prized. Yeah, so actually, I mean, with counter game, the Luxray play is still possible. But with only 3 energy, can you really afford that in the long run? That would leave 1 energy left for
He could also
sub.
penny, right? He could penny, pick up this Double Turbo energy, right? And then if it does get knocked out, right, he could Roseanne's back up, put that energy back into the deck. So he should still have some options. It's not going to be a penny play here, though. He's going for the Arven. Doesn't have a great read on his opponent's hand, and he is more than anything going to value getting Pidgeot in play. And with the Arven for the rare candy, that gives me a pretty good sign that we are indeed going to see quick search established. Now, every single turn, James is going to be able to search the deck for any one specific card and add it to his hand.
That one copy of Accompanying Flute was so clutch here, put Henry in so much trouble. Having at that point, hitting the Manaphy with the Greninja being in the prize cards was very fortunate, but now this Professor Tour, there were a lot of cards get put at the bottom, right? The Professor Tour is not here, therefore, we're getting closer to that, and if the Manaphy hits the hand and then gets discarded by the Kirlia, what is the option then? What do you trap?
Yeah, there's no Mantine or anything like that in the list for James, and he does have the Erica's Hospitality, or Erica's Invitation, excuse me, different Erica card, but that is actually also in the prize cards for James. That would be one way if his opponent had picked that Pokemon up, put it in the hand, boom, Erica's, bring it back down, bring it back up to the active. Another thing, though, we'll have to keep track of is how many energy does Henry put into play, because while James would like to stick the Manaphy active, if Henry spreads his energy cards a little bit too thin, even something like a Gardevoir could get stuck.
Yeah, he definitely would have liked to keep one of these Kirlias as a Ralts, right? To be able to Teleportation Blast every time you got trapped out of there. That is no longer a possibility, but Henry does play 10 total energy, so I think we're going to see some Gardevoir EXs with Darkness Energy attached, and then you can dedicate 3 here, 3 here, 2 here, that's 8, and you still have 2 left over.
Henry, off that first refinement, was able to find Secret Box, his patented Secret Box technology, a spec card of choice, which will allow him to discard 3 other cards from hand and then search his deck for a item card, a supporter card, a tool card, and a stadium card and add them to his hand. Is this the time? Are we going to see Professor Turo's scenario?
Now, if you see that from Henry, right, your opponent, sorry, from James, you see the Secret Box, you see the Turo, you see the Manaphy hit the hand and then immediately hit the discard pile, which Henry must know and be aware that he needs to play around that Erica's Invitation that you were mentioning. Do you, based on the time left, do you go next, Chip? Is that the moment where, because you probably can't win by prizes, you need to go for a locking strategy 2 games in a row? Is 1 hour enough to pull that off twice?
That is going to be the question. I think for James, you can stick it out for a little bit longer, see how Henry spreads the energy, try to mess with his board a little bit, do some counter catcher plays, some Mawile trapping, try to force his hand a bit, but it is certainly going to be tough. And that is one of the reasons that control decks can really struggle and have a hard time actually winning these regional championships. They're often very good plays. They'll often get you into top cut, but with the single elimination rules, it's different from the Swiss rounds. If a set goes 1-1 in games and we're in game 3, the player who is ahead on prize cards is awarded the win. We have to have a winner. We have to have someone advance to the finals. There are no ties in Top Cut. James has accumulated 3 ties thus far in the tournament. That will not be an option. So he may have to consider an aggressive concession. Like you said, I don't know if he needs to do it yet. I'm not sure that the writing is quite on the wall. It's not like Henry has a great way to deal with this Ogre Pawn. It's got 260 hit points thanks to Bravery Charm. So these are all things that are certainly going through James's mind in this moment.
We see the Manaphy get immediately discarded off of that refinery. We see the nice stretcher for the Gardevoir EX. Who gets evolved? That is what Henry is questioning right now. Does he have 3 psychic energies? He does. He has more than enough. And he's gonna be able to take, or to do 190 and start pressuring this Ogre Pawn, which has been very annoying for now. But I think Henry would have loved to have the Darkness Energy attached here and leave more Psychic Energies, because if there's only 1 left, then now it's the Kirlia that could get trapped. Or you can just retreat. That works.
So we will see a Psychic Embrace, 2 energy being attached to the active, retreating, Henry shortcutting a little bit, saving us all a bit of time, and now sending up the Scream Tail. Now Scream Tail could take a prize, knock out the Mawile. We also could see Scream Tail like set up for damage. Go for a 2-hit KO on the Pidgeot EX.
Yeah.
What do you think the correct play here would be?
I kind of like pressuring the Pidgeot. It's the real way that James will be able to make anything happen. And you can afford this, right? You have 3 energies here. You have 3 energies here. You have potentially another 3 onto this future Gardevoir EX. And then 1 more on the Spiritomb. That's 10 total energy, and Henry knows that he didn't prize any, so this is completely possible. And now this 120 damage onto the Pidgeot is pretty good, but the thing is, you're gonna have to 3-hit KO the Pidgeot. You cannot add another energy, because that's when things could get a little trickier.
The beneficial thing here for Henry as well is the fact that Spirit Tomb's attack is actually pretty nice. I almost said Shuppet, because it has that iconic fade out attack where it deals 10 damage and then allows you to return that's Pokemon to your hand. So Spirit Tomb is something, while it only does 10 damage, is never at risk of getting stuck by a Mawile or a Teal Mask Ogerpon ES. Excuse me, a Wellspring Mask Ogerpon ES.
It's easy to confuse them. They all look very much alike, especially in their Terra forms.
The card is literally green.
It's more green than blue, I agree.
We are going to see the quick search, and we see James's Radiant Pokemon of choice, the Radiant Serena, being eyed up. Its elegant heal ability allowing you to heal 20 damage from each of your Pokemon. Is that going to be the move here, trying to make this Pidgeot hang around as long as possible?
I mean, does that save it from getting 3-hit KO'd? It's 120, goes down to 100. Then it gets another 120 on it, goes down to 200. And then it doesn't have enough HP left. So I don't think it's going to be too relevant. Now, this is where James, could go into aggressive mode. Lost CD away this Scream Tail somehow. Or we're going to keep up with the trapping strategy.
And I think this is James trying to buy some time. He knows that now his Pidgeot is going to be able to stick around for a turn. Henry has no way to pick up this Gardevoir EX. His only option is going to be to load it up and attack with it. And if he loads it up and attacks with it, that means that James will have another turn of Elegant Heal, another opportunity to heal this Pidgeot EX, and then he'll have an opportunity to start getting the Penny Loop going. Gardevoir caps out at 190 damage, so if James can Penny over and over and over again, Gardevoir will never be able to KO this active.
That is very true, Chip. Now, can you do that for 10 turns in a row, though? You have 2 pennies, you have 2 Palpads, you have... I'm not seeing Silene. I'm not seeing...
No Silene.
I'm not seeing... I mean, there's so many one-offs I might be missing.
Cheer.
I'm not seeing Team Yell's Cheer or Silene. I think we're a little too used to Snorlax, but I don't see those cards here.
Okay, so it's actually not going to be infinite resources here for James.
Yeah.
No way to continually cycle the supporter cards over and over again. He can Palpad. I think he's got a Palpad in this list, right?
Well, okay, so I was thinking Regieleki with Heroescape, but that's not the ace spec of choice. So yeah, I'm trying to see if there's a way to make this infinite, but maybe there isn't.
And it might just be James here trying to buy some time, reestablish something else, force Henry to spread the energy cards out like we mentioned, and then he'll try to trap something else active, right? Bring up the Curlia, force Henry to put all those energy cards there, and then see if there's something else, some other way he can bring some other Pokemon up.
Yep. It's all about how many energy did Henry prize at this point for James, which of course he doesn't know. Henry didn't prize any energy at all. He's trying to force those energy onto the board and then find a way to trap something in the active that can no longer threaten him at all.
Of course, we could also see James eventually go into the Blood Moon Ursaluna as an attacker. It's Blood Moon attack, dealing a ton of damage and also having a lot of HP, especially if you put a Bravery Charm on that Pokemon.
Yep.
We are going to see Elegant Heal, 20 damage healed from that Pidgeot, and also the active Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX. Does look like James has the Penny in hand. He's going to start with the quick search, searching the deck for any card, adding it to the hand.
Henry has only taken 2 prizes so far, so the Blood Moon is not quite available to start dishing out damage just yet. Seems like we're going to see the Regieleki and then get back a resource, and then that gets taken out, and then the Blood Moon Ursaluna could actually make something happen here.
And Nestball will search the deck for any basic Pokemon, and sure enough, Regieleki will be put down with its Electromagnetic Sonar attack, allowing you to put a trainer card from your discard pile back into your hand.
Not a bad attack to have at your disposal when you have all these important resources. We're also going to dedicate the counter gain to that Regieleki, essentially doing it for free. So what does James grab back? It's gonna be the flute. Interesting.
Yeah, I think James is recognizing the situation. Henry's got 3 energy on this Screamtail, 3 energy on the active Gardevoir. He can put 3 energy on the Curlia and make that a Gardevoir to start attacking. Spiritomb can't really get trapped. As long as you keep an energy around, you can always fade out.
Leaves 1 energy available.
But if James can find something else, put another Pokemon in play, Monkey Dory, Drifloon, Fluttermane, so many things that I think James would be fine to put down. Radiant Greninja would be the best one, but we do know that it is in Henry's prize cards, which I think Henry is actually probably thankful for. A rare thing that the Gardevoir player is thankful for their Radiant Greninja to be prized. But yeah, James, I think, is just going to be looking for something else to stick into play.
All right, so Ralts is available. Mawile is also available. Drifloon is also available. Seems like Henry is going to choose to purposely put that Ralts into play, reducing the odds that the flute hits something. But there are 3 basic Pokemon, and Henry's deck is not very big at this point in time.
And this still works out just fine for now. If James ever sticks the Spiritomb active, you can, of course, use Fade Out. And then you have 3 energy to put on the one Curlia, 1 Psychic Energy to put on the other Ralts. You can Teleportation Burst to always be able to move it back to the bench.
Then the Spiritomb gets trapped, right?
I'm assuming, yeah, Spiritomb has to get faded out at some point in this sequence.
And this would be the perfect opportunity, actually. You retreat this Gardevoir, get 2 more energies here, then you fade out, but that also gives James a free electromagnetic sonar again.
That's right.
If he wishes, which
2
you could play the flute and then play it again, right?
And then it also clears another bench spot for the potential of James sticking more than 1 basic Pokemon in play from the accompanying flutes.
So I have to wonder, was this 3rd energy a potential mishap chip? That extra damage really did nothing, right, against the pitcher. Didn't apply enough pressure, I want to say. And if Screamtail had 2 energies there, then even if a Drifloon or a Monkey Dory gets put into play, you still get to attack. You still get to apply some sort of pressure with them.
Refinement was used, a couple of cards being drawn. Still some supporter options here. There's Iono. There's actually Irida in this list as well, but it will be Arven as the choice. Searching the deck for an item card and a Pokemon tool. Just thinning a few things out. Will grab the Bravery Charm. One kind of cool play you can do with this deck is put a Bravery Charm on a Ralts, put 4 Psychic Energy on it, putting it up to 80 damage, and then evolving it into a Curlia so it gets KO'd. Normally that would be a very bad thing, KOing your own Pokemon, but it could be a way to move a Pokemon out of the active spot that Henry might have had stuck otherwise.
But will you ever have 4 energy available in your discard pile with how James is playing this out? Doesn't seem very likely. We're going to see a Screamtail. Gonna try and snipe something perhaps. We're going to see a snipe on the Pidgeot maybe, just fully committing all those energies.
It's going to be a 200 damage attack. That lines up exact math to KO Pidgeot here with 80 damage on it currently.
If you could Iono here, this would be a lot stronger. But yeah, Pidgeot's going to go down. Henry might just be trying to go boss KO for the win at some point here. That's a lot of energies committed, and now something can definitely get trapped.
Also, this Regieleki is going to be difficult to get out of the active spot now for James, so the fact that it did not go down is probably something, even though James will have constant access to electromagnetic sonar, is not too bad. Let's see what's going to happen here with this Hisuian Heavy Ball. Looking at the prize cards, there are no basic Pokemon to take, so that is going to be a fail. And Henry is really putting James on a clock here.
Yeah.
At this point, there's a lot of energy locked up into play. There are no more Professor Turo's scenario, so it's going to be a race. Can James find a way to stick something active, run Henry out of resources, or does Henry have just enough available still to find a way to take the last 2 prizes?
The second copy of Counter Catcher is in the prize cards. One has already been exhausted, so I don't think James can do Penny to retreat plus Counter Catcher, trap something in the active spot, and if it doesn't happen this turn, it's not happening ever again, because that Luxray is gonna get sniped by that Screamtail.
There are 2 Pokemon hit here from the accompanying flute. James had his choice there of the Drifloon or the Mawile. Thinks of the Mawile now, putting that into play. I didn't expect we would see a Mawile from both players.
A Mawile mirror match, yeah.
A Mawile mirror match, each player having Mawile at some point this weekend. But I guess it's not too surprising considering both these decks are so strong.
I generally think James needs to scoop it up. I mean, he must be thinking of something, but
he
the
does
clock
have the
every second that goes by.
He's got Latias, so that's how he could get this Regieleki out of the active spots. But so he could Latias plus Boss plus Mawile, stick something active, right?
Yeah, but there's no boss, right? So if you know that, then you need to move on to the next scheme. You knock out this Screamtail, you get the counter catcher potentially out of the prizes, but what happens after? You free up all those energies to be spread around all of these Pokemon, so then your trapping strategy goes away. So with the clock dwindling down, I don't see an opening. Obviously, James is the expert here, right? Like, there's no denying that he's possibly only rivaled by Sander as the best Pidgeot control player ever, but I'm just not seeing it here.
He will use Lost Vacuum. Does get rid of his own Genesect, sending the Bravery Charm, and then also the Screamtail to the Lost Zone, thanks to the Lost City that is in play. Henry now having to choose what to promote. It will be the Gardevoir EX, sent to the active position.
Yep, that Pokemon is like, okay, you want to trap that? It's just going to smack you for 190 damage. We're going to see a technical Machine Devolution play, though, trying to get another prize card. Trying to get that counter catcher, but it's not going to be off the prizes. That's okay. Maybe something can happen here. By getting that Kirlia up into hand and Henry not having rare candy at all, there's no attack possible from Henry this upcoming turn. Could James now turn this around with Blood Moon, Iono, Double Turbo, or Energy attach and start swinging and win the prize race, Chip?
That might be what he's going for. It might be his only chance. He's guaranteed to not lose a prize card here, like you mentioned. Henry not playing that rare candy that he did become quite known for after the Baltimore Regional Championships. The Gardevoir list has changed, adapted, and grown since that event. Henry does immediately put both Kirlia into play, so a few refinement are available, trying to mitigate any of the risk that could come alongside any sort of Iono plays from James.
Thinking about putting those Darkness energy back into the deck as well with the Superrod. It's now a good time for Henry to just Iono away James's huge hand and make it even more difficult to pull anything off next turn, as since James did take 2 prizes now, he would only be getting 4 cards instead of the usual 6 for this deck.
And something else Henry could be considering here is the fact that we have yet to see one of the most annoying supporters in the format be played by James, Eerie. Now, Eerie has been hanging out in the prize cards this entire game, but James did take it last turn after one of those KOs. Henry has Super Rod in his hand, so that's why he's debating. Do I play it or do I leave it in my hand? He cannot feel safe leaving that resource around knowing Eerie has not yet been utilized. The larger Henry's hand gets, the more likely it is for James to hit something really strong off of that disruption support.
Iono. All right, so Gardevoir does go to the bottom of the deck, Chip, so maybe getting that back could be a little problematic. Henry does only get 2 cards, but I guess with Double Refinement this turn and Double Refinement next turn, we might be okay.
Refinement number 1 discards a Kirlia. Refinement number 2 going to get rid of Drifloon. 2 cards now being found. Boss's Orders, a bunch of Darkness Energy, a Night Stretcher as well, and just a pass. James buying a turn effectively. What is he going to do with this gift?
Does he have access to Boss's Orders? I mean, at this point, in an ideal world, James could get 3 energies here, 3 energies, then 2 and 2. That's all 10, and then maybe he could trap something, but does he have enough time?
I think Henry may actually just have game next turn. I think there's a Gardevoir EX in the discard pile. Is there? Oh, I didn't quite get a good look. But if there's a Gardevoir EX in the discard pile, he's got Night Stretcher in hand and Boss's Orders. with that Monkey Dory established, he would be able to boss his orders up the Fezandipity, move the damage counters from the Gardevoir onto Fezandipity, and take a one-hit KO with the Miracle Force. Let's see, all he's missing now is Gardevoir, and he finds it, bosses orders. Gardevoir bringing up one of those 2 prize Pokemon. Adrenabrain moves the extra damage. Henry Chow takes a one-hit KO and goes up 1-0 in top 4.
Yep, could have been the Luxray, could have been the Latias, could have been Fezandipity. Henry is getting closer to sending an invite to the Lost Zone chip.
That is so true, yeah, because Henry Chow has already locked up his Worlds invite from his Regionals win earlier on in this season.
I'd like
All
to
out
call
Blitzel
dibs
here.
on his World's competitor bag.
All out Blitzel on the left side of the table finds himself now down a game in top cut. This is not the position you want to find yourself in as a control player. Are we going to need to see him change his strategy? It is possible for his deck to take 6 prize cards. Let's replay this last game and then we'll talk about some of his strategies moving forward.
Yeah, we did see that slow-ish start. The Pidgey did get KO'd quite quickly. And then his Rotom was locked down. His next Pidgey was taken down. It seemed like Fezandipity was carrying the whole game. And then all of a sudden, that accompanying fluid hitting the Manaphy was pretty good for James.
An absolutely massive hit. Yeah, the water Pokemon are the last thing that Henry wants to see in this matchup. Manaphy and the Radiant Greninja, both things he wants to avoid seeing hit the board at any point ever. James lucky to hit one. It bought him some time. And then this other turn here with the Technical Machine Devolution. Speaking of things that bought James some time, that really was pretty nice.
Yep, that was a very cool play. Delayed Henry by a turn. Now, I'm thinking with the rules of Top Cut, right? Was hitting that Manaphy a curse in disguise? Because that gave James hope. And that led to this game 1 extending. But then ultimately now with 40 minutes or less on the clock, 40 minutes exactly, then is that enough to deck out Henry twice? I generally don't think so.
And it might be a situation of James decking Henry out in this game and then being the aggressor in game 3. Try to just get a turn 2 Pidgeot attack off, you know?
Yeah.
Take a prize cards. It doesn't matter how many you take. It doesn't matter what the board position is. You just have to have taken more prize cards than your opponent when time is called, or after +3 turns, I should say, in top cut. Now, Henry Chow, looking at the prize cards here, he's prized a Boss's Orders. He's prized Secret Box, Iono as well. A couple of kind of awkward things. The biggest one certainly being Secret Box.
Secret Box no longer available to search for that Professor Turos, which was so clutch. The Boss's Orders, of course, won Henry the game. As long as he doesn't play that Hisuian Heavy Ball, though, they are at the very bottom. So very accessible overall. And now Spiritomb is not prized. James did start that Rotom V, which will be pretty useless, right, at this point in time. So Henry in a pretty commanding spot at this point. Just checking for those Professor Turos, bringing them to the front, make sure he's aware that both of them are available in case any trapping shenanigans happen early on.
An interesting factor here is that James did choose to go second. Now, I can understand the thought process of wanting to increase your chances to find the Precious Trolley turn 1 of the game, but you almost guarantee yourself you're not going to be able to Rotom in a game that you go second, because it is so easy for Henry Chow, for the Gardevoir player, to put Spiritomb in play turn 1. It's only got 60 HP. You can get it with Buddy Puffin, Artisan, Nest Ball, so many ways to put this Pokemon out, and it totally shuts down James's setup engine.
Yep, you are right, Chip. That Spiritomb hitting the board immediately. It might even be a higher priority than a Ralts at this point.
Yeah. Here's the Nest Ball from James, checking through the prizes, and oh no, Precious Trolley unavailable. Also Palpad, also Misfortune Sisters, and then also the Wellspring Mask Ogre Pontiacs.
All out Blitzel, running out of Blitzel here, because, yeah, it's just going to be really hard to get that burst on the board, get all your disrupting and trapping Pokemon all out at once. Without Rotom setting up, the Pidgeot is going to be quite complicated as well. I mean, the hand wasn't looking good at all anyways. There's no supporter, I don't think. There's a bunch of supporting Pokemon. And that's where Rotom shines, right? But with that Spiritomb locking this Rotom down, it's going to be really difficult to make anything happen.
Now, I do think I saw an Ultra Ball in James' hand, so if this Pidgey hangs on, doesn't go down, and he can find a rare candy, find an Arven, we could see Quick Search Pidgeot still be established on the next turn. A simple pass back over to Henry Chow after James is only able to play one single card. Now Henry will get aggressive here with the Monkey Dory, put some damage in play, and confuse. No supporter from Henry either. What is the draw for James? Does he find a way to get Pidgeot out?
Nope, it was a Thornton, not quite good enough. This is where James wishes he was playing a Pidgeotto to evolve into Pidgey, something along those lines. But yeah, I don't think there's much to be done in terms of setup or disruption. You can see that Ultra Ball, Bloodmoon, Ursaluna, and a supporter I couldn't quite catch does hit the discard. Thornton perhaps. We are going to see the Pidgeot. So now we have 6 outs, 4 Arven and 2 rare candy to hopefully get us going.
Playing to your outs here is James Kowalski, adding the Pidgeot to his hand, increasing his chances to top deck something on the next turn that can get him out of this position, but I think it will likely be a meager pass back over to the other side. Now, what does Henry Chow have? This is the Radiant Greninja.
Yeah,
I don't think he wants to put that in play. He's going to do it, though.
Well, his hand was 3 energies, and Gardevoir EX gets another Curly. I mean, he recognizes that James's hand is pretty bad, so going Turbo, I think, makes sense. You have the 2 Professor Turos, right? So you can afford to have this happen. 60 damage is not a lot of damage, though, Chip.
Not a lot of damage, but this will set up for a Gardevoir attack next turn. And when your opponent is drawing the way that James is drawing, you've got to do whatever you can. But what a top deck there from James. Iono is found. Perhaps this is what James needs to get back into it.
That Pidgeot will go to the bottom of the deck, and the other one is hiding in the prize card. So establishing Pidgeot is going to be pretty difficult. We cannot Precious Trolley for a bunch of disrupting Pokemon, but a huge sigh of relief from James. 6 fresh new cards. Let's see what we can make happen.
There's a rare candy. There is an Arven. So next turn, we could see Pidgeot up and running. There is Pheasantipity as well, debating if that is worth putting into play right now. We also see that Black Curum EX, a tech for that Reggie Drago matchup. Not going to be useful right here. Passing back over to Henry. Concealed cards. Gets rid of a Psychic Energy, excuse me. Drawing 2 more. Hisuian Heavy Ball now can be played. Looking at those face-down prize cards, any basic Pokemon there can be swapped with that Hisuian Heavy Ball, but there are no basics, so we'll just get a nice little prize check. Henry making sure he knows exactly what resources he does not have available.
Now that secret box, but more importantly, the boss's orders does get shuffled, so it'll be interesting to see where it ends up, because it was going to be very accessible, but now it's going to be at the very bottom, though. Henry does have a Gardevoir EX available, can go on the aggression, can take this Rotom down, or if he finds Screamtail, which I'm pretty sure he has access to, he can snipe the Pidgey, denying the Pidgeot.
Still has Refinement available, able to discard a card from hand to draw 2 more. Is he able to find the Screamtail? There is that Nest Ball. Using the coin here to signify that he has used that ability. Looks like Professor Turo's scenario has also hit the hand. We've talked about how that is a very important piece of this matchup. And while we are getting through our top 4 game here on the stream, there is another top 4 game happening out on the floor, and we can give an update for that match. Callie White up against Alex Szymanski, and we're going to a game 3 out there in the 4. Of course, Callie on an incredible run of tournaments after a 2nd place finish in Toronto, looking to make back-to-back final matches, which would be incredibly impressive. But will Alex Szymanski on his birthday weekend be able to stop that run? They're going to game 3 in that Terapagos mirror. Of course, Alex on the Palkia build. Now Henry using Earthen Vessel, discarding a counter catcher, not a card that is going to be very useful in this specific matchup, and finding a basic Darkness Energy and a basic Psychic Energy, adding them to hand.
Henry chose to establish this Ralts instead of the Screamtail, so he clearly has a different idea. Seems like we're going double Monkey Dory, KO this Rotom with Adrenabrain, and then wait to see what James promotes. Will it be the Pheasantipity?
I think he's using double Adrenabrain to KO the
yeah,
Pidgey
you're right,
here.
you're right.
Yeah,
My
60
bad.
HP. Get rid of Pidgey, get rid of the Rotom, and this is game on board unless James has another Pokemon. We'll start with the flip the script, drawing 3 more cards. Does find the Mimikyu, Ultra Ball, Roseanne's backup. This is where it does feel like the wind is beginning to fall out of James' sail here.
There's a Black Kyurem EX in the hand, which is as good as a paperweight at this point in time. There's no Dragon Pokemon to paralyze. Does have an Ultra Ball, does have the Defiance Vest, which would protect this Pheasantipity from getting knocked out, I do believe.
60 damage can be put on it from a pair of Adrenabrain, but Henry does have to be mindful of how he spreads the energy into play.
Yep, so, I mean, James can definitely survive and keep on playing, right? But he's not getting anywhere near close to winning this game. And he needs to win 2 games before time runs out to turn things around. And it's not even looking good in this particular game. You can double turbo, counter gain, snipe with Pheasantipity, I guess.
Yeah,
that's a fun
sure.
one. But you can't even snipe a Monkey Dury.
You take out a Ralts.
Take out a Ralts.
80 damage, Cruel Arrow.
Yep.
I don't think we're going to see that.
Don't think so, but it's a cool option, right?
It is an option. It is on the table, technically. Off this Arvin, that counter gain could be found as the tool card from that piece. Those pair of rare candy in James's hand, not useful now that the Pidgey has gone down. Counter catcher seems like definitely one piece that he should grab.
Taking a long time to make this decision. Forest Seal Stone, counter gain, counter catcher, so many cards being brought to the forefront of the deck, but now fully committing to the Nest Ball and the counter gain. I don't know if there's any energy in hand to potentially retreat, so we need the Latias to retreat, but then what are we attaching the counter gain to?
Is the Regieleki possibly in the hand? No, I don't see that.
Oh, there's a Nest Ball, Ultra Ball, all right, so we can go grab the Regieleki. And then what do we grab back?
Some way to get Pidgey, maybe. Establishing Pidgey seems pretty important at some point. Could get back the Thornton to bring back the Pidgey. That's a piece that's already hit the discard pile as well earlier this game. Does have the counter gain like we mentioned. He will retreat. But with the grab of Nest Ball to get Latias, was not able to get the counter catcher. So he just knows that this Regieleki is going to get KO'd.
Right. There's no way for Henry to win in this particular turn, but now the boss is actually still in the prize cards. It is the next prize card that could possibly be drawn this upcoming turn, and that would put Henry very close to winning this game.
Drawing with Refinement, drawing with concealed cards. A pair of Professor Turo currently in Henry's hand. That is really going to limit James's comeback potential here. Henry will go with the Iono, putting back the card that James was able to grab from Electromagnetic Sonar, just putting it back to the bottom of the deck.
Yep.
Ensuring it's something that he won't have access to next turn.
Yeah, whatever you were planning, now it's no longer available as we see that Miracle Force take the knockout, putting Henry one turn away and with Boss's Orders in hand chip to potentially knock out Latias to win this game.
This could be a writing on the wall type of situation. I think that James' only win condition here is like counter catcher up Greninja, trap it active with Sob, and hope your opponent prized both copies of Professor Turo's scenario. That might literally be the win condition.
That might be the only chance that James has at this point. Does he have an energy? He does have the energy, does have the Sob Wellspring Ogre Pontiacs now.
I don't think he has a way to gust, though.
Yeah, no counter catcher. We can't Luminion for a boss because there's not even a Luminion in the deck. And even if there were, that Spiritomb would block it. So, I mean, James hasn't scoot, right? So there's always something that he's doing. He just Ultra Balled away the Pidgey, though.
He did just get rid of the Pidgey. I think he recognizes his way to establish a Pidgey is going to be through Thornton, and I think this is a smart use of Ultra Ball here because he knows Thornton and Rare Candy were both on the bottom of the deck from the Iono. So using Ultra Ball before using his Phesandipides flip the script. And now it will be the flip the script. This is going to be a big 3 cards here for James to try to find a way back into this game. 1, 2, and 3. 2 bosses orders will lead to something being stuck active.
Yeah.
Maybe James can buy just a turn at least. We, of course, know that Henry doesn't have both Professor Turo prized, but it could, and that might not be exactly what James is playing to, but he's at least trying for now. He's got to do something.
Now the Iono did put both of those cards at the bottom of the deck, so we know this Kirlia will not be finding any of them. Henry needs to shuffle that deck as soon as possible and then find those Professor Turos or the secret box in order to get them and get even closer to winning this match.
Henry successfully buys a turn. There's a Rare Candy. Pidgeot's in hand, yet no Pidgey able to be found. James simply using Sob once again. And now back to Henry's turn. Here comes Refinement, drawing 2, looking simply for a Professor Turo scenario. Doesn't find it yet again.
Sob back and forth. We're going to see another Refinement. It's just a waiting game.
These turns going quickly here. Maybe James is starting to get a little bit of hope. Did my opponent actually prize both Professor Turo's scenario? Henry still has not found one.
There's the secret box, but we did just play Arven, so we can't quite Turo just yet. It will be game next turn.
Eerie from James? No, it's the Arven on the top. Would have been a way that James could have at least delayed it a little bit longer, getting rid of secret box.
Genesect will block that secret box from getting
true.
played, though. That's a funny one. Is there a nest ball, though, to even find the Genesect? Or an Ultra Ball?
Is there a tool card as well? It's going to have to be for Sealstone, maybe? No, there actually isn't a nest ball. No way to get the Genesect.
And no Ultra Ball either. Is there an Artisan in hand? No, there's no Artisan in the deck. Never mind. That was Henry's last game.
Yeah, so no Genesect available. We know it probably would have just slowed down this game. It wouldn't have been a game-winning play.
We see the Sob. Are both Professor Turos prized? James is going to find out the hard way that they are not. Henry not committing just yet. It is technically...
He can't...
Is it game? There's a Turo.
Needs Turo, but there's 260 HP on this Wellspring Mask, so he can't quite win this turn. He can pick up this Greninja. Could he get Drifloon? Is there enough energy? I think he could Drifloon. He could retreat the Gardevoir, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to be close here.
I'm pretty sure he should be able to. I couldn't tell how many energies.
Needs the Night Stretcher to get back the Drifloon, which hit the discard pile earlier in this game. Professor Turo scenario promoting the Gardevoir EX. Night Stretcher brings back the Drifloon, whose Balloon Burst attack deals 30 damage for each damage counter on that Pokemon. Bravery Charm boosting its HP, and tons of energy cards now will rain down on this Drifloon. One hit KOing the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, and Henry Chow finds himself in yet another finals match.
Henry Chow moving on to the final. What a game we just saw. James, it felt like he was never in control with this Pidgeot control deck at this point. We saw very few turns of Quick Search. We saw very few turns in this game, especially of any sort of pressure being applied to Henry. He even had the luxury to bench Greninja on purpose in order to just get so far ahead that it was impossible for James to catch up.
And we've gotten word from the floor, Alex Szymanski has won 2-1 over Callie White. So we have our final match set. Henry Chow versus Alex Szymanski. Let's recap this top 4 match and see how we got to this point.
Started off pretty decent. James went first, had Rotom, drew a few cards, but all of a sudden there was no Pidgeot. That Pidgey got taken out. Spiritomb hit the board, blocking out that Rotom. Those Pidgeys kept falling off their perches, and yeah, that Accompanying Fluid gave James some hope, but it just wasn't enough, Chip.
It just was not quite enough. Henry having the exact amount of resources available to close out a grindy game number 1. James bought a turn here with this Technical Machine Devolution play, but it wasn't a game-winning play. It just kind of slowed things down, and then the aggression here from Henry Chow in game number 2, being able to use double Monkey Dory, KOing Pidgey before Pidgeot ever even got established in the namesake of the deck, Pidgeot Control. If that doesn't come into play, you're going to have a tough time, which is exactly what we saw here in game 2.
Yeah, Pidgey just couldn't afford to come out to play. That third turn possibility was live, but it was so unlikely, and Henry moves on to the finals to face off against Alex Szymanski. Birthday weekend in the finals. I know Alex has been in this spot before. He's never won a regional championship in the modern era, at least.
No, yeah, never.
Can he do it for his... That would be the best birthday present.
Alex's birthday weekend. Henry Chow looking to win his second regional championships of this season. Would be incredibly impressive. Alex looking to finally get a regionals win after he's gotten so many second place finishes at regionals. He, of course, did win EUIC, which... Yep. I think if you ask players, which would you rather win, an IC or a regionals, they would all choose an IC. So Alex does at least have that under his belt, but with so many top cuts at these events, I'm sure a regional win would mean everything to him.
Oh, for sure. I know, like he's mentioned it a few times. You could tell the emotion when he won that IC, yes. Right? How much it meant to him.
Taking down Tord in that final match as well.
Tord, yeah.
Of all people.
Yeah, for sure. And then getting to this point once again, right? He finds himself in the final once again to finally go that one step. I'm sure, like, he'd have won everything at that point except Worlds.
Yeah, and that's the big one, right? That's the one everyone is always having their eye on. The goal of each competitive TCG player to eventually be the one to be crowned champion, to eventually have your deck printed and cemented as the champion title as well. Yeah, what a game. I'm very much looking forward to this final match. I got to ask you, though, Pablo, who you got? We got Gardevoir. We've got the Palkia Terapagos. On paper, I don't know. What do you think? Who's favored in this final match?
I want to say if the game goes on, or rather, if Henry gets a strong enough turn 1, I think it's got to be in his favor because there's no Dusknoir or Dust Club shenanigans happening, right? But that canceling Cologne plus Greninja Snipe is very powerful, and thanks to Xylene, it can happen more than once potentially with those energy switches and the Glass Trumpet, so that is a very real threat that Henry needs to be aware of, and I'm sure he's factoring it into his preparation just now as we head into the finals.
Well, I think we are standing by with our winner, with our finalist here at the San Antonio Regional Championships. Let's hear how Henry Chow is feeling.
Thank you so much, Chip and Pablo. My name is Juancho Saldana, and I'm joined by the undisputed Gardevoir Master of the Universe, Henry Chow. Henry, you're back in the finals. How does that feel, being in this position once again?
Feels amazing. I mean, I would absolutely love to be a 2-time regional champion. I think that would mean a lot to me, so see what happens.
2-time regional champion. What are you going to do with your second Worlds invite to the same Worlds?
Well, we can't get ahead of ourselves here, but I'm excited for it. Yeah, it'd be awesome if that happened.
That's for sure. That's for sure. Let's go ahead and dissect your top 4 match, though. Control. I know in your last interview you said that's something you're maybe a little bit afraid of, but it's the one with the Milotic. How did this one fare down?
Yeah, so the one with the Milotic is definitely like, it's quite unfavored. The one without the Milotic is really interesting matchup. I've tested it a lot, but honestly, I don't think I played it that great on stream, but I think it's like slightly Gardevoir favored, maybe a little more than slightly Gardevoir favored, but I tried a really aggressive line in game 1, trying to run him off with the Pidgeys, but he managed to establish the Pidgeot, and the game got really, really dicey, so I kind of got away with one there for sure.
That's for sure, that's for sure. And again, you did put in time against Control. I know a lot of players, they just don't like playing against Control, so maybe they don't test against it. So huge props to you, and you know that work has definitely paid out. Right now, back in the finals, this is the biggest regional of all time. But yeah, tell us about I believe a key card in your deck for that matchup was the Spiritomb, right? Let's talk about that card.
Yeah, Spiritomb definitely the MVP of that set. It pretty much won game 2 by itself, especially because I top decked the Poffin to get into it, so that was really, really lucky. Yeah, I mean, Spiritomb is just so versatile. I mean, it's not even primarily in there for the Pidgeot matchup. Of course, it's more for Charizard and Lugia. But yeah, Lumineon and Rotom, not allowed when you play against Gardevoir. I feel like everyone should be including the Spiritomb because it's just such a key card. Yeah, I mean, the decks just don't work without Rotom a lot of the time.
That's for sure. That's for sure. I know a lot of players are like debating that spot. Sometimes it's Klefki or whatnot. So that's a tough choice, but it looks like this one paid out. That's for sure. But yeah, looks like, again, you're here in the finals. What's your mind state at? Like, tell us a little bit about it. Like, what are you mentally preparing?
I mean, I'm still sort of fatigued and tired, and I'm sure you can hear it in my voice, but I know once I get up on that stage, you know, I'll be able to give it my all. I'm not still quite sure what I'm playing against, so I'm looking forward to that. I mean, I know the two options. They're definitely both interesting matchups that I practiced a decent amount, so I'm definitely looking forward to playing those, yeah.
Okay. Out of the two, which matchup do you think are you hoping for? If you don't mind me asking.
That's a really good question, honestly. I think the Terabgos matchup is a little more comfortable. The Palkia matchup can be a little bit scary, but I think both are very winnable. But the Terabgos is a little bit more in your control. So, look, I would slightly prefer to hit that one, but really either would be super nice, super interesting.
That's for sure. That's for sure. I feel like no matter what happens, I know one thing for sure. It's going to be a great game to watch.
I hope so.
But yeah, before I let you go, you know what? Do you have any aspiring tips that you want to give to, any aspiring Pokemon master out there?
Take it from me. Stick to one deck.
Stick to one deck, and then maybe someday you'll be the undisputed ex-master of the universe. Is there something you want to say to your opponent before we get to the match?
Well, I'm still not sure who it is, but whoever it is, I hope we really have a good finals. I mean, finals are really special, and I think anytime you have like a finals to remember is amazing. So I hope we get one of those this time. Yeah.
Absolutely amazing to hear. Thank you so much again, Henry. Absolutely amazing match. Best of luck in the finals. Hey, maybe we'll hear from you again soon.
We'll see. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, we still have the final match of the San Antonio Regional Championship. It's going to be coming up. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
and heroes among us, going for the ultimate goal. We came from all over, every one of us with a different story. Competition unites us. Now it's time to claim your glory.
We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Try what's from far to play, gonna give all it takes, cause we came to win.
Let's go!
Come on! We came to win, we came
And Abby Weedle is gonna 3-0 sweep.
Fusion shows up, Fusion takes the race, Fusion wins. Torn Ratcliffe, the greatest player of the modern era.
Nils Dunlop is your European International Champion.
I first got into Pokemon with my dad back when I was in elementary school. I ended up playing with him on these little mats that we had made, and we played back and forth for a lot of years. And then I ended up finding a niche in high school where I started a Pokemon club, and then I went to college and I found, hey, there are people that actually do this and travel to tournaments. I want to get involved. And so in college at Michigan State, I really got into the competitive scene. That was about 13 years ago now.
Some fun facts about our players here. JW has performed with Sting, which is pretty insane to think about.
My drive to keep competing really comes from my desire to win. I'm just a naturally competitive person. I have been for a long time. And Pokemon is a great outlet because I feel like it's a very family-friendly environment. Pokemon is very welcoming, and yet still there's a high level of competition. My favorite moment from Pokemon competitive history, it would be my first regional win. I mean, that meant a lot to me personally with a deck that I had created on my own, and something that was so fun when I won and I had friends that just mobbed me after the win. That's a feeling I will never forget. My starter Pokemon would be Pikachu because I loved Pokemon Yellow and replaying that over and over and over. I'll go with Pikachu. My #1 goal was a regional win. Does a lot of things. Obviously, the prize money is great, and the chance to call myself a 3-time regional champion. But more so, I now get to attend the World Championships in Hawaii, which I am stoked about.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes. Wherever they tread, they came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books, we'll remember their names. Content as they fight, my look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. 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 Immortalized.
Welcome back once again, Pokemon fans, here in San Antonio, Texas, for the regional championships. We are now in the final match. One more game is going to decide the champion between Alex Szymanski and Henry Chow. Again, both amazing players. Both have worked their hardest to find themselves on the stage. But who will win out?
Wancho, I could not be more excited for this battle of titans, if you will. You have an international champion versus a regional champion. Just looking at the accomplishments themselves. Now, the last time Alex Szymanski was in a top 8 in North America, it was Charlotte of last season. Then, of course, his big win in London the season before that. But you cannot deny the season that Henry Chow is also having here. The first regional champion of this season here in North America, going on to Toronto in top 16, Louisville top 64 as well, and even top 32 at LAIC. This will certainly be a match to remember.
Absolutely. Two titans. Again, Henry Chow's having, again, a lot of modern wins here, but Alex Szymanski, honestly, one of the best players in the world, one of the best players in history, in my opinion. And I could not be more excited, especially with two of the most, I think, interesting decks that we have in the format. At least, you know, no Drago's in sight, no dragons even in sight, just a bunch of Ralts, a lot of turtles. But here we go, prizes going up. Glass Trumpet and a knocked out prize there for Alex Szymanski, while only one Kirlia boss orders Arvin, one of almost every supporter for Henry Chow. Not too bad. Again, these are cards we have multiples of, so things are looking good. We should have a very, very good game here for the finals of the San Antonio Regional Championships. I can't believe we're finally at this spot. You know, over 2,000, around 2,400 players. It is one of the biggest, if not biggest, regional championships to date. And one of these two can stand above all the rest. I cannot wait to see who it's gonna be.
You know, Wancho, this is the first time I think we're on for a set and the prizes aren't detrimental, I think, to either player. I think Alex not having access to the Bidoof when he goes to look for it off of his nest ball here is going to be a little bit tough, but here we are. We are in our finals here of San Antonio. Will be Henry Chow going first, starting off with the Ralts in the active and that nest ball to see. Honestly, like we said, like we were talking about, the prizes aren't that bad here. We have access to a lot. I didn't get to see the rest of the hand, but honestly, Henry going first, I think that means one coin flip.
Definitely, definitely. Again, being able to go first means we're able to evolve first. We're able to essentially maybe throw the first attack. Again, Nest Ball being the first item being played here. It's not Buddy Poffin, so it's not the most ideal first item you want to throw. I believe this is the one of Nest Ball as well in Henry Chow's list. I mean, this doesn't have the restriction of the 70 HP, so this can grab something like the Monkey Dory or something a little bit bigger, a Radiant Greninja potentially to maybe draw a couple more cards. But yeah, we'd love to see a Buddy Poffin get a little bit more Ralts into play so we can evolve them to Kirlias, start drawing into our deck. And what do you think, Lyric? Who do you think is favored in this matchup?
I mean, Wancho, I'm going to be honest, I'm very biased. This was my caster pick for a reason. I think this is, I think Gardevoir was heavily slept on for this event, and we can kind of see why, right? Especially with the innovator, the master of the universe, and whatever title we are giving Henry now on this Gardevoir here. We've really been able to adapt to the meta here, but of course, it's something always to note out whenever you're playing against Origin Form Palkia V and that V-Star, you will have access to that Star Portal. Moonlight Shuriken from Radiant Greninja is very well still a threat, even after, you know, metas and metas later. We're still talking about it now.
That's for sure, and right now, Moonlight Shuriken is technically on the other foot, but we're not going to use that attack. We're going to be using that ability Concealed Cards. Looks like that was a grab off the Nest Ball. Did use the Earthen Vessel as well to get 2 more energies into hand. That means we do have, you know, ammo to try and draw a couple cards here. I believe I did at least see the Manaphy in the hand as well, so that's definitely one of the Pokemon you want to establish. Another Ralts as well, so not too bad. However, nothing else really going on in the hand. There's no supporter yet for next turn, but we do have the TM Evo, but we already have a Kirlia in hand as well, so we do have some draw potential, but we're going to pass it back on now to Alex Szymanski. Just an attach for turn. We can rule the region, potentially try and find a stadium card, but it's going to be a Professor's Research. We're going to try and establish a little bit here. Again, it's now Alex Szymanski's time to try and find their very key 70 HP or less Pokemon, maybe Fan Rotom potentially, but it might just be this lone Hoot. I'm not seeing anything else.
I have to talk about it, Wancho, just because I saw in that Professor's Research was the one copy of Lost Vacuum that Alex Szymanski plays here. So essentially trying to get a little bit fancy with a combo knockout here, vacuuming the charm off of the Drifloon is actually not going to be available anymore. And just like you said, it is going to be a Rule the Region for the only stadium, I believe, in the list, and the only one that this archetype plays, and that's going to be that Area 0 Underdepths. Not that much from Alex this turn in terms of setup.
No, definitely. You loved it. I'm sure Alex was trying to find the Buddy Poffin, try to find a little bit more, right? The Fan Rotom, which can only be used on the first turn of the game. But now we're passing it back to Henry Chow. Did refine away the Spiritomb. I don't think, definitely not going to matter this matchup. It was very important for his top 4 match. However, we have one more potential to draw here with the Radiant Greninja. We got another Ralt, so potentially there's still, maybe Henry Chow is like trying to think here, attach the energy to the active and just TM Evo the 1 Ralt, or do we try and draw a little bit more? Maybe you get a little bit luckier with that Concealed Cards.
Professor Turo Scenario here going to pick up the Kirlia and evolve the one on the active as well, and see now what could have been 3 cards to an extra 5. So we will be able to keep that energy in play and find another Ralts here. So now we are going to be able to use that TM evolution, be able to draw in. But honestly, a slow start from both of our competitors here at Wanjo.
A very, very great play, however, using that Professor's Churro to get the full effect of these technical machine evolution. I mean, yes, it does pick up that one Curlia that was already in the bench, but we had one in the active, a Ralt in the active to evolve anyway. So got that draw, saw a little bit more, got TM evolution now. Again, full effect, 3 Curlias now in play that Alex Szymanski has to deal with, as well as that the Mana Feast just protecting the double Curlias on the bench. Things might be slipping away here for Alex if he can't put something together, because I don't think this hand was any good. Yeah, it wasn't too great. All we had is the Iono, but an Iono is something. That's 6 fresh new cards. There's a Nest Ball. What was that? That is Earthen Vessel and an Ultra Ball. We can at least attack here. We do have the Origin Form Palkia V-Star, which we are going to evolve. We can't use the Radiant Greninja attack yet because we don't have Conceal Guard. It has to be a combo, right?
Right.
But let's see what we can put together. It's going to be the Earthen Vessel, discarding an energy, but we're going to get two more water energies. Not too bad there. It does have the Nest Ball, so we're going to find a Radiant Greninja, possibly. Yeah, there it is. So Alex Szymanski's own Radiant Greninja. Try and find 2 more cards. Maybe if we find the combination of Prime Catcher plus the Canson Cologne, this could be a very, very good turn. And guess what? All it takes is an owl.
That is very true, and I was just about to talk about that, Wancho. We do have an Ultra Ball in the hand if we kind of want to kind of go wide for this one here. I don't believe we even need to use Start Portal just yet, unless we have a way to, or we don't have a way to get energy, but we do have just the manual attached for turn. But it looks like that Ultra Ball will be coming into play here to find that Noctowl, so at least we can expand the bench even more. Terapagos EX is sitting on the bench right now, as we are going to discard Kieran and that Pheasantipity EX for Noctowl. Because Terapagos is there, we can use the Jewel Seeker ability to find 2 cards. But my goodness, already going to be able to get that Moonlight Shuriken lockdown here. Alex Szymanski going to be able to fire back.
There it is, the big combo cards we were talking about earlier. Again, it's 2 cards, but thanks to the Jewel Seeker ability on that Noctowl, it was actually fairly easy to put together. And just like that, Henry Chao is going to be going down 2 Curlias. Luckily, there's 3. Again, thanks to his earlier play with the Professor Turo, was able to really establish this board. Again, Star Portal even gets the attachment on the Palkia. There's a lot of energy on the board at the moment. Nothing is being wasted here. Canson Cologne now shuts off the Wave Veil ability on that Manaphy. That means it's protecting absolutely nothing. And there it is. Moonlight Shuriken, 90 damage to 2 Pokemon. And we say farewell to a couple of these Curlias. There's still 1, but a lot is riding on this 1 Curlia.
Now it is all up to how Henry responds here. I do like the fact that we also were able to attach for turn onto the Origin Form Palkia V-Star too. I feel like a lot of the times when players play this deck, they are so focused on getting the Moonlight Shuriken out as quickly as possible. They do forget that the Origin Form Palkia is also a very key attacker here, but we are able to at least evolve into our Curlia right now. Still, Henry going through, just checking that discard pile here. Has the Ultra Ball in hand, we could potentially see a reversal there in terms of maybe a Scream Tail or maybe even this Drifloon here, but we got to find potentially something like a counter catcher, Wancho.
There's the evolution, though, into the Gardevoir EX. Again, this is the hallmark of this deck, be able to accelerate energy from the discard pile. It is our attacker as well sometimes, so very important card. However, it is now covering the a Refinement Curlier. That means Henry Chao's only means of draw is really this Radiant Greninja at this point. We're going to go ahead and Ultra Ball to try to find the Scream Tail. This is a great Pokemon to try and possibly snipe something on the bench, maybe do some damage onto the Palkia. We can't target the Terra Pokemon Terapagos, however, but let's see what Henry Chao has in store. Looks like there's a Night Stretcher as well. Get 1 more Curlia, so try and re-establish the board. A big Iono here. Henry gets 6. Alex Szymanski is a little bit disrupted, down to 4, but we'll have to see what both players draw.
Finds a counter catcher as well off of the Iono here too for Henry. And this is honestly what Guardy does really best in the mid game, right? Like you're able to start to pull ahead, taking prizes against Guardy, and then Gardevoir says, you know what, I'm going to start kind of disrupting your hand. You're not going to be too comfortable here. If this Palkia V-Star goes down, I'm not quite sure, just because I didn't see Alex's hand, what the kind of run of play would be. I mean, we don't have another Hoot Hoot down, so we can't use Jewel Seeker again. We don't have really much to work with. I think I did see a Buddy Buddy Poffin, and that's great establishing, but that's not going to give us a lot of outs right here, right now.
That's for sure, as we are going to go ahead and accelerate energy onto the Scream Tail. That's 80 damage on it, but now we're shooting up 160 damage. But we're going to go ahead and grab the Terapagos, but target down the Radiant Greninja, limiting, again, Alex Szymanski's draw potential a little bit here. And again, Terapagos is a little bit tough to attack with, especially since we need 2 energies. We're going to need the Trumpet, I believe. The Trumpet was prized earlier. I think it was drawn off the prizes, though. But now it should be in the bottom of the deck. I'm looking at the hand. Nothing much to work with. Again, these decks really do depend on that Hoot Hoot to be able to Hoot Hoot into the knocked out, the Jewel Seeker ability to really get going. And since Alex Szymanski missed out on the earlier Fan Rotom, is now just establishing the board with the Buddy Buddy Poffin. To double Hoot Hoot now hitting the board. Looking at the hand, is there even a supporter? Is that a Turo? No.
It is a Thornton, I believe. Alex does play one of Thornton. The trainer list down the line for supporters especially is very interesting because you have 2 bosses, 2 Ionos, 1 Research, 1 Thornton, 1 Silene. You know, a lot of players have a very kind of crazy love-hate relationship with Silene, 1 Kieran, and 1 Irida as well. So very teched out list here, but there comes that Thornton here, and I love this play here. Just going to go on ahead and grab Pheasantipity straight out of the discard pile, and now Alex has a little bit more of a hand, but it's not exactly the best. How do we get Pheasantipity out of the active?
We needed 1 more energy card. However, again, 3 cards didn't quite work out. Thornton was the supporter for turn, so even if we drew into a supporter, we couldn't do anything. And it's just a pass. So Henry Trout here buying some time. This Scream Tail with 10 HP was able to survive the turn. And now he can start shooting 160 more damage on the board. I believe that's exactly what Henry needed to get back into this game. He lost 2 Kirlias, but by buying 1 turn, it's going to allow this Raw to at least evolve. We do see the Moonlit Hill. Just discarding the Stadium, that means Alex Szymanski has to go down in bench size. Easy discard there, just the Knocked Owl. Already done its job. Do we see any Refinement Kirlias in hand potentially for Henry? What do we see, Lyric?
It's hard to tell, right? Well, we do have outs to it. I see an Arven, I see an Irida as well. And we're thinking about playing the Irida too. We've already used our concealed cards. I want to see exactly how we get in that. There it is. There's the Night Stretcher here. Going to be able to find it here. And another Refinement going down here as we're going to be able to draw 2 more cards here. But this is kind of a miss from Alex on this last turn. I feel like we could easily find maybe potentially a little bit more damage with that counter catcher. Could use Arven for that Bravery Charm and have a maximum damage output. We definitely don't want to heal off of the Moonlight Hill here, but the Stadium bump last turn was actually pretty important here. But there is the Hisuian Heavy Ball. Henry's going to get another quick look at the prizes as he is going to be writing it down for a quick moment here. Like we said, nothing too detrimental in there. The one of Artisan will definitely come into play a little bit later when Alex reestablishes the board, so we can bump the Area 0 under depths here. Missing that 1 Kirlia isn't too dangerous, plus also we play 3 Dark Energy in this list.
Definitely. We haven't seen any Monkey Dory yet. I would love to try and see some damage manipulation at this point. But right now we have a Scream Tail established. 160 damage is a lot, but Arven now is a supporter for turn. We're going to see a Bravery Charm. Are we going to try to go for the knockout potentially with something like a Drifloon? Oh no, we can attack with the Scream Tail. We increase the HP on the Scream Tail and do a ton more damage. Let's see what Henry Chow else has planned else. We do see the secret box 2, the A-spec of choice for Henry. Again, very, very powerful. What do you think is going to happen, Lyric?
It's hard to say. I feel like Secret Box has definitely gotten a lot more popular over, the past couple months, even starting from last season coming on over here. I know for us, we saw it in Ancient Box at one point, then we see it in Miraidon, and now we see it in something like a Gardevoir as well. We do have a couple of cards that I think can be easily discarded here, but like I said, we're definitely trying to eye up something on the bench that attacks. I would love to see that Origin Form Palkia V-Star go down this turn, especially because we have been thin on energy, and Alex has already used the Origin Form Palkia V-Star's ability, Star Portal, to attach energy. So we actually need to find a way to start kind of putting a stop to his plans here.
That's for sure. All right. Let's see if the Bravery Charm gets attached. Looks like it is going to be giving Screamtail 50 more HP to work with. That's going to be a little bit more damage. So attaching one more Psychic Energy, so it should bring it down to 40 HP. Yeah, so that's 100 damage. So that, 100 damage on the Screamtail, 200 damage. No, sorry, 100, 200 damage on the Pheasantipity, leaving it with 10 HP left. I like that play. We're not necessarily taking a knockout, but we're still keeping it stuck, and we can potentially knock it out in between turns. As Silene there, very powerful card if we hit it correctly, though. Again, flip 2 coins. Unfortunately, it was both tails, I believe. The pseudo Regidrago V-Star power, but not working out right now. But we do have the Jewel Seeker to work with here. 2 items. What are we looking for?
Remember how I said earlier that a lot of players have a love-hate relationship with Silene? That is one of the reasons why players just can't stand it. But of course, we are back to having a Noctowl on the bench. Once more, Alex just needs to find a way to get this Pheasantipity out. We do have that Terapagos in place, so Glass Trumpet can be used, as well as maybe the 1 copy of Energy Switch that Alex does play in the deck, but it will be double Night Stretcher here. We can't just manually attach and get Pheasantipity out of there, but I think the problem is looming, and on Henry's side especially, where as soon as we get Monkey Dory down, and we know what happens when Henry has access to 2 Monkey Dories, he's going to be moving these damage counters around, and that Pheasantipity is just 10 damage away from just being knocked out.
Yeah, very, very scary position to be in, but Alex Szymanski using the Rescue Stretcher to grab an energy to be able to finally retreat the Pheasantipity. Palkia now in the active. It's going to do a ton of damage, but it's just, it's 40 HP Screamtail. It's a little bit overkill, but still very, very powerful. Finally got that out of the way. How is Henry Chow now going to respond?
Very interesting. It goes to say I'm anticipating the Secret Box here right now, and I think Henry's also thinking on it as well, just to be able to go on ahead and reestablish here. Really thinking about it, though, has to check through this discard. Drifloon and Screamtail are both still in the discard, so we have to find a way to get them out here. Does have the Monkey Dory available, though, so I think we're trying to maximize. We're definitely going to be taking prize cards this turn, Wancho. That's not the question. It's a question of how many can we take in this turn, right? We definitely want to see something along the lines of using Adrenabrain, Monkey Dory's ability to move those damage counters over to the Pheasantipity, but it's a matter of how. We don't have access to that Dark Energy in hand right now, but here comes that A-Spec Secret Box, discard 3. You'll be able to grab an item, a tool, a supporter, and even a stadium too.
Yes, Secret Box now being played. I'm quite curious to see what attacker we are going with as well. Could we possibly see the Drifloon? But I believe Henry only plays the 1 of Bravery Charm, if I'm not incorrect. Yeah, 1 Bravery Charm. That means the Drifloon doesn't even reach the Origin Form Palkia V-Star at this point. So maybe we attack with the Gardevoir potentially, but we have a couple of things to put together. I believe a Rod is being used right now. Maybe, getting more use out of that Screamtail being shuffled back into the deck, as well as a couple of energies. I think that was 1 or 2 dark energies being shuffled in. Again, 1 refinement plus 1 Radiant Greninja to work with, but that's a fairly thin deck at this point. Not too bad there for Henry. Really did get to refine the deck a little bit as Monkey Dory does finally hit the board, and Iono now being played. Henry still drawing a very healthy 5 to Alex Szymanski's 3, so not too bad there.
Off of the last card, there was the Dark Energy. We drew a lot of Buddy Buddy Poffins here. You definitely don't want to see that. You want to see the Dark Energy as quickly as possible here. Has the Flutter Mane as well. We did see, we don't want to concealed cards that Dark Energy away. We definitely need to start swinging with something. Dare I suggest that we just go on ahead and bring Curlia out of the active. We put forward Gardevoir EX, and we start to have Gardevoir EX be the one who's attacking. We know that Adrenabrain is going to take this knockout here, but we don't have a way to immediately knock out this Origin Form Palkia V-Star. But another thing, Wancho, we can't bump the Area 0 under depth, so Palkia is only going to be able to get stronger.
That's for sure. Again, Alex Szymanski currently winning the Stadium Wars here as a Adrenabrain, moving that damage from the Curlia onto the Fezandipity, taking that knockout during the turn without even attacking just yet. I really like this play just because it, in combination with Iono, is always good. You know, just take out the Fezandipity and limit your opponent's hand. Great position to be in as Screamtail is found once again. Henry really relying on this little ancient Jigglypuff. But let's see what he decides to target down. He could take a prize here, maybe knock out the lone Hoot potentially. The only other support Pokemon left in Alex Szymanski's field. That seems like a great play. And it is a great play. And honestly, we're cutting off a lot of resources there, knowing that the Knock Towel is also in hand as well. I can't tell. I believe there's an Irida in hand just from how I'm seeing it. I also do see a Boss's Orders here, but we have no way of really going on in and expanding the bench other than that Irida here. We could potentially find something like another Buddy Buddy Puff, or no, actually Alex only plays one. We have to find a way to expand this bench as much as possible here, because this is the problem when you're fighting against Gardevoir EX, is that these small single prize Pokemon are doing big numbers, taking out 2 prize Pokemon, and then it's just a little bit tougher to keep up in the prize rates. No, that's for sure. As looks like the grab is going to be just the Glass Trumpet there. I didn't quite see if there was a water Pokemon grabbed as well. Maybe a Origin Form Palkia, but there it is, Glass Trumpet attaching 2 water energies to 2 colorless Pokemon. It's going to be attack there. The Subspace Swell knocking out the Screamtail once again. That Palkia has a grudge on that Screamtail, as we are going to pass it back now to Henry Chow. Look, we're all tied up, 2 prizes to 2, so counter catchers aren't going to work out here. Let's see what else Henry has in store. If possibly a Boss's Orders could knock out the Palkia. If we have it, 1 refinement.
Could also see it on the Terapagos as well. If we're able to set up another Monkey Dory, we can Adrenabrain, and then of course use that Miracle Force in combination with the Boss's Orders here. But that is a very large ask, especially now that we've used our secret box here. So we are going to at least be bumping the stadium. Alex does play 3. So it is very possible for him to recover here, find another way. But we know that Henry wants to take this knockout now, but it's just a little bit difficult because, once again, when you're playing this version of Guardy, Henry's version, you're not playing more than 1 Bravery Charm. You can't just go back into the deck, attach another Bravery Charm, and go swinging again here. Now, granted, we could start to do a little bit of work here. Dare I say, maybe a Mind Bend?
Potentially just confuse this Origin Form Palkia. I wouldn't be too opposed to that play, but let's see what Henry decides to work with. Does have the Iono as well to limit Alex Szymanski's hand even further. Again, this is the downside of not being to establish the Bidoof or Bibara a little bit earlier. But even if Alex could have established it, actually, we know Henry Chow's game plan. It's been it's been Screamtail after Screamtail, as we do see the energy getting attached there onto the Monkey Dory using Psychic Embrace. So we might be seeing some Adrenabrain action potentially. Or we could just retreat as the damage counters now move into the Terapagos. So slowly there doesn't seem to be a safe attacker at this point, as we are Henry Chow just attacks with the Mind Bed, 60 damage, now confused. Alex Szymanski, if he wants to attack with the Palkia, he's going to have to flip to try and attack through confusion. But even then, leaving it with 220 HP at the moment means Gardevoir could easily knock it out in combination with, if we find another Monkey Dory, as Alex just finding a Fan Rotom. Could possibly attack with it. Does do 70 damage, but Monkey Dory has 90 HP at the moment. Not too many things to work with. Looking at the hand, what can Alex Szymanski do?
It's a little tough, right? We finally see the Bidoof, so we could expand the bench, but we only really have a boss's orders. He's going to flip for it. He will flip heads, and that will be Alex Szymanski getting out. But look at this. Look how quickly Henry is playing. He sees the line on the wall. Double Monkey Dory into the Miracle Force attack is going to seal up this game one for Henry Chow. 1 game away from being a 2-time regional champion within the same season.
Yes, the undisputed Gardevoir Master of the Universe shows us a win here in the finals of the San Antonio Regional Championships. Again, my hat's off to both these players, and I really like that we got this in the finals as well. You know, Henry Chow, when I got to interview him, did mention a tip is stick to one deck. But now he's playing against Alex Szymanski, who is known for, you know, he's day 2'd with 7 unique decks, 7 different decks since. So Alex Szymanski pretty much a master of a lot of decks, as we are going to see the replay here. Just, again, very powerful Radiant Greninja attack, knocking out 2 Pokemon there in combination with the Canceling Cologne. But the Screamtail, definitely the MVP here for Henry Chow, being able to pick apart Alex Szymanski's main support Pokemon. Again, just because of the Screamtail, Alex Szymanski couldn't quite set up, and of course, just being stuck too with the Terrapagos a little bit earlier while the Screamtail got to wreak havoc was, you know, just so powerful. And getting stuck for that one turn was the world, as we did see. This is the game-winning play, just Monkey Dory and that energy. The writing was on the wall. Henry Chow wins the first game.
Absolutely, Wancho. And as we are kind of trying to sift through some mulligans here, I think it's also really important to note out kind of the theme of Gardevoir right now, which is, sure, there will be Trifrost, there will be Moonlight Shuriken, but there are ways, if that happens in the early game, for me to come back. This can be a comeback deck, but Alex Szymanski needs to come back in this game number 2 here, starting off with the Fan Rotom in the active, using that ability Fan Call. You love to see this. You know, last game we really didn't see that much of a setup here. Not a lot of setup turns for either player, to be quite honest, but especially for Alex, we were really kind of only having just one Hoodoo, one Terrapagos EX, and one Origin Form Palkia V. Now we actually get to see the combo pieces of multiple Noctowls coming down, multiple uses of Jewel Seeker, so Alex is going to have a much better of a time.
Definitely, but looks like Alex opening up with the Nest Ball first, getting the Origin Form Palkia. Very important. Looking at the prizes, nothing too important there. There is the Kiernan, which could be very interesting. It is a great way to up the damage to Pokemon EX, which, you know, Gardevoir is. There's also one Origin Form Palkia prized. We even get the Terrapagos established as well, plus the Fan Rotom. So, hey, these are the Pokemon you want to see. Alex Szymanski actually foregoing the Bidoof, instead going for double Hoot, and that Noctowl. So, again, Fan Rotom, great Pokemon to see in the opening turns. Even has a not too bad attack in the Assault Landing. We do know the Gardevoir decks like to go into low HP, and you know, it's actually a very good attacker in its own right. As we pass it now to Henry Chow, can we get those big turns, like the secret box into some Pokemon plus the TM Evo? But looks like we're going to start us off with the Earthen Vessel, get us a couple energies into hand. Could be the Darks, could be the Psychic, but let's go ahead and let's count our deck first real quick.
Let's count how many Curlias we have access to, Wancho. I'm seeing 1 and 2, unfortunately, are in the prizes. Now, luckily for Henry, he does play 2 copies of the Technical Machine Evolution, so we can still get that play off this turn. Luckily for Henry, while the hand wasn't really that great, we do have access to Secret Box already here. So we could, you know, start to discard out of the hand so we can establish an Arven, for example, grab that Artisan as well if we want to go even further. But another good thing is we already have the Manaphy in hand as well. We don't see access to the Greninja just yet for something like another Moonlight Shuriken play, but still, it's definitely a better setup for both players. It's just that Henry had to discard a little bit more to get there.
That sounds like a great hand to me. Again, with the Manaphy and your ace-spec, just hard drawing it on the first turn of the game. That means you are open to using the secret box and grabbing a supporter you can actually use instead of using the Irida or Arven to get the secret box and grab a supporter you're going to use for the next turn. So just immediate benefit here with that secret box, which we are going to see right now. Discards energy as well, which sets up the discard pile. The only question is, what are we going to keep? Because we need to keep at least one energy for the TM Evo. Looks like we are going to lose one stretcher. Oh, we have a Kirlia in the hand. So that means we can only evolve into one if we TM Evo here.
That's our only also copy of Bravery Charm too, going down within the secret box discard as well. Not exactly your best hand here that you have to work with, but dare I say it is probably just going to be either Arven or Iono. I wouldn't blame Henry for going for the Iono instead of the Arven here, but it is going to be the Buddy Buddy Poff, and of course first here, just to set up those Ralts. I'm sure Henry knows what he's working with right now. Going down one Night Stretcher though, only 2 inside of the deck here, so we are going to be working with one copy of Kirlia off of the TM Evolution.
I mean, we do have the Iono, right? So we're going to shuffle that back in. It's just a matter of hopefully we don't draw into the second Kirlia in the deck off the Iono here, as we are going to attach both the tool and the energy, plus the Manaphy now on the bench. Big 6 cards here for Henry. No Kirlia. Don't see a stage 1 Pokemon. That's a Spiritomb, I believe. We are safe here, ladies and gentlemen. We should be able to TM Evolution for essentially full effect. So not too bad. This is a position Henry has already found himself in before. He's prized 2 Kirlias in the past, and he's worked his way through it. So no stressing at all, as we are going to TM Evo here. I'm curious to see what Alex Szymanski can put together now post the Iono. We know the knockdown was in the hand before, but looks like we drew into another one. Not too bad. Has the Ultra Ball, has the Greninja as well in hand. It's a matter of, do we have energies now in the discard pile? Because we all know that one knockdown translates into the big wombo combo, the Prime Catcher plus the Canceling Cologne. Just a matter of, do we have everything else besides those 2 cards?
It's honestly, I feel like Henry actually helped out Alex a lot. Before the Iono, we saw just 4 supporters. It kind of assumed that Alex was just going to Iono right back instead of using something like an Irida here. But we are going to be able to evolve our Hoot Hoot into Noctowl and use that Jewel Seeker ability where we're able to go get our trainer cards just from the deck here. So it is going to be the Earthen Vessel and the Irida. Wancho, you were asking for some water energy. This is how we're going to go on ahead and go get it. Throwing away the Fan Rotom here into the discard, and now we're going to be able to draw some cards here. I do also believe that Alex does now have the Origin Form Palkia V-Star in hand too, so we're definitely seeing an attack this turn.
Ooh, it's just a matter of, is it going to be the explosive, potentially game-winning attack, right? The Radiant Greninja, Moonlight Shuriken. There's 1 energy hitting the discard pile now. Let's see the 2 cards, Bibarel and Iono. Nothing too useful there. Again, if we could take a knockout on both Kirlias, the only Kirlias at this point, this might be Alex Szymanski's game to win. With the Irida able to find a water Pokemon plus another item, looks like we are grabbing the Origin Form Palkia, and hey, even more energy with the Earthen Vessel. Do we have another Noctowl in hand? I'm curious. There's the Earthen Vessel discarding an energy. Now there's 2 energy in the discard pile. We can potentially Moonlight Shuriken here. There's the Ultra Ball. Oh, is Alex going to put it together? Ultra Ball. There's only one thing he needs to find. There's the Noctowl Jewel Seeker. 2-card wombo combo. Yeah, there's the Canceling Clone. There's the pink card Prime Catcher now. Absolutely huge here for Alex Szymanski. It's looking good. It's just a matter of, I wonder, what can Henry Chow now do if he loses both Kirlias?
It's a great question, Wancho. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's a really great question. I don't believe that Henry plays anything like a Thornton within the deck, too. There's no rare candy. It's looking a little bit tough here. I think the last time we saw the Moonlight Shuriken, it was we had at least one Ralts to kind of still work with here, but now we're losing both here. So I'm interested to see how Henry is going to be able to respond here. Now, granted, he did win the first game, and there's the Drifloon for turn, but how do we get through this when we already have an Origin Form Palkia in the back, which only needs one more energy ready to go? But, you know, honestly, Henry's going to still stay in this. This is finals. You can't just kind of give up. I mean, there's one copy of that Buddy Buddy Puff, and we can reestablish, but the question is Alex too set up at this point for Henry to respond?
There's a potential here for Henry to try and do what he did in the first game, right? Maybe try and boss stall Alex Szymanski a little bit. We know sometimes Alex has been struggling to retreat. The Terrapagos to retreat is pretty big. And we would need like Glass Trumpet plus an energy attachment to potentially attack with it. And right now, Alex really did have to expend resources, really had to evolve both the Hoot Hoots into the Knocked Owl to potentially attack, to do this big Wombo combo play. And now there is nothing to evolve. Does have the Nest Ball, yeah.
Could be Ball Wild, but it is going to be Radiant Greninja. We're talking about that tempting trap there. Could essentially take one of the Noctowls or even the Fan Rotom up into the active here, because there's only one copy of Switch, but there's no more copies of Hoot Hoot to evolve into Noctowl to get that copy of Switch. So Henry is going to thin the deck as much as possible here, very expertly as well. We'll see what these two cards from Moonlight Shuriken give us, but this is when Guardy starts to slow it down.
Definitely. Concealed cards, able to draw 2 more cards as long as we discard that energy. I don't know what 2 cards save us here. Maybe Rod plus the Buddy Buddy Poffin trying to reestablish the board. Hey, there's the Rod. We have the Ultra Ball. There's a lot of Pokemon in hand. There's the Drifloon, the Fluttermane. These are all cool tech one-ofs that do amazing things, but nothing works. Even the Spiritomb's in hand, but nothing works without Gardevoir. Looking at the hand, I'm not seeing anything. Even Henry Chow just shaking his head in disbelief here, trying to think of a way out, but doesn't even have the guts to potentially stall. No Mawile yet either.
Henry just trying to decide here how to go about it. It might just be a pass back on over to Alex, and it is here. We do have Area 0 Underdepths in play, so this Nest Ball can be used here to establish the board a little bit more. So here comes another Hoot Hoot that we were talking about here. Jewel Seeker Wancho, just a very strong ability. If you guys played maybe, what was it, last rotation, is very reminiscent to Shady Dealings from Inteleon that also used to partner up with Origin Form Palkia V-Star very extremely well. So we're going to establish a Hoot Hoot and our Bidoof. We're going to get some draw back into Alex's deck. He does have the Iono and will play it, so we'll see if Henry's going to be able to respond here. But all Alex really needs is 1 water energy to start swinging again.
Yes, unfortunately, there's only 7 water energies in the deck. We need to draw into maybe Earthen Vessel, and yeah, that's what I figured. Alex definitely struggles to find these energies, so even if he got the explosive play, missing another attack, but luckily no Ralts yet in play for Henry, so again, despite missing a turn, Henry is also going to miss a turn anyway. But definitely, I'm sure Alex would have loved to just take a prize that turn. And the energy wasn't that much to ask for, but that's how much Alex really depends on that Noctowl as the Heavy Ball was played. Grabbing nothing there. Heavy Ball hits the discard pile. Does have the Buddy Buddy Poffin. There we go. Can reestablish some Ralts.
I would love to see him use another one to get another Ralts too. I mean, just in case the board needs to expand just a little bit more here. But the match has definitely slowed down from game number 1. I see a couple of supporters here. We see both Professor Turo's scenario here. We have the Ultra Ball next turn for that Kirlia. If I am Henry, I might just want to try and boss stall something a little bit heavier, maybe, and not. I can't decide whether Wancho between something like the Terapagos, the Bidoof, if anything. It's just a little bit awkward here, but it is going to be the Terapagos EX here. We'll see what Alex can do off the draw.
I'm not the biggest fan of the Terapagos pull, just because it does just mean it's a trumpet plus an attachment to try and attack, because, you know, Terapagos can attack as well, and we did see the Hoot Hoot establish, and yeah, it's just going to be the glass trumpet, maybe a stretcher to try and get energy. Looks like Alex is eyeing up the boss's orders. But there it is. There's the glass trumpet and the boss's orders. Do we have a water energy in hand? Is another question. I mean, we do have... Alex does have the switch as well, but maybe attacking with the fan rotom could be a thing. 70 damage is enough to knock out this Manaphy. Not too bad there, but with the boss's orders, what could Alex be eyeing up?
We want a Ralts here, right? We know with no rare candy in the list, Henry can't come out swinging next turn with something like a rare candy Gardevoir into something massive like the Screamtail that we have sitting on the bench here. We definitely want to boss up that Ralts there. We do have the pieces I think we need to. We have that glass trumpet. We also do have the Night Stretcher to go on ahead and get the energy as well here, but may it just be the glass trumpet? It will be. Water Terapagos, as I've been calling it. It is going to be going to the fan rotom, though, which I personally love, but do believe there is a E-switch somewhere within this deck here. There's a switch. It is going to be fan rotom. We actually are going to be taking out the Manaphy, Wancho.
Not too bad. Again, Fan Rotom, I talked about it earlier, just a great Pokemon to have. I respect Alex Szymanski as well, just going ahead and attaching an energy to the Bibarel, because that's been known to get stuck in the active as well. That's a prime target to really stick in the active. So just getting that preemptively, very, very, very smart move, as Industrious Incisors now able to refill the hand. Boss's orders played on that Ralts. And yeah, looking very good for Alex. Is going to be able to go down to 3 prizes. Henry hasn't been able to establish a Kirlia just yet. Let's see, though. There is a Ralts. If there's a Ralts, there is a way. There is a possibility here.
It's very true. I do also want to say the Industrious Incisors also gave Alex the energy switch and the glass trumpet for retreat and even an attack on Terapagos next turn as well. So we'll see how this one's going to go, but it is back on over to Henry's side as he is going to use that Arven for the Super Rod here. We can definitely find a Kirlia. I still do believe there's an Ultra Ball inside of this hand right now. But we have to establish, and it feels like Henry, while he gets 1 step forward, Alex pushes him 2 to 3 steps back.
No, definitely. And again, just remember, folks, the other 2 Kirlias are prized. That's why the Rod was so crucial here, just shuffling back the only 2 Kirlias Henry has access to, as Ultra Ball is immediately played there, discarding the Buddy Poffin and the Professor Turo. We have 1 Kirlia, we have 1 refinement. It's just a matter of, can Alex boss that one as well?
Alex does play 2 in the deck. I can't remember if we've seen more than just 1, but here we go. Refinement. 2 more cards. That's 2 counter catchers and a dark energy here. But I really like how Alex preemptively attaching to the Bibarel as well. A lot of players love to counter catcher up a Bibarel because it has a retreat cost of 2, but it is going to, I believe, be the slap for 30 here. Screamtail's had enough.
30 damage, that could matter, definitely. Putting it into range of something like a Gardevoir attack, potentially, as we do see another glass trumpet plus an energy switch. We are going to Lost Vacuum, though. Getting rid of our own stadium? Yes, it's going to be Alex Szymanski using Lost Vacuum on his own Area 0 Underdepth just to be able to discard the Fan Rotom, and that energy gets to the discard pile, so we can pick it up and use this energy switch, and now we can attack with the Terapagos. it's a lot of resources Alex had to use just to be able to do this play, but it's a play that got energy on this Terrapago, so not too bad there. Alex will take a prize, even plays the Area 0 Underdepths once again, is going to Industrious Incisor. Ooh, that's a nice card to grab. The Silene could even put back, what, Prime Catcher and the Cancel Cologne to even maybe close out the game next turn, potentially. But those are good options to have.
We'll see if he can get it done, because I think he will go for it here. This is a massive Silene right now. Needs to flip 2 heads. I see
There's
a
one.
4, but I couldn't see the other one. I did kind of roll off screen. We'll see. It is going to be the Prime Catcher, and if he's still digging through the deck here, it might just be both of them. So good on Alex. We'll be able to at least get these 2 cards here. Prime Catcher back. I think it might be a little bit too much at this point to start powering up this Radiant Greninja to see another Moonlight Shuriken. That will require the energy switch, a little bit more to deal with here, but we do have a Kirlia. I mean, Henry does know at least what is coming here, but like we said, we have a 1 Kirlia and a Dream at this point. We need to find an attacker to get Palkia out. We do find the Moonlight Hill, but I don't see another attacker aside from Gardevoir EX. We can definitely get the knockout here, right? But we don't really have anything else to work with. We don't have, actually, we can't even get the knockout. We don't have the Monkey Dory.
Yeah, we do get the Moonlight Hill, though, so we can at least heal, maybe out of range from, like, a Palkia knockout. I mean, Palkia can't knock out. There's nothing on Henry Chao's bench. I'm used to Gardevoir as having just everything on their bench. But looks like, yeah, it is going to be accelerated. 6 damage counters now on that Gardevoir. That means 250 HP. Do we even have an energy to discard potentially? Look, looks like it's going to be a counter catcher on the Bibra, and just a knockout there. That means Alex Szymanski can opt to, it looks like he's going to opt to promote the Palkia. If we can maybe fill the bench. If we have 8 bench plus the 2, can we get a knockout on the Gardevoir EX? I believe that might be just enough.
May as well be. We'll see, though. We know that Alex drew the Prime Catcher for turn here, but of course, Nestball and Pheasantipity coming into play here. Alex's deck is not that big, Wancho. We're not really working with a lot here anymore. A couple more supporters, a Night Stretcher, 1 energy, a TM Devo, which if we're able to get some chip damage here, that could actually be pretty devastating, especially if we can find a way to stack on some more damage. Doesn't work like that necessarily, but I love the TM Devo play just in mind here. We'll see what we can work with.
Definitely. As okay, we have the Palkia. Believe we do have the energy to even just attack here. We can even go for Prime Catcher if we need to. Looks like we're gonna draw 3 more cards. Ooh, that's a Kiernan. Is this enough? How much are we doing? There's concealed cards. No, it can't be just yet. We need the stadium. We need to get a little bit more Pokemon in play. There's the attachment for turn. There's a boss. There's so many supporters. There's so many options for Alex. But it might just be keep it simple and attack.
And honestly, Henry was so smart to knock out the Bibarel there because, I mean, you take out the draw engine, right? There's only so much you can do. There's a lot of water energy already in place. So concealed cards. We don't have another Hoot Hoot setup, and Terrapagos can't utilize Noctowl's Jewel Seeker ability here. So taking the draw engine's smart, but is it just going to be the Iono here? Or just save the Prime Catcher and the boss later on? But it is just going to be another subspace swell here for 6, 8, 10, 12. Math is hard. Not as much damage as he had hoped for without Henry going for the full bench here.
I believe right now that's 180, 200, 260 damage now on that Gardevoir, down to 50 HP remaining. It's just a matter of gust and knockout, and I think Henry Chao reads the writing on the wall. It's just going to give it up here to Alex Szymanski, which ties up the set 1-1 here at this San Antonio Regional Championship. We're going to a Game 3, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely huge. More Pokemon to play, more Pokemon to watch. Definitely better. Absolutely intense gameplay here. Again, the Kirlia's prize for Henry Chow were just absolutely huge. When you show a little bit of weakness, just a little bit of weakness against Alex Szymanski, and he's gonna go for the blood. He's gonna go for the game-winning plays, essentially.
It is going to be Henry going first, but first we have the replay from last game of Alex Szymanski fighting back here. Of course, the Moonlight Shuriken play, while it didn't work as well in game number 1 with no Kirlia, he really put a kind of stall in Henry's motion to push forward as quickly as possible. Even seeing something like the boss's orders onto the Ralt with getting the knockout with Fan Rotom, and it was just, we didn't have anything else to really work with. We didn't have a Monkey Dory to kind of alleviate some of the pain for Gardevoir here. So it is going to be Henry going first here. We'll see what the prizes give to us, because sometimes I just hate to see 2 Kirlia in the prizes, but from what I can see on my camera, Wancho, they're actually not that bad, but that was a massive top deck for Henry Chow. Already has 1 and 2 Ralts in hand, but also has the Buddy Buddy Poffin as well. We are going to see some setup this turn from Henry.
Love to see it. I mean, who needs a supporter when you can just draw into the things you need, right? Yeah, that's definitely, we're going to see at least more than 2 Ralts hit the bench. It's a lot better than the second game, that's for sure. Looking at the handout, oh, it looks like no, we are just going to see the 2 Ralts instead. Opting to not use the Buddy Buddy Poffin just yet. I think the hand would just had nothing as well, right? I don't think there's a draw supporter or whatnot. This may be Henry just bluffing to Alex and maybe just Iono my hand. It's huge. But here we go. We do see the double nest ball coming from Alex. Talk about great starts. That's a great way to find your rule box Pokemon and your Rotom. Fan Rotom just even finds even more cards. Why not? Look at the prizes. Tech TM Devolution is on the lower end, so that could definitely matter. This could be a play that Alex has access to eventually. 1 Area 0 Underdepth and 1 Irida, 1 Hoot Hoot. Nothing too detrimental in my opinion. Maybe the stadium, just because we have seen the back and forth stadium war between both these players. And just like that, just going to be a pass now from Alex. What can Henry Chow put together? There's the Buddy Buddy Poffin that he already had in the previous hand. Do we see Kirlias? Do we see TM Evolutions?
No, we don't, but we at least get to see a 3rd Ralts here. I think it's also important to note Henry's prizes. We do have access to practically everything we need this game, but it's a matter of having it in the hand. Unfortunately for Henry, we don't have an Arven in hand to go out and search for something like the TM Evolution. I see 2 Gardevoirs, but we actually just need a way to get Kirlia out on the bench. But look at this hand from Alex. Already has the Bibarel in hand to get things started here. Has the Jewel Seeker as well. Didn't even need an Ultra Ball to search it out. And I believe has another Noctowl in hand too. I mean, has access to everything that he could ever want from this deck here. We can get these 2 trainer cards. We can get the Area 0 Underdepths already. And honestly, Wancho, we could potentially see, if we find the right cards here, another Moonlight Shuriken.
That would be absolutely powerful. Again, just having the B-Barrel in play as well, just a huge safety net. Yeah, we might have to use both Noctowl just to really get something going here, because we need to get some energies into the discard pile. We still need a lot of setup despite having a ton of great cards. That's why Alex here, struggling a little bit, is going to grab the Stadium and the Earthen Vessel. I'm not sure what a good discard could be, though. Maybe the boss's orders for now. We're going to need everything in this hand is great. We need the Cologne, we need the boss, we need the Noctowl. But it is going to be the Glass Trumpet. That's a tough one, Glass Trumpet. One of the only ways to accelerate energy outside of the V-Star power. Does get 2 energy here. How do we put this attack together, Emily?
It's a little bit difficult without Radiant Greninja out on the field too, so we can't draw as much here, but the second Noctowl is going to come down. Obviously, we're going to keep the boss's orders just because we simply have it right then and there, but there's the Ultra Ball here, and eyeing up the Radiant Greninja as well, so we're trying to find a line to get We're trying to find a line to find the Origin form Palkia with that Ultra Ball. We're trying to find a line where we can get Radiant Greninja because we need to start drawing a little bit more cards here. But it is going to be the Ultra Ball and the switch here. And honestly, we may not even see the Moonlight Shuriken itself. We may just see something like a Star Portal to the Origin form Palkia V-Star, attach those energies and just start swinging.
Hey, an attack is attack, a prize is a prize. Doesn't matter how you take it. Again, I was talking about the prizes earlier. I saw the Irida in the prize, and typically I'm used to when I see Palkia deck, it's multiple Irida, but Alex Szymanski actually only plays one. So that would have been a great card to grab off the Jewel Seeker. That's for sure. That's a way to grab a water Pokemon and an item. But again, in the prizes, might be lacking just a couple of cards here to put things together. It's just going to be Boss's Orders, draws a couple of cards. There's an energy. Yeah. There's a stadium. We might just knock out the Manaphy with the Fan Rotom once again. And
why Star Portal when we can just go at it at a safer route, right? We always are talking about conserving resources, so I've never seen Fan Rotom attack this much.
Big top deck here for Henry Chow. Unfortunately, Dark Energy is not what we're looking for. What else can we get? Counter Catcher now on the Bibarel. Switch was already played. Uh-oh. That might be Henry Chow's opening. The opening he needed. Can this Bibarel get stuck in the active? We are going to see the Earthen Vessel once again grabbing 2 more energy. Is there an energy in the discard pile? There is the Glass Trumpet potentially to try and retreat and then just Assault Landing once again.
It's so unfortunate because I feel like we haven't seen Henry play with a full board of Ralts for this entire set. We do have the Kieran, though, so we can actually just take the switch here because Kieran has 2 abilities here. And honestly, for the Origin form Palkia deck, this Fan Rotom is the one that's actually taking a lot of the knockouts here. So Bibarel is going to be safe here. And honestly, Fan Rotom now getting 2 prizes. It is going to be Henry finally finding a way out. It's going to be the Iono here. But man, Wancho, we need Kirlia now.
Hey, Iono, that's a supporter. That's 6 more cards. Surely we didn't have any good cards in hand. That means there can only be good cards in the deck. Big 6 cards here for Henry. What are we going to see? Ultra Ball, TM Evolution. There's another Iono. No Kirlias just yet, but we can always Ultra Ball into 1. And we have TM Evolution. We're just going to retreat into the Drifloon. And just TM Evolution into the 2 Kirlias without a Manaphy to protect. Oh, that... if Alex has access to just Radiant Greninja, a way to find the Radiant Greninja, this could spell doom for Henry Chow. But right now, oh, looks like we are going to use the Ultra Ball, to find the first Refinement Kirlia at the very least. So a TM Evo could protect that Kirlia at the very least. So we are going to have the game. What else can Henry do this turn?
We need, oh wait, no, we do have the energy on the active to do just that. But you're right, Wancho. If with this TM Evolution, we are going to be able to avoid a complete bench wipe here with the TM Evolution pushing Kirlia to becoming that Gardevoir EX and that Ralts to become just a Kirlia here. Now, granted, I still don't feel comfortable here like we talked about. There's no Manaphy to protect here, but that Drifloon is a very key attacker within this Gardevoir EX deck, and it's left kind of stranded here. Now, Alex also, as well, can just keep attacking with the Fan Rotom. We really don't have to commit anything to this Origin form Palkia V-Star here. Finds the energy switch off of the draw for turn, though, as we are going to see the Hisuian Heavy Ball, where Alex can just confirm that there is 1 more Hoot Hoot in these prizes and start to get that next Jewel Seeker set up here. Alex is definitely pulling ahead based off of just setup alone.
What a great card to grab, though. The Hoot Hoot, just because we've already used the 2 knockdowns, this is the last one we have access to. Drop another bird, might as well. Just essentially Iono-proof ourselves because we have this lead. That means Alex Szymanski, all he has to do is maintain the lead, not play into the disruption. Attach return into the Palkia. That Palkia is ready to go. Hasn't even used Star Portal. We have the Bibarel too. A lot of great things. It's really shaping up to be Alex's game to win But if Henry Chao has anything to say about it, if anyone can turn this around, again, it's the undisputed Gardevoir master of the universe. As we finally see the Radiant Greninja hit the board, are we going to see the Moonlight Shuriken this turn? It still takes 2 knockouts, still takes out a Kirlia. It just leaves one singular Gardevoir in play. But do we go for it right here, right now?
So this would require a little bit of work here from Alex. I mean, has the energy switch in hand, but like I said, there's no real point of going for it when this Fan Rotom has now gotten 3 prize cards. Just keeping it all safe and sound here. Finds the Scream Tail, though, off of the draw for turn. It's Henry Chao, his Kirlia, and his Gardevoir EX against the world right now. We have to find a way to reestablish the board, but speaking of a board, you have to look on over at Alex Szymanski's side. He has the Hoot Hoot ready to go, Pheasantipity EX already sitting on the bench there, and a Radiant Greninja as well as a fully grown up Bibarel there. So it's just looking a little bit tough. It is going to be the mid-game classic Gardevoir EX Iono plays here because we just have to force Alex into a very awkward hand, but that's so difficult when everything is already ready to go.
Well, this is the Henry Chao special after all. Let's go ahead and disrupt our opponent and pick apart the support Pokemon using the Scream Tail. The only thing missing is the combination of Counter Catcher, just like the last game, to be able to stick something to active, hopefully make the Scream Tail take a turn, but looks like it's just going to be bump the stadium there, getting rid of 2 Knocked Owl. Alex is thinking, what else? Has to get rid of at least 1 more Pokemon. Looks like it is going to be the Pheasantipity, so that's getting rid of at least 1 more support Pokemon as well. I'm curious to see what Henry Chao is going to attack. I have to guess it has to be the Bibarel, unless he does prioritize having that 2 retreat Pokemon in play. Could knock out the Hoot Hoot, which is very easy. That's for sure. As we see another Kirlia hit the bench. Great to see as well for Henry. Board slowly starting to get a little bit better. But can he turn things around? Or is it too little, too late? There it is, just a retreat to the Scream Tail. 40 damage on the Ralts.
Gotta be careful though, because we are putting a lot of damage here onto the Scream Tail. Who says that Fan Rotom, while it has already taken, 3 prize cards, why not take a 4th here? We can still keep our Origin Form Palkia from using Star Portal here. We can still take some time here, but it will be the knockout to the bench here as it is going on over into Alex's side. I do believe, though, he has a Professor's Research in hand, so we can still get through the deck as quickly as possible here. But Wancho, I'm starting to get a little bit nervous here for Henry, just because this Fan Rotom has done all of the work. Origin Form Palkia V-Star hasn't even shown its hands yet.
There's a research, but now that we've used that Alex has used the concealed cards, did draw into the last Knocked Owl as well in hand. Things can be put together here. Now might be a little bit of a juicier Moonlight Shuriken, but no, it's just going to be a boss's orders onto the Kirlia that has the damage. That's not too bad. I was thinking Fan Rotom only does 70 damage, but because there is no Monkey Dory in play, that's going to be enough to knock out this Kirlia. And just like that, Alex Szymanski goes down to 2, has Greninja, has access to Star Portal. Henry Chao, there's a Scream Tail. That's it. Scream Tail Gardevoir has a Ralts that can evolve. Does have access to an Iono as well. Great way to disrupt, actually. Especially without the Pheasantipity or the Bibarel now.
It's just such an awkward situation to kind of be in, Wanjo. I mean, the Fan Rotom has done most of the work here, but you have to find a way to get rid of this Origin Form Palkia V-Star. I think the Iono is going to be absolutely the play here. So we're going to start, disrupting the hand as much as possible, but we also have another Hoot Hoot on the bench waiting to kind of get ready to go. But there we go. The Monkey Dory will be able to find its dark energy, and we are going to see the Iono. Henry going to draw 5 fresh cards here. Finds the secret box, though, so maybe we can start to see a couple of more actions being taken for Henry to just assure that this Gardevoir EX is going to be as safe as possible here. There's the Hisuian Heavy Ball, just checking the prizes. There's no active targets here. We're just taking a look. But once more, there's a Super Rod in there. That could be important in getting our Drifloon and our Screamtail back.
Yes, and now, again, Henry Chow did disrupt the hand from Alex Szymanski's side of the board, but still, I'm not sure if there's even any more counter catchers left in the deck, just because we did use a couple a little bit earlier. Because right now, even if we've disrupted the hand, they're still on the board. Everything Alex needs. 2 cards here. I believe that's a TM Evolution and a Boss's, or it's a Professor Turo. Yeah, it's a Turo. So does still have access to the secret box. Again, if it's in the deck, if there is still a way to potentially a boss stall here, Henry Chow has access to it. As we do see the secret box, this could be big here. Again, counter catcher and start picking on the bench with that Screamtail has to be the key. And there it is. Secret box is now being played. Henry Chow has access to a supporter, an item. There it is. The counter catcher he needs. A Yono again. Not too bad just for the next turn. And the another counter stadium to be safe in that Artizone. Again, secret box just absolutely big here for Henry. This is the last counter catcher, but will it stick? Alex has already used the switch. Alex has already used the Kiernan. What can he do? And what is the target? Is it another Terrapagos? Looks like it is. That means Alex needs, he needs a lot. He needs a Glass Trumpet, and he needs an energy attachment for a turn. Where's this damage going? There's only one more support Pokemon left. It's that Hoot Hoot, the lone Hoot Hoot. Starting to think now, maybe keeping the Pheasantipity would have been very important for Alex, but it's such a tough decision. Oh no, it's gonna be, oh, yeah, it's just gonna be, yeah, the knockout on the Hoot Hoot. Damage moved over onto the Fan Rotom. Maybe Henry looking to knock it out eventually with a double Monkey Dory. Things may be turning around here. Looking at Alex's hand, there's an Ultra Ball and a Ditto. The stadium, there's absolutely nothing. It's just a pass here from Alex Szymanski. Henry Chow is back in it, ladies and gentlemen. Does have Carlias, does have his Screamtail to work with. He's going to take another prize here, that's for sure.
Now, Wancho, the problem is the Star Portal play is still technically here, right? I mean, there's no way of grabbing back the mana feed. There's no more Night Stretcher. We could easily, if we find a knockout here onto the Terrapagos, it could just be as easy as moving up the Origin Form Palkia to the active and then retreating and then using Star Portal onto the Radiant Greninja here. But here comes Henry Chow, finding those 2 energies, sifting through the deck as much as possible. I think our best line here right now, Wancho, is taking out, actually using Roaring Scream to take out somehow. We got to get this Origin Form Palkia out of play as quickly as possible here.
Definitely. I mean, we definitely don't attack into the Terrapagos. We need to attack. We need to debilitate the bench. We could even target down the Radiant Greninja if we need, but it looks like it is going to be 80 damage onto the onto the Palkia. Top deck for turn is just, what was that? That was the Silene. We're going to flip some cards. What, is there even anything in the discard pile we want to be able to draw into? But here we go. Silene. 2 dice, 2 heads. 2 heads. Why not? Alex Szymanski is now 4 for 6 on that Silene. Yes, the first game, it was double tails. But now Silene has made it up to Alex. What does he need, though? Maybe put a supporter on top plus something else. Looks like it's going to be Night Stretcher and Switch.
But we have to be able to get to that, right? I can't remember if we have energy in hand to do the concealed cards, because if we have concealed cards, I actually think that might just be it right then and there. We actually don't even have the energy in hand as of right now. We can't, for example, flip the script because there was no knockout taken. So the Silene here, Alex really has to think about this turn here. If it's another pass, Wancho, we're going to see Henry start to pull away just a little bit faster. I know Henry thinks he knows what's coming here, but there's only an Ultra Ball. I think it might just have to be a pass again. It is so close.
Very curious to see how Henry is going to respond to this move now. The fact that he knows what the next 2 cards are for Alex, what he has in store with the Screamtail. Is he going to go just for the knockout on the Greninja just because right now what's on top of the deck is the Stretcher. That is a way to get energy to draw a couple more cards and draw into the switch at that point. So they could knock out the Greninja. But then if you knock out the Greninja, the Stretcher gets the Pheasantipity, and that means Alex Szymanski is going to be drawing 3 cards at that point. So I think that's a very, very smart move here for Alex. I'm trying to think if there's anything better he could put back on top, like just a supporter to try and guarantee it. But we're going to have to see here. Henry now has bought so much time, is turning things around. There is a chance, there is a light at the end of this tunnel. Has been able to find the Screamtail, just absolute MVP. Not too many cards left in the deck as well, and there's still 4 prizes to take here. I don't know if there's a rod, if there's a way to maybe add more cards to the deck, add more resources to work with. Henry has gone through a lot. The hand is definitely bigger than deck. Going to be the boss's orders onto the Palkia.
Has the Iono in hand as well, Wancho, for a couple of turns coming up. Wants to probably bump the stadium as well here too. If we're able to find a way to get into the Gardevoir EX2 for that Curlia, it could be a little less scary. But of course, we know that this Roaring Scream straight into the active here. And finally, we are going to be seeing the double Monkey Dory that Henry has been working up this entire game for. But this is so smart as well, putting forward the Gardevoir EX into the active so we can punch with Miracle Force. And thanks to our double Adrenobrain ability that we have here from both Monkey Dories, I think this Origin Form Palkia V-Star is going down. Was this game just saved?
It definitely has. We have a game in our hands. Again, just shows the power of the Iono. Again, there is 80 damage on the Origin Form Palkia, 200 damage. That means we have to move a little bit onto it. Onto the active there. Adrenobrain. It's just going to be a knockout. Henry Chow is poised to win next turn. What can Alex Szymanski do? We know the top deck is the Stretcher. Stretcher could get the Pheasantipity to draw 3 more cards. The next card is going to be the Switch. That means it has to be the other 2 cards to be able to save it here. That's a TM Devolution, but that's not going to help out. There's a Switch. There's an Ultra Ball. Still has access to Palkia. Maybe try and survive one more turn, but then there's a Screamtail to try and knock out anything on the board. This looks like Henry Chow's game now. What a turnaround.
It's so close too. The Thornton also could have brought us into something else, like for example, bringing forward the Palkia V and then Thornton into getting back the V-Star here, but it is going to be Alex searching through the deck. There's no Hoot Hoot. We can't go on ahead and Jewel Seeker here, but it's going to be another Fan Rotom. I have to say, Fan Rotom has really earned its place in the deck over this just past game here. I believe we saw, what, 3 knockouts?
As many Fan Rotoms as you can. There's nothing that can save Alex Szymanski at this point. He can't hide behind a single prize Pokemon. 50 damage on the Fan Rotom means a Monkey Dory damage placement is going to knock it out. And then, but yeah, there's nothing. Even if you go into the Terrapagos, there's double Monkey Dory in play. Just going to be a pass for the turn. Move the damage onto the Fan Rotom. Alex Szymanski has to promote a Pokemon. Retreat now into the Screamtail. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Henry Chow does the impossible. Turns around this game, defeats one of the best players in the game in Alex Szymanski, and is your San Antonio Regional Champion. Absolutely massive.
Henry Chow bringing it all the way back, Wancho, from what looks like such a difficult position to be in, unable to really kind of work with the deck, and then one missed turn from Alex really just gave Gardevoir all the time that it needed to just go on ahead and set up. But look at Henry, just cannot believe that he's done it again. 4 months later, doing it the first time in Baltimore and now doing it here in San Antonio. Such an impressive showing as we go back and check the replay here. Beautiful work from both players here, showing what their decks are made of here, but it really just came down to the fact that there were just a couple of whiffed turns on attacks and just not all the way there.
Definitely, again, the MVPs were definitely that Screamtail and the Monkey Dory, able to pick apart Alex Szymanski's board, Alex Szymanski's lead, but Radiant Greninja putting in so much work every single time, draws cards, take key knockouts, but hey, you know what, never mind, I take it back. The real MVP is this Fan Rotom that has taken, what, 4 prizes for Alex Szymanski until, of course, even knocking out the Manaphy to, again, open up the play. All it took is just one more Star Portal, be able to attack with Greninja, and Alex Szymanski would have been the regional champion. But no, Henry Chow with that Screamtail is able to pick apart everything Alex Szymanski has worked so hard for. Just like that, Turtle's a little bit too big, 2 retreat costs, Screamtail knocking out the Hoot, leaving, again, absolutely nothing. And then, of course, the Origin form, Palkia knocked out by the Gardevoir EX. And the final turn of the game, moving damage onto the Fan Rotom. And just a retreat, ending it with the ever-important Screamtail. Again, leaving with Henry Chow with the win. Massive.
He does it again. He just simply does it again. I think one of the most impressive things about Henry's play was that he was just so patient, Wancho. Like, even just using Roaring Scream to just get enough damage, right? Like that 120, that 140, it was just enough, right? We were just doing what we could with the resources that we had. A couple of really important mid-game Ionos, taking the Noctowls out of the hand and throwing them back into the bottom of the deck definitely helped. Being able to Roaring Scream, you know, helpless Hoots on the bench there, really taking out the free reign that Origin Form, Palkia, and Terapagos EX have together. And that's the key part of it, is that Noctowl. So great showing from Henry Chow, saying it's not over until it's over.
That's not over till I say so. The undisputed Gardevoir Grandmaster of the universe. No, but yes, again, just showed his patience as well. Even the damage placements with the Monkey Dory into the Fan Rotom, that was all planned, you know, turns in advance. Absolutely massive. But again, I want to reel it back in real quick. You know, I just want to take a look at, you know, our final standings for this tournament. As hype as that last game was, let's take a look at it. Again, Henry Chow, our champion, followed by Alex Szymanski with the Origin form, Palkia V-Star. I know, Alex Szymanski, amazing showing, birthday boy himself.
True. And
of course, James Kowalski had an amazing showing with his control deck, followed by Callie White. Not quite the finals this time, but top 4. So finals and top 4 in what, just a couple of months. Very, very impressive. And then Summit Kukadapu, again, amazing with the Snorlax control. Again, 2 control decks in this final standing. I definitely wasn't in my bingo book.
What do you mean, Wancho? There's no Reggie Drago. There's no Reggie Drago here in the final standings. I think we've been saying it throughout this entire conversation between us 4 casters here, that it's just the fact that the format has been here for quite some time. People are figuring out their game plans here, and these are the 2 people that have done so the most. Henry Chow, though, returning as another regional champion within the same season, just 4 months later, but of course, right behind him, the legendary Alex Szymanski on that Origin form, Palkia V-Star Noctowl, and Terapagos as well.
Something I can't wait to see is the graphic with all the regional champion and just see double Henry Chow. And again, got it with the Gardevoir EX. Play 1 deck, apparently master 1 deck. And oh boy, has he definitely mastered that deck.
You're master of Gardevoir today and master of the universe tomorrow. I think it's really also, just as a personal note, the last time I was on the desk in Baltimore, Henry Chow also won that regional. So here I am casting finals in San Antonio, and he won that regional too. So that's just kind of a weird coincidence.
Definitely. Maybe you have to show up, and then he just wins every single regional at that point. Again, absolutely massive. Again, what an amazing finals match. Just being able to do the impossible, being able to turn around, and really shows you to not give up despite the situation you find yourself in. Even if you find yourself a Curlialist, even if you don't have the main Pokemon you use for your deck, there are still those alternate win conditions. There are still those boss stall, maybe plus the Iono, pick apart the board. You have to find those ways, and that really is the hallmark of a great player, is being flexible in that regard, not following a specific flow chart to win a certain matchup. But yeah, again, huge congratulations.
An unfamiliar bad matchup is much worse than a familiar bad matchup. As long as you know what to do after that Moonlight Shuriken takes all of your Ralts, you still have a fighting chance. Henry Chow, what an amazing performance. So far, an amazing season. I think Pablo said it best earlier, lost zoning, another a World's Invite there. So definitely going to be very, you know what, why not? But still, I mean, I gotta say it, Henry Chow, just such a composed player. Once more, it's very scary to lose, you know, essentially your entire engine on the board and still be able to fight back as much as possible, but then go first in game number 3, reestablish the board, take away a lot of the setup that Alex had too, because Alex came out of the gate swinging as well, double nest ball, I believe, into the fan Rotom too. There was just so much on the line, honestly, but also just for both players to set up as well as they did, and it just came down to a couple of Ionos and some really smart Roaring Screams from Henry Chow.
That's for sure, that's for sure. But you know what? Henry Chow isn't our only winner here at the San Antonio Regional Championship. Of course, it's everyone watching at home.
Oh,
no, but
okay.
Also, we had a junior and senior regional championship as well. And we have a quick video to show everyone featuring these amazing kids. Let's check it out.
We are just about to get underway with our trading card game Junior Division Finals. I've got our 2 finalists here, Reed Hartman and Braden Draves. Braden, how are you feeling headed into this final match?
Pretty good. I wasn't expected for finals. I was expected for top 8, but I'm pretty happy.
I'd say if you were expecting top 8 and you made it to the finals, that's a pretty good showing. Reed, how are you feeling heading into this final match?
I'm feeling pretty excited. I don't get top 8 that often, so this is exciting for me.
Very good. Well, congratulations to both of you on getting to this point, but it's time to get into your final match. The finals match for the juniors division is underway behind me, and these players are both extremely excited to be in this position. They've had very good success so far in the last few months. Reed Hartman just this season had a top 8 finish at the Toronto Regional Championships, but also a 2nd place finish at Baltimore to start the year. This is Braden's first ever top cut placement at a regional championships. So imagine himself being here now with a chance to become the champion. It would mean so much to either of these players. Let's see what happens in these games. On the left side, Braden is playing Drago, and on the right, it is Reed playing Charizard. These players played 2 really close games, but ultimately, Reed Hartman was able to get the 2-0 victory with his Radiant Charizard closing out the game. And now I'm very excited to introduce our Junior Division champion, Reed Hartman. Congratulations, Reed, a regional champion. You got 2nd place earlier this year. What does it mean for you to now finally get the win?
I'm very happy. I've never gotten a regional win before, and yeah.
That's awesome, man. So you played Charizard for this event. Tell us about why you chose that deck for this tournament.
I chose Charizard because I feel really confident with it. I got top 8 at Toronto with it, and yeah.
So you're a champion. You've now officially locked up an invite to the World Championships, regardless of what else happens this year. Where can we expect to see you next?
I'm going to Puerto Rico, the special event, and EUIC.
All right, man. Well, best of luck to you in those future tournaments, and congratulations to our champion, Reed. Just about to get underway here for our trading card game senior division finals, and I'm joined by our 2 finalists now. Justin Templer here on my right, Nathan Osterkatz on my left. Gentlemen, how are you feeling? One more match to go to see which one of you will be the champion. Justin.
Definitely not favored in this matchup. I beat him at LAIC, got pretty lucky, but as long as I can like Greninja early, I should be fine.
Well, Nathan, after hearing that, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling okay. He says this matchup is favorite. I have literally not played it like at all, except for against him, but I did beat him yesterday, so we'll see.
Okay, well, let's get into this final match and see what happens. This truly is a star-studded final match. These two young players are so incredibly skilled at the game. They have both won multiple regional championships since they were in the juniors division, all the way up to now when they're playing in the seniors division. Nathan Osterkatz most recently won the North American International Championships last season. And Justin Templer is coming off a second-place finish at LAIC and a first-place finish at Toronto just about a month ago. We'll see which one of them comes out on top in this game. On the left side of the table, Justin Templer is playing Palkia, and on the right side, Nathan Osterkatz is playing Charizard EX. Early in Game 1, Justin was able to pull off a Moonlight Shuriken with Radiant Greninja, really hurting Nathan's setup. He tried to force a Radiant Charizard comeback line, but Justin, on the final turn of Game 1, was able to find Prime Catcher for his final 2 prizes. In Game 2, Nathan could never establish a Charizard into play and was forced into another Radiant Charizard potential comeback. But once again, it was Justin, able to find a Prime Catcher, securing a 2-0 victory. And now I'm pleased to introduce our senior division champion, Justin Templer. Congratulations, Justin. This is 2 regional championship wins in a row with 2 different decks. How are you feeling, man?
Really good. I decided to play on Palkia because I thought there would be a bunch of Drago, and I think I hit 6 or 7.
I guess that plan, that went according to plan, right? Definitely better than if you had played Charizard, I feel like, for this event. Yeah, let's actually talk about the Palkia, because you were one of the early adopters of this deck. You got 2nd place at LAIC with this archetype. It falls off a little bit. No one really picks it up. And then last weekend, so many players chose to play Palkia. Is that one of the reasons you decided it would be good for this event as well?
I was playing it before it did well. I just thought the deck's so consistent, it can easily beat Drago, and yeah, just sets up a lot.
So this is now 2 regional championship victories for you in a row. Where are we going to see you next?
Hopefully another one.
Congratulations, Justin. Let's get you out of here and get back to the Pokemon action. We've crowned a couple of champions in our other divisions, and now we need to congratulate both of our finalists here in San Antonio for the Masters Division. Let's give it up first off for our Masters Division finalist, Alex Shemansky. Alex, congratulations. An excellent tournament run. You find yourself at yet another regional championship finals. What's going through your mind right now?
There's 5 of these. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate your play, and it's great to watch your games play out, man. And I just know that regional title is coming for you very soon. Congratulations. Let's give it up for Alex one more time. Come on, come on. And now let's congratulate and welcome to the stage our San Antonio Trading Card Game Regional Champion, Henry Chow. Henry, what a run and what a finals match that was. Game 1, Game 2, having to withstand in both of those games the canceling Cologne, the Radiant Greninja play, and then Game 3 starts off so slow, so bad. It almost seemed like you were nearly checked out, had accepted the fact that you were going to get 2nd place. At what point did you recognize you could fight back and win that game?
Oh man, that was one of the most insane games I've ever been a part of. It's kind of a blur, but yeah, I mean, once I don't have that one turn, I think it was to 3, and he just passed. I was like, that gave me new life for sure. That was insane. And then when I was able to find the boss to kill the Palkia there, that was just absolutely perfect. So yeah, that really worked out. That was just insane. Yeah.
Alex does get fortunate there to find that Silene and get the double heads, but you were able to identify, knowing those exact cards on top, what your optimal line was going to be. It was really impressive to see. This is now your 2nd regional title of the year. Very few players ever win 1 regional championship, let alone 2, and let alone 2 in the same season. You join a very short list of extremely accomplished and respected players. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels really good. I mean, this event is sort of like my 1-year anniversary, because my first event last year was Charlotte. So yeah, I mean, just comparing myself now to how I felt at Charlotte 1 year ago, like going in completely blind, yeah, it feels really nice knowing that I can compete with some of the best. Yeah.
Absolutely. You effectively have 2 Worlds invites now, so congratulations on that. Where are we going to see you next?
You'll see me at UIC for sure. Yeah.
Anyone you want to say thank you to or give a shout out to?
Just everyone watching, especially people who shout out to everyone from Pokemon who's watching, but also shout out to people who are not from Pokemon watching, because they don't really understand what's going on, but they're still there to cheer me on. So that really means a lot to me. So yeah, thank you to everyone.
Well, congratulations, Henry. Let's give it up for him one more time, our regional champion.
Really awesome to see this. Congratulations to Henry once again. I'm here with Emily and Juancho, ready to talk about what we just saw. What are your thoughts about this final match?
Well, I was right. And once we hit the caster predictions, I knew Gardevoir was kind of lurking in the wings. I think a lot of people kind of talked themselves out of it when it came to our European regionals last weekend. I just thought it was a really good pick going into this one. So feels good to be right again.
No, yeah, I mean, but talk about that final match, right? Don't count Henry out ever, period. Because I thought that game was lost. If I see a Gardevoir deck without Curlias, without Ralts, what are we doing? Like, how do we win this game? You watch that final match, that's how you win that game. It's very, very impressive. Huge congratulations again to Henry, just to be able to find that line. He needed what he needed to do to win, and he got it. Amazing stuff.
And now, of course, these 2 decks made it all the way to the top. But let's take a look at all the decks that comprise this Day 2 meta share. Let's take a look at Drago all the way up there at the very top, but Charizard, Lugia, Gardevoir, a lot of variety here.
It really doesn't surprise me to see Drago at the top, but it does surprise me to not see one in top 8 at all. It goes to show, we've been saying this practically the entire weekend, that we have been in this format in quite some time, and as long as you have a game plan versus Drago, you're going to be able to move around it and win.
No, definitely. I mean, looking at the shares here, just 21.12% for Drago, followed by Charizard, 10%. There's 2 times more Drago than there is Charizard. But again, the fact that there's none in our asymmetrical, or in our top cut, it blows my mind. But again, seeing all these amazing decks, it's such a great metagame, such a great spread, and I still believe in the bridge.
Now, these were the main decks that made it to Day 2, but we do have the best of the rest graph as well. All of these decks also featured, especially Terrapagos was one of the most successful this weekend.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, Terrapagos and Juancho, I know you want to talk about it so bad. The Terrapagos archetype, especially just the one where we're calling it colorless, definitely surprising us as well. Callie White piloting the Curly Wall with the Bouffalante edition of that. It was a great showing. I can't wait to see where Terrapagos goes next, because we've seen that it has now become a perfect partner in 3 archetypes of the deck by itself, with something like a cloth, if you will, and now Origin Form Palkia V-Star.
No, it's great. It's definitely splashable to be able to have access to 8 Pokemon in the bench with the Area 0 Underdepths. But I feel like the real star of this best of the rest is that Snorlax control. I'm just going to steal that and just call it everything control, just because there's that Pidgeot control deck that we did see in our top cut. I think that's absolutely amazing to see how our players were able to break the metagame, essentially, find out what it takes to bring back control into one of the best decks right now, anyway, in this tournament. Very, very impressive.
Now, speaking of control, though, we all made predictions. We all are looking for those bragging rights at the end of the tournament. And I do think one of us got it very, very right. And that was you, Emily, with that Gardevoir prediction.
I don't know what to say. I mean, honestly, I was kind of going off of, believe it or not just the Drago hype, but also the Archaludon hype as well. We're seeing kind of these big EX Pokemon that have so much health, but honestly, a big shout out to my locals who are watching, because they're big Gardevoir players. as somebody who plays Regidrago V-Star a lot, I go for those Trifrosts, I wipe the Curlias off the bench, but then they're still able to respond. So I was a big believer in Gardevoir being able to come back in and find its way back to the top, and it feels really good to be right.
But I have to give props to Pablo and Chip as well, putting the Terapagos there. I mean, I think that's a great call as well into this metagame. Yes, covering the bases there. There's the colorless and the Palkia version. Might as well take the cloth one as well. But you know what? Me and Boo will take the L. I know Boo's not here with us right now, so it's just me. But I still believe, even me covering my bases with the Dragapult EX, me trying to cheat there, get the Regidrago, and that didn't even work out. But I still believe in the bridge.
I mean, I feel like our children's time is definitely coming soon. And speaking of coming soon, we do have many more events in North America. We have London coming up. Of course, that's not in North America. That's the International Championship. Then we have Vancouver. We have Atlanta. What are you two looking forward to?
Well, I'm going to London for the first time to attend EUIC. I won't be playing, but I will be there. I can't be more excited. I love these international tournaments just because you get to explore a brand new place, and there are, seriously, I mean, with this regional with almost 2,400 players, there's definitely people from all over the world, but you really get to see that at an international being played on the big stage there. Of course, so much to play for. I can't wait, but also I can't wait personally. I think the next regional I'm going to attend is Atlanta, at least for me. It's kind of close, so I'm excited to see what's going to go down in London.
Yeah, can I just say I'm excited for the World Championships. It can't come soon enough. It's going to be fun in Anaheim. Definitely. There's so many things to see there, and you know, it's always great to see the top players compete.
I mean, all these events definitely get us very excited for Worlds. And of course, our next event in North America is that Vancouver Regional Championship. There are still events to register. It's one of those events that didn't sell out immediately, so we do have events for TCG, for VG, and Go. You can register to compete or register as a spectator to compete in side events.
I loved this regional last season. I attended as a competitor, and let me tell you, the city of Vancouver is absolutely stunning. Beautiful views right from the venue right there. It was a great regional last season. I highly recommend everybody who can go absolutely should go.
No, yeah, Vancouver, beautiful city. Great food as well. A lot of things you can really do in the city, besides, of course, going to the regional championships. I check it out.
Vancouver, amazing. And then, of course, we have EUIC coming up next in Europe, but the next regional championship will happen in another beautiful city, Stockholm, Sweden, over in March. Spring just starting. Look at those beautiful views.
I've always wanted to go to a European regional, especially. I've heard really high praise from a lot of my friends about Stockholm in particular. I would love to go this year. It is absolutely stunning. Look at those beautiful buildings.
Yeah, I personally haven't been to Stockholm either, but you know what? That's okay. I'm going to enjoy that regional from the comfort of my own home in the Twitch channel. I'm going to enjoy the casters do their thing, see the players play their best. It's going to be a good time.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to watching that as well. And of course, if you are looking forward to watching more Pokemon action, you can follow us over at our Twitch and YouTube channels. Over on YouTube, it's /Pokemon, and over on Twitch, it's /Pokemon TCG. Make sure you're following so you don't miss any of the action. And of course, you can also visit pokemon.com/broadcast to make sure you hear our beautiful voices all day long. All right, well, I think that's gonna wrap it up from us. Thanks so much to everyone who tuned in. Thank you so much to people in the crowd. We'll see you at the next event.
honestly, I couldn't be more excited to be here.
Draw for turn was the boss. KOs the Rotom V and Alex Szymanski.
One card. I guess I'll cut.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna shuffle.
Oh, okay.
Just because it's you.
I'm gonna cut your shuffle on my hand.
Okay.
Retreat now into the Scream Tail, and just like that, ladies and gentlemen,